What is everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Today is December 1st. Did all your guys' elves come? I think that's the day that you guys start doing the elves on the shelves. Well, let me know what your elf's name is in chat if you have one. This episode live streamed is breaking Michael Proctor avoiding Karen Reed's civil subpoena, and he is without a lawyer. Let's get the tea. Let's get the tea. Hector's got the goods over here. This is in the civil case. Karen Reed is filed this memorandum of law in support of a motion to compel Michael Proctor to produce documents pursuant to subpoenas. We've all been wondering what Michael Proctor's been up to now that he is without a job. Defendant Karen Reed respectfully requests that this court compel former Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor to produce documents due as long as 3 months ago. Reed served a subpoena, the first subpoena, on Michael Proctor in hand in July of 2025. Reed also served a second subpoena, the second subpoena, seeking a discrete set of additional documents in October of 2025. Proctor acknowledged receiving both subpoenas and requested repeated extensions to respond. However, to date, Proctor has failed to meet all new agreed-to deadlines and has not substantially responded to either subpoena or produced any documents. The court should compel him to do so. These are the facts. Plaintiffs allege that Reed backed her car into John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, and caused his death. They also allege that Reed created a false narrative that someone else killed Mr. O'Keefe and that the police investigation into his death was corrupt, biased, and designed to deflect attention away from the law enforcement officers and their families who were inside the house at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night Mr. O'Keefe died. Plaintiffs claim Reed's assertion of the alleged false narrative supports their negligent, reckless infliction of emotional distress claims against Reed. In an effort to defend against plaintiffs' claims by, in part, proving that this narrative is actually true, on July 23, 2025, Reed served the first subpoena on Proctor by hand. Proctor led the investigation into Mr. O'Keefe's death, which led to Reed's arrest and prosecution. He is central to the narrative on which the plaintiffs rely. The first subpoena requires Proctor to appear for deposition and seeks various categories of documents, including all documents and communications concerning Reed, Mr. O'Keefe, the investigation into Mr. O'Keefe's death, other potential witnesses and suspects, and other relevant topics. There's a footer here. A true and accurate copy of the first subpoena including the return of service is attached as Exhibit 1. Then, the first subpoena required Proctor to produce these documents by August 5th, 2025. On July 28th, attorney Daniel Moynihan, Proctor's counsel, in his administrative appeal of his termination from the Massachusetts State Police, contacted Reed's counsel, stated that he was confirming that his office would represent Proctor in connection with this case, and asked Reed's counsel to continue the deposition and wait a week before settling on a new date. Reed's counsel agreed. But attorney Moynihan did not follow up and did not respond to further emails from Reed's counsel on August 27th or September 11th. Now, this is why I think lawyers are all shitbags. Like, this is how they do each other. You know? I don't know. I just look at My analogies always go to sports, man. And I just can't imagine college coaches in, football, basketball, whatever, like doing this to each other. Like, yeah. On September 15th, Reed's counsel sent a letter to attorney Moynihan's office demanding a response. The next day, another attorney from attorney Moynihan's office, Mark Russell, responded to Reed's counsel. So that dude didn't even respond. Moynihan. So instead, this Russell guy responds. Attorney Russell indicated that his firm had not been retained to represent Michael Proctor in connection with this case and did not propose any new deadline for Proctor's response to the subpoena. Reed's counsel followed up multiple times to clarify if attorneys Moynihan's and Russell's firm was authorized to speak on Proctor's behalf in connection with the subpoena. Ultimately, attorney Moynihan stated the firm was not. Oh, finally. And claimed that he was only trying to facilitate a response. Reed's counsel explained that he needed to confer with counsel who actually represents Proctor in connection with the first subpoena to see if the parties could agree to a new production deadline and avoid motion practice. If that was the case, then why did you not respond to anything when we're trying to contact you? Like, these guys just lie for a living. No new counsel appeared, and Proctor did not produce any documents or written response to the first subpoena. On October 22nd, 2025, Reed served Proctor with the second subpoena. And that is a true and accurate copy. So they attached that second subpoena, which relates only to documents concerning certain disclosures made to attorney Moynihan the previous week by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and Proctor's decision to abruptly withdraw his administrative appeal as a result of these revelations. The second subpoena was left at Proctor's last and usual address. You guys, I'm loving this tea right here. Okay. Because this is a very important timeline. Loving it. Let's go like this. Okay. After receiving the second subpoena, Proctor called Reed's counsel directly. So Michael Proctor picks up the phone. He calls Reed's counsel directly on October 24th and left a message. They spoke on October 27th. During that call, Proctor confirmed that he was not presently represented by counsel. He has no lawyer. Okay. Now, I have to just tell you guys this. How many meetings do you think took place between Proctor and the McCabe's and the Alberts prior to, let's say, Proctor calling, Reed's counsel? He did all of this shit for Brian Albert, his family, extended family, the McCabe's, Higgins, whatever. And this man is without a lawyer. Like, this is the man who basically, I think, could take the whole ship down. Remember Shaun of the Golf saying, Proctor, you need to go save yourself, and you have an opportunity to do that. People may not like Shaun of the Golf, whatever. Okay. But he was saying that way back when. This man is without a lawyer. Proctor doesn't have a lawyer. He says, Proctor confirmed that he was not presently represented by counsel and explained that he needed more time to produce documents because he was in the process of finding counsel. How does a man that's so connected in a community who says that he's still getting love bombed, okay, have trouble finding counsel? He knows all the lawyers. Reed's counsel explained that it had been months since Proctor had received the subpoena and that Reed would move to compel. She would move to compel the production if Proctor did not agree to an acceptable date by which he would produce documents. Proctor asked Reed's counsel not to serve such a motion that week to allow Proctor to engage counsel. Reed's counsel agreed again. I'm like, why? Reed's counsel agreed, and Proctor said his new counsel would reach out by October 31st. No new counsel appeared by Proctor by that date. Indeed, as of the date of this motion, no counsel has appeared for Proctor. Instead, Proctor called Reed's counsel again on October 31st and said that Reed's motion to add parties, which had been served in the interim, had caused the attorney he planned to hire to refuse the engagement. Proctor asked for even more time. Reed's counsel explained that he could not agree to further delays where the documents in question had been due 3 months earlier. Proctor has not objected to either of the subpoenas. The analysis here is that the court should compel Proctor to produce all documents and information in his possession, custody, or control that are responsive to the subpoenas. The subpoenas seek potential evidence that would be highly relevant to the truth of the alleged false narrative plaintiffs rely on for their emotional distress claims. Proctor led the investigation into Mr. O'Keefe's death for the Massachusetts State Police and was a primary focus of the allegations and statements Reed made, which plaintiffs claim caused them harm. Specifically, Reed has alleged that Proctor deliberately ignored, manipulated, and falsified evidence to direct the investigation away from other potential suspects and towards Reed. The O'Keefes are saying that that's what those statements have caused them emotional distress. What's up, Dinky? Again, welcome to the transparency. Okay. I'm just over here thinking to myself, hey, if I'm Brian Albert, if I'm Higgins, if I'm Jen McCabe, all right, why are we leaving Proctor on a boat by himself in the middle of the ocean? So much for that blue line, huh, baby? Yeah, that's what I thought about that blue line. When you ain't part of the fam, man, he's a disgraced officer. That blue line's only as thick as you want it to be and becomes thin or non-existent when you want it to be. Yeah, I want to be in that group. Just so you know, athletes, teammates are forever, motherfucker. Learn about it. Yeah, Proctor. Where's your wifey poo? Proctor ain't got no money. Lawyers cost money. Okay. Anyways, where was I here? Okay. Specifically, Reed has alleged that Proctor deliberately ignored, manipulated, and falsified evidence to direct the investigation away from other potential suspects and towards herself. It is vital to her defense that she be permitted to, among other things, prove that such allegations were true when she made them. And Proctor's documents are directly relevant to that point. Therefore, they are well within the scope of discovery. Absolutely. Although Reed cooperated with many of Proctor's requests for extensions to avoid the need for motion practice, it has been 3 months since the vast majority of the documents were due, and Proctor has not committed to any deadline for the production and is not, to Reed's knowledge, currently represented by counsel, with whom Reed's counsel can confer. Therefore, the court should order Proctor to compel with his obligations and produce documents. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, Reed respectfully requests that the court allow the motion and compel Proctor to produce all documents and information responsive to the subpoenas within 10 days of the court's order. Now everybody out there is like, what is she asking for? So glad that you guys were wondering that. So Exhibit 1 here. So by the way, that was signed by Alan Jackson, Damon, and the date is November 7th. November 7th. Okay. Exhibit 1. I wanted to see what these lovely subpoenas look like. Okay. Now, this is what happens in a civil case. You get to go ham on each other. Ham, 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 ham. Okay. So, subpoena, Michael Proctor. Greetings. Greetings, you guys. Greetings. You are hereby commanded in the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts pursuant to the provisions of Rule 45. That's how you get depositions and subpoenas. It's under Rule 45 of the Massachusetts Rules of Civil Procedure to produce the documents identified in the attached Schedule A at the offices, and that's Karen's attorney's offices, on or before August 5th, 2025 at 10 a.m. To arrange electronic production of the requested documents, please contact the attorney. Okay. You are further commanded to appear at the offices on August 28th, 2025 at 10 a.m. and to testify. This is your deposition. And to testify as to your knowledge at the taking of a deposition in the above entitled action before, we're going to have our peeps there, the notary, or before some other officer authorized by law to administer oaths. The deposition will continue day to day as necessary and will be recorded. Oh my God, you guys. I love to look at language on how stuff is written. Okay. I love the way this is written. I'm going to be using this. It is to continue day to day as necessary and will be recorded. Okay. That means that we're not planning on this being only a day. This may take us 2 days, a week, day to day as necessary. Now, Proctor did nothing, he didn't object to any of this, meaning he could have put an objection in and said day to day, or talked to them and said, hey, we have to have some set stuff here. I have kids, I have a job, I have a wife. But he didn't object to any of this. He didn't try to get this quashed or anything. So day to day, man, he was going to be in, and he will be in a deposition for a long time. Okay. Now, let me tell you how much time goes into preparing for a deposition. This is where it gets uber expensive. For example, when you're preparing for a deposition, you're going to be going over all of the questions that you have. It's like somebody's taking the stand. Okay. And normally at a deposition, you can be there. Every party can be there with their attorney. Okay. And that person's sitting there and you're in a big conference type room. And so you have a video recorder on you. And then you have somebody that's eventually potentially is going to obviously transcribe it. You could, though, video record it and then use the video recording, in Idaho, to then transcribe it. But it doesn't seem like that's what they're going to do here. Anyways, the person who called the deposition, so Karen's team, they're going to go first. And they're going to ask all these questions that they want. Your attorney would be sitting there with you, and your attorney, after a question's asked, the way that they would best prep you for this deposition is to say, hey, when a question is asked of you, you have to pause for a second to give me a chance if I'm going to object to that question. You have to give me a chance to speak on it. Say, I object to that, and then state your objection on the record. And then they can go back and forth. And then they're going to then tell you then if the objection and what I said made you or caused you to forget what the question was, ask them to repeat it. And then only answer the question that's asked of you. Okay. What's the date? What's your birth date? Give them the date. That's it. Let's see another question. Who contacted you to come in and take over this case? The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Who specifically? I don't recall specifically. Well, what's the order normally like? Who would you normally get a call from? Can you describe that process? If you are on call, how do you know that you're on call? These people would have to break it all down. But how somebody would prep you to answer a deposition is you have to listen and you only answer the question that's asked of you. You do not do any explaining. Your lawyer is there for answer the question that's asked of you, and then I'll clear stuff up after when it's my turn to go. Just like cross-examination or just like redirect when, hey, I have to come back and rehabilitate this or so we can sort this all out because the way that it was. Anyways, at the end of the day, with how many people were involved in this case, Michael Proctor would be subjected to every single person that's a party in this case to ask him questions. And now, so preparing for a deposition of the length of Michael Proctor, there's going to be a ton of days that go into that, a ton of material that had to be reviewed. And let me just put it to you this way. The deposition of Jennifer Drake was upwards of over to prepare was like 20 G's. Michael, like, send your, I don't know how Karen, how it's being billed or if it's all like contingency and we're going to get a portion of whatever. I have no idea. But the amount of prep, because it's the hours that go into preparing, knowing the material, because you have to know the material in order to ask the questions that you want to get out of this man. Okay. You have to be very, very prepared. That takes hours upon hours upon hours. Depositions are very expensive because it's not just the time that you're there and that you're paying your lawyer to ask questions. It's the time that it takes to prepare so that you know what questions to ask. A lot of money, like shit ton of money. Proctor doing it for days. I'm telling you, that would easily, in my opinion, be a $50,000 deposition. That's my take on that. Just to kind of put it in perspective for when people are wondering about all of this now. So Michael Proctor was supposed to have his deposition in August. Obviously, he doesn't have one. Not only does he not have one, he doesn't have a lawyer, but the person that he thinks that's representing him, that they would have known that they weren't really truly representing him in this because it has nothing to do if he wasn't a police officer anymore. He's not represented by any part of like if he was still a cop, he would be represented by the union. That's not the case. What's another 100K? Yeah. Well, it just to kind of put it out there, like this is really expensive. But depending on how your lawyer is doing it, also depending on how good your attorneys are, how much they cost. I guarantee you a lot of the work that would have probably been done in the criminal case, and if Karen is highly involved in her, because she wants to take on, if you have the capability to do things, I can do stuff and I don't have to incur all these bills. Like, so if you're sitting down, and I would think that Karen Reed would be sitting down with people, with Alan Jackson, saying how integral Karen is. She knows this case. She can do the paralegal work basically, and we would be prepping for all of the depositions. And then, meeting with the attorneys, but Alan Jackson knows this case inside and out. Alan Jackson would be at this deposition. I would think that it'd be foolish for him not to be. So think about this then. You're not just going to have one attorney there. You're going to have like 3 attorneys there. or I think in Karen's case, she's going to have 2 and herself. So, next, let's move on. So here's the Schedule A, and this is what the subpoena is requesting. So Michael Proctor was asked to, unless specifically indicated or otherwise required by the context in which the terms, names, and instructions are used. Number 1, document or documents means all written, printed, typed, or other graphic matters, all printed out and runoffs now or at any time in your possession, custody, or control, or known to you, whether or not prepared by you. So whatever you have in your possession. So if Michael Proctor had his notes that he never turned in, let's say, to the Massachusetts State Police, and here Proctor kept all of his notes somewhere, turn those over. If he's compiled notes throughout it, to start documenting what's truly going on, if he wanted to make, that would, same thing. I'm over here thinking this man shouldn't have anything at his home or anything like that. It should all be at his Massachusetts State Police office, which he doesn't have anymore. So then it gets really interesting, because if he had to clear out his desk and how does that all work? What would he ever taken? Did he then document the fact that he destroyed anything? Did he go to a shredder and just hear everything I got? I don't know how that works. I've never been fired from being a Massachusetts State Police officer. With when you leave that job and you're going to go clear your desk out and shit like that. So I'd like to know more about that. Moving on here. So it is not limited to, but it's all correspondence, agreements, memorandums, reports, notes, drafts, or documents, internal communications, letters, bulletins, invoices. So I would think that if you've ever had a criminal defense attorney on retainer, they'd want that. Summaries of meetings, conversations, or communications of any type, including telephone conversations and telephone messages, text messages, electronically stored information. Boom! Now we get to talk about the phones. So within this documents, they're saying that we want your electronic devices, your text messages. Instant messages. Damn. And information stored on CD-ROM and or tape. Document or documents also include all copies and drafts which are not identical to the original. So let's say that you use the notes section of your phone. Yeah. And you're like, I'm gonna run to the grocery store real quick. Let me write in my phone what I need to get. And you guys go to that notepad. Yeah, stuff like that. Every draft, I'm thinking draft emails. I want to see how that, if it gets into more electronical stuff. But here, a recording means any original or copies, either full or partial, of any responsive audio or video recording. So all of the stuff that's in your phone, including all metadata associated with such recordings. But now, in his possession and control, so I would be asking my lawyer, okay, I get it. They basically want my phone, okay? Since his phone was downloaded and went through Cellbrite, he doesn't physically have that, though. But I have my phone, let's say, but he doesn't have his phone anymore. So he's not in possession of that. But he probably has a new phone, right? So how would I get that information to Karen Reed? Or if you want my Facebook, they then teach you there's a way to download the material. Okay. And I want to see if, I know in Ohio, they walk you through that step. So let me see if they do it here. I haven't looked at this, how they break it down. Okay. Term communication means the transmittal of information in the form of facts, ideas. Okay. Representative or representatives used with the reference to a person or entity. Means any past or present officer, director, partner, associate, employee, servant, agent. Again, this has to be in your possession and control. So, all right. Let's go. Instructions. Documents withheld. If any document is withheld under a claim of privilege or other protection so as to aid the court. So basically, what that's going to mean is if I have communications with my lawyer because I'm texting them or I'm emailing with them, obviously they don't get to see that. It's privilege. I don't know how it works in Massachusetts, but what about any messages, voicemails, emails with like wives, husbands? I don't know how that privilege works in mass. So documents withheld, if there's any, you have to state your objection. So remember, he didn't object. There was no claim to privilege, other type of protections as to aid the court and the parties here to determine the validity of the claim of privilege or other protection. Please provide the following information with respect to each and every document. So the identity of the person or persons preparing the document who signed it, the identity of the person to whom the document was directed. So whatever you think is protected. It's like going to like a taint team. Partial production. If you object to a particular request or portion thereof, you must produce all documents called for, which are not subject to the objection. Similarly, wherever a document is not produced in full, please state with particularity the reasons or reason it is not being produced in full, and describe to the best of your knowledge, information, belief as to why, and with as much particularity as possible, those portions, like basically, why aren't you producing the shit? Format for production. For all documents currently stored in electronic format, produce those documents in their electronic native form with all metadata intact. For example, emails should be produced in PST format and audio and video recordings should be produced in their native forms with all metadata intact. If you intend to produce documents in a format other than those specified in this instructions, please notify plaintiff counsel before making the production, because we're going to tell you not to do that, because if it's something that it's going to waste our time, we can't get to it. So to the extent that you obtain possession, custody, or control of documents that is responsive to these requests after you make your productions in response to these requests, you must supplement. So we want you to continue to supplement over time. Again, documents requested is all documents, videos, or audio recordings and communications, including but not limited to emails, text messages, and other forms of instant messaging to, from, or concerning Karen Reed or any of her family members. Okay. So we're going to go back to talk about this. You can't just say, hey, I want your email, I want your text messages with Bobby Joe. Like, if you've talked about Karen Reed to whoever you talked about Karen Reed to, that would be fair game. But like, if there's no messages between anybody that have nothing to, like, hey, there's some girl that he's cheating on his wife with, but they never talked about Karen Reed, you don't have right to that communication. But if they've ever talked about Karen Reed, they would. Not saying that Proctor has game like that, but all documents, video or audio recording and communications, including but not limited to emails, text messages, and other forms of information concerning the 2021 black Lexus. So like, basically, if you were to put in, let's say that you download your phone and you just start typing in these trigger words, Karen Reed, and like what would pop up. And then, okay, it's located, like if you were to look at a Cellbrite, it's located in these areas wherever you talk about her. And then that's where you're going to be producing. I would love to see if I can get a lawyer to come on and to explain, like, if they were representing Michael Proctor, how you would go about this. Because I think it's interesting. Like, there's got to be so much shit. And then also, like, when it's your possession, because I'm not in possession of the iCloud if it's up there in the cloud, right? What do I have to go get a device, plug it into my computer, and take everything that's in the cloud and put it on a hard drive, and then take that hard drive and then have somebody decipher what I need to turn over? Dude, this would take so long. This is fucking insane. All right, let's see if they go into financials, because I want to know if he got any financial pay. Okay, so all documents. So he wants anything that has to do with Karen Reed. Anything that has to do with Karen Reed in this black SUV. Okay. All documents, videos, audio recording, blah, 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 that have to do with text messaging and string referring to the death of John O'Keefe. So type in John O'Keefe. I wonder if you can get away with guy on the lawn. I wonder if you can get away with what kind of trigger words you would want. However, he was referring to, Boston cop. You know what I'm saying? All documents, videos, or audio recordings or communications, including but not limited to emails, text messages. Let's see. The next thing is John O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe, Margaret O'Keefe, so Peggy, from January 1st, 2021 to present. So those are the trigger words. He's using Paul and, because obviously they're the plaintiffs. All documents, videos. Oh, boom, boom. Ready? Concerning Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Allie McCabe. I would be putting in parentheses Allie. Nobody was calling her Allison. Carrie Roberts, or any other individual present at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or 29th. Oh my goodness gracious. Julie Nagel, Sarah Livingston, all those people that were there earlier that never, what's the names? There's like 3 or 4 chicks. Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., yeah. Ooh-wee. This is wild. This is wild. Provide for forensic examination and copying all cellular or smartphones, computers, tablets, smartwatches, GPS devices. I now want to know, now that we know that all of these trooper cars had all this GPS on it. Okay, let's go back. When did they put the GPS and start tracking those vehicles? Because holy shit, how far can we go back? Because wouldn't we have like a nice little blueprint of every place that Michael Proctor went during the course of the investigation? If he wasn't hitting the kill switch on tracking him and where he was going. I'm just curious of that data. I have to go back and look at what Ted Daniel put out on when they started that these trooper vehicles were GPSed. Because I want to know if Karen Reed has access to that. Or any other interview, meetings, conversations, or encounters with any such individual from January 1st, 2021 to present. Okay. Look at this. You use either personally or professionally at any time. So then we get into this personal cell phone and his work cell phone. Obviously he has his personal cell phone. Did he have a work cell phone? I mean, I think he was just doing everything on his personal device, so. The feds got their hands on all this. All documents, video or audio recordings, and communications, including but not limited to emails, texts, all this stuff from or concerning any member of the Canton Police Department. Yes, this is what I want. Everybody thinks that this. Okay, so think about this. Michael Proctor, in his capacity, would be seen as like in that area, like, oh, he's state trooper, but then there's the Canton police, okay? And growing up, because he's like not like he was like 60 or 70, you know? So he goes and he's with the Massachusetts State Police, and but you don't think that he would have a relationship with those cops that were in Canton? What type of relationship did Michael Proctor have? What personal relationship did he have? He lived in Canton. I can't imagine that he did not have good personal relationships with members. Now, why was Good placed on leave? Why is he out? Well, I'm going to stand by until I'm shown otherwise. But Good, the front cover of the report, the picture was the lawn, okay? That was his front cover. And then that report ends up having a different front cover. And I've always said the reason that they switched the front cover is because the angle that picture is taken of Canton, what the Canton police did, you would be able to see, it's right there, you should see the shoe. Because when the CERT team takes the pictures then later that night, where the shoe is located and found, it would be able to be seen in that picture. And that's what I've always shown. So I'm curious if why Good? Why Sean Good? And people say, well, because there's something in Proctor's phone about Sean Good. Exactly. What do you think it would be about? Hey, I need you to put that picture not on the front cover of that report that you handed me. Why? That's what I would be looking into. All documents, video recordings concerning any members of the Boston Police Department. Any members of the Boston Police Department. That has everything to do with Kelly Dever. All documents, video or audio recordings of, including but not limited to email, text, 34 Fairview Road. So basically anything that's talking about 34 Fairview Road. Let's ask ourselves a serious question here. When you do stuff out of habit, because it's just muscle memory. So immediately when they would have walked up to and past Karen's car, SUV, do we really think that neither one of them, okay, Proctor nor Buchanan, took a picture of Karen Reed's vehicle? Because if you took a picture of Karen Reed's vehicle and then let's say you deleted it, like later on, there's a chance that the Cellbrite could catch the deletion. And there's also a chance that it wouldn't, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. But I would think that there's because if Karen Reed's vehicle, the headlight had something there, like depending on how much Proctor and Buchanan talked to Brian and they'd have to tell them the whole thing like right then and there about, hey, listen, this is what really happened. Do we think that took place? Do we really think that Brian Albert in front of Jen and at Jen's house told Trooper Proctor, hey, this is what really happened. And so we need your help. I personally don't think it went down like that. I think that Trooper Proctor idolized these people and looked up to these people, and these people took full advantage of that. And they just led this little fucking sap where they wanted to. That's why I think, I see why they're saying and why they're doing it this way, because he's the disgraced cop. He gets told, hey, yeah, he would do this. But I think it was other people that put the tail light and spread it all over the lawn. And I think that Karen Reed's vehicle was left at the house alone at John's, and for them to all go ride together, there was a reason for that. We need to have Karen's vehicle. She can't be with it. And then who would go and get it? You know, Matt McCabe, Higgins. Because all they found when the CERT team found whatever was just like freaking nothing. I don't know. Go back and take a look at the what pieces were found by the CERT team. Because remember, isn't there just a little portion of Karen Reed's back taillight that when you put all the pieces together, there's something missing? It doesn't fit. It's not, every single piece is not accounted for. All right, what else we got here? So 34 Fairview. Then we want to go to about the dog. Concerning any dog owned, kept, or fostered by any member of the family. So they're going for the dog. Then all documents, videos, and they're going for concerning any investigation by any federal agency. So basically, let's say that obviously Jen McCabe is going to say, oh my God, the feds came to visit me, right? Was there at any point in time, did Michael Proctor document this? That Jen McCabe's telling him that the feds came and visited her? I would be thinking yes. I would be thinking that that's something like that's a good one too. I wish they would have been able to depose him on before he died. Like they give circumstances where that could happen to preserve some testimony, but that sucked. Remember, Karen Reed's all just about getting, it does not have to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It just has to be, just tip the scale just a little bit. Just a little bit. Any documents, video, or audio recording of communications, but not limited to emails, otherwise forms instant messaging, concerning any gifts or items received from any member of the Albert, McCabe, Roberts, or Higgins families from to the present, including but not limited to copies, photographs, or other representations of any such gifts. Gifts is money. Okay. All documents, videos, or audio recordings and communications, including but not limited to, this is number 13, to emails, texts, other forms of instant message to form or concerning Yuri. Fucking Yuri. Yep, there it is. Boom. This man is going to lose his job. He's next. Mark that down. Okay. With what Karen Reed is saying, and if you truly think about it, he 100% had to be involved in this. If you're saying that Michael Proctor, right, did everything that he did, they had possession of the, John O'Keefe's clothes, right? They had possession of him for how many days, and then it doesn't get sealed up until March, whatever crazy date that was. Yuri's his supervisor. Yuri's with him. They're driving in the same car together. Yuri was 100% involved. He should lose his job, lose his benefits. He should lose everything. He should be going to prison. Michael Proctor should be going to prison. All of these people need to go to prison. They committed crimes. And the most egregious, when you frame somebody and when you obstruct justice for the purpose to take somebody's freedom away. I don't think there's anything that's more egregious that another citizen can do to another citizen. I mean, without just basically taking a weapon or their fists and killing them, right? Who do you think you are? Let's see. Sherry sent me something. Sherry. Initial article, January of 2020. Let's take a look, Sherry. Massachusetts State Police cruisers can now be tracked. January 13th, 2020. There we go. A new technology will allow Massachusetts State Police supervisors to track and locate thousands of department vehicles as part of a series of reforms following the overtime scandal. You guys, this is huge to me. So, what's the date that was when it was granted? When was all of this put in though? So that came out in January of 2020. So I guarantee you they would have got this all equipped by 2021, which is huge because ready for this stuff? This is where I'm a timeline person. Okay. All the stuff that Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan were saying that they were doing when they were doing it, I think is all bullshit. Now we go and get Michael Proctor's GPS coordinates from that time during, and I'm guessing that they're available because how could Ted Daniels be able to go back that far and be able to see that Michael Proctor hit the kill switch, right? If we can show that Michael Proctor hit the kill switch on certain days, right? That's what you would call tipping the scale. Can we prove where he was? No, but we can prove that he knew that he needed to kill the switch. He needed to shut down him being able to be tracked on these certain days that are really important during this case. And that would be enough to tip the scale. Would it not be enough to tip your scale? That you don't have to, nothing has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt. It just has to be by the preponderance of the evidence. That is more likely than not. So, and holy shit. I want to know, we all want to, Super Proctor has maintained, and so has Yuri Buchanan. They have maintained that neither one of them went to the 34 Fairview. And then I can think about it now, holy shit. Actually, on that day, they were using personal vehicles. Remember, they were using personal vehicles. So ready for this? You're going to use that and say that they knew. That's why I think that there was, I want to know the first time that, and see that they're smart though. The relationship that Proctor had, he's like second family, right? Why wouldn't Brian Albert go to Proctor's house at 3:00 in the morning? Okay. 3:00 in the morning and show up there. I'm not going to call him. I'm going to go to his house. Hey, you need to wake up. I need to talk to you. This is somebody that we're talking about babysitting people's kids. We're talking about Colin was the fucking ring bearer in weddings. What type of relationship? Think about how close you are and think about, how, what's discoverable and how you can find stuff out. I need to just go to his house. We need to talk now. Especially if you don't believe that this is the first rodeo, which I don't believe it's the first rodeo. This isn't the first time this has happened. They all had the same story. Oh, it was a snow blizzard, so I didn't want to take my cruiser. I had my truck, and we just took my truck around. So you're basically saying that you live in the shittiest area where the weather is such shit, and the vehicles that they provide you with are so unsafe that you can't drive them in the winter, and that you needed to use your personal vehicle, a truck, that day to drive around. That tells me that right off the rip, why are you driving your personal vehicle? And they knew to drive it because they're being GPSed. That is absolute. I mean, you do not have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, but you show enough, it's going to tip the scale because that's what I would be thinking. And you could sell that to the jury. Sell this shit. These people are straight scum. Damn, these people are so dirty. All documents, videos, or audio recordings, communications concerning any disciplinary investigation proceedings, decisions. So if Michael Proctor, if he wore his Apple Watch, if he had an Apple Watch, his personal phone, he took that everywhere. You think he shared his locations on his phone to his Google? He could hit the kill switch with cars. He could take other vehicles, but was he so good to say, I need to make sure that my phone is never sharing locations? But if he has Google email and the app on his phone, if he has anything on his phone that could potentially, that tracks you, I think he's totally fucked. I think there's a reason that he can't get a lawyer. Like, if they all talk, hey, you want to stay way away from that, man. He literally cannot get a lawyer. And remember, this is a civil case, so you're not guaranteed. It's not like it's a criminal case. You're a defendant, and you're right to be represented. No, I just can't believe that nobody wants to help the poor boy out. His little, the people that he did all this for. How fucking crazy is that? That what, it's every man for themselves here? Now it's every man for themselves. But before, Julie Albert was like, I'm going to get you a gift. Somebody's going to rat. I also think that everybody needs to be careful because situations like this lead people to self-harm. And I don't want to see that happen. Nobody should ever be wishing that upon anybody. Even for somebody like Michael Proctor, who was calling Karen Read all these horrible names and who tried to frame Karen Read, all those, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You don't say, oh yeah, go ahead and do that. No. But it's stuff like this where that stuff starts happening. Nice. I like this. Someone just came in and said, interesting swing on things here. Listen to this. That GoFundMe is to keep Proctor's mouth shut, in my opinion, Lana. Well, if we can prove that any of that money went to anything, that it says that it's, if you can show that the money is being raised and it does not go to what they're claiming, I think that you can go after them with that. I have to see what the Go Give Send, what their policies are, but I know that GoFundMe, if you try to start a GoFundMe and you say it's for something and you use it for something else, yeah, that's a problem. But I just know that Michael Proctor, to all of these people out there, if he was to wind up missing, it would be way better off for all these people involved. And if you don't think that these people who had no problem doing what they did to Karen Read, okay, now there's just a lot of heat now, but desperate people do desperate things. And I think that Michael Proctor, I'm going to say some extra prayers for him because I think that he's in a horrible situation, and we don't need more tragedies. Next. All recordings, there it is, iCloud, or other backup data that includes any documents, communications, messages, or other data, including metadata that were sent, received, or created, edited, stored, or copied, or altered. Wow. Boy, man. You guys, so everything that you just saw here, this is what's going to happen with Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, the O'Keefes, Karen, everybody. Everybody is going to go through this. Colin, Chris. I'd be going in third parties. I can't wait to see the Deuce Techum subpoenas where you're going and getting these people their financial with what you're accusing and saying. You don't think that money has been tossed around in some capacity. Let's see. And then Exhibit 2 was when they served him with more. Sherry D says Chris Albert, Carrie Roberts coming up to speak out on the new YouTube channel. Sherry, I have no idea what that means. Great, you guys, I love this. Greetings, greetings, Michael Proctor, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Okay, so here, this was October 27th. This is what they were asking for. Ready. Documents requested because, all right. All communications with or concerning the Norfolk District Attorney's Office or any employee, agent, attorney, or other representative of that office from July 1st of 2025 to the present. Damn. Okay, this is why they're going after this. What I believe Karen Reed's team thinks happened, okay, is that Michael Proctor was tipped off. Michael Proctor was tipped off. And what I mean by that, Michael Proctor abruptly decided, hey, I'm not going to try to get my job back. I'm not going to try to get my job back. And then what comes simultaneously? Oh, Proctor thought that there wasn't anything on his phone and thought that he had stuff set to auto delete and that this stuff would just be gone. And poof, nope. We have like years upon years upon years upon years of shit, right? Well, okay. All right. Okay, Sherry, we'll take care of that in another episode. Thank you, love. Appreciate you. Going back over here, all documents received from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office or any employee, agent, attorney, or other representative of that office from July 1st, 2025 to present. All documents received. All non-privileged documents and communications relating to the recent disclosure that the lawyer referenced in media reports about why you withdrew your appeal of your termination from the Massachusetts State Police. One such media report may be found for your reference at NBC Boston local Michael Proctor Mass Police Appeal Update. Okay, so ready for this? There is no client-attorney privilege between Michael Proctor, okay, and these attorneys with this case because they did not represent him. Oh my God, this is gonna get so twisty. Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay, so listen. That's why they laid this all out. All right, going back to this timeline. Oh boy. Okay. So let's go back. On July 28th, attorney Proctor's counsel, in his administrative appeal of his termination from the Massachusetts State Police, contacted Reed's counsel and stated that he was confirming that his office would represent Proctor in connection with this case and asked Reed's counsel to continue the deposition and wait a week before setting a new date for the production of documents. And then he basically ghosted them. But Attorney Moynihan did not follow up and did not respond. So that would have been on July 28th. Okay. And then when's his next communication? On September 15th, Reed's counsel sent a letter. Nothing. Okay. He's saying here, ultimately, Attorney Moynihan stated that the firm was not and claimed that he was only trying to facilitate a response. Holy shit. That means that anything that was sent to this motherfucker's fair game. These people are dumb as balls. I see. Then this is great. Wow. Holy shit. Thank you. Here we have, for the first time that I've seen in a very, very long time, Karen Reed's attorneys just literally went at another attorney. You know what? Fuck you. We're going to come for you. That's usually a no-no. Here, thank God. I love it. I absolutely love it. Good job, Karen. Because Karen's speaking like a layperson. She's like, well, wait a second. Can't we do this? And then normally how lawyers are is like, well, yeah, but they won't do it. Oh, that's not what's happening here. What's happening here is, okay, here we go. Michael Proctor was never represented by these people for anything to do with this matter. So anything after the date of when he was no longer represented by Moynihan with, hey, with this case that you're trying to pass off that you are represented, whatever would have come to you, whatever you guys talked about, we're really going to test the waters to see what we can go with, what we can get. Because my guess is that Proctor was hiding behind the fact that he knew and they knew that they did not represent him in this matter, but that they would have lied to Karen Reed, already knowing that that he was not represented by them for this matter. And if that was communicated ever before them writing this shit, oh, fuck, you're delaying. That's bad faith. That goes against your oath. That's professional. That's your professional codes are. You cannot help facilitate and work in a capacity for a client or a potential client or a past client to engage in any type of activity that is, first of all, criminal, that would constitute as, yeah, you're not supposed to be doing any of this type of shit. All communications with or concerning the Norfolk District Attorney's Office or any employee look at or other representative of that office from July 1st, 2025 to the present. All documents received from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office or any employee or agent. Because what they would have received is, in my opinion, notice that, hey, Michael Proctor, holy shit, your phone is, the cloud has everything. You are fucked. If that was communicated, oh my God. Oh my God. Ooh. Ooh. It's about a timeline. July 1st. He wants everything after July 1st because on July 28th, when did they first serve him? Here it is. On July 23rd, 2025, Reed served the first subpoena, July 23rd. And now they're asking, hey, what did you receive from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office after July 1st, 2025? Because they're going to check and see. They would have known that you're not representing him in this capacity at all. So when we served you with the subpoena, why are you speaking on any of it? Why are you confirming that we don't represent him? You're buying time. You're lying. What are you doing? Why would you? And then they're trying to say, well, we were trying to facilitate, some communication with his next attorneys. Well, I thought that you were confirming that you didn't represent him or that you did represent him or whatever the fuck you're lying about. These people are all sick. Karen, this channel supports you 1,000,000%. It's always been about fighting the corruption. It's not about reading fucking text messages. It's not about attacking people's personal relationships and acting like fucking 12-year-olds. Okay. This channel and what Karen Reed has been fighting for since day one is, I cannot believe I'm being framed for murder. And that's why everybody was like, this enrages all of us, because we or any one of us could be Karen Reed. And now they're continuing to do it. They're continuing to make moves still in bad faith. Karen Reed, take it, burn it all down. Unbelievable. 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 Okay. Karen, you need help with timeline shit? We got you. You really need to look at Matt McCabe. I think it'll help prove your case better and stronger. And just everybody lying then even more so. But I think Matt McCabe did those Google searches. All non-privileged documents and communications relating to the recent disclosure Brian Moynier referenced in the media reports about why you withdrew your appeal. Why did Proctor withdraw his appeal? Let's take a look at this. As Proctor drops firing appeal, his police work could be scrutinized. Let's see, October 21st, NBC, Boston 10. Okay. This was published October 21st, 2025. Former Trooper Michael Proctor announced this week he is no longer challenging his firing from the Massachusetts State Police, but legal experts say his work will continue to be impacted with criminal cases yet. Governor Maura Healey reacted Tuesday after Proctor withdrew his appeal to get his job back. In quotes, what Proctor texted was unacceptable, the governor said. What's come to light, just so we're clear, Turtle Boy's saying basically the same shit right now. What's come to light is unacceptable and outrageous, and it's exactly why the colonel of our state police, Noble, fired him. The trooper was terminated in March after being suspended without pay last year at the end of the first trial against Karen Reed. Proctor served as the legal investigator, or the lead investigator, in the death of Reed's boyfriend. In his testimony, he acknowledged sending offensive texts about Reed to his friends, family members, and fellow state police troopers during the investigation. Those proceedings ended with a mistrial. Proctor did not testify at the second trial this year, which saw Reed acquitted of the most serious charges against her. Proctor investigated many other crimes in Norfolk County, including the murder of Anna Walsh. Now, defense attorneys in several of these cases have been granted evidence used in the Reed case to help defend their clients. We are also learning that data from Proctor's personal cell phone cloud is being extracted for 5 pending criminal matters, including the murder trial here that's happening that just kicked off today with Walsh's husband, Brian. The extraction has yielded hundreds of thousands of items, some of which are dated as far back as 2013. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office which prosecuted the Reed case, wrote in a court motion. The Commonwealth, in quotes, has identified material or materials that it reasonably believes to be discoverable. NBC 10 Boston legal analyst Michael Coyne explains why Proctor's cell phone data could be so critical, especially in cases with a minority defendant. God, what kind of language is he using towards Black people? In quotes, there is a greater mistrust in law enforcement than at any time in our history. Duh, exactly. And if these text messages show a racist, yep, just like the text about Reed showed a sexist, yep, then maybe they can start to chip away at the government's cases. I fucking love it. He added that Proctor's work on hundreds of cases will likely be scrutinized for years, as they should. In quotes, the courts will have to be very careful in making sure they are entitled to that information, Coyne said. They're entitled to all exculpatory information, but at the same time, and the same point, there is some level of privacy for these folks in their personal lives. If you talk about what you're not supposed to be talking about, then it's fair game. And you shouldn't be using your personal phone to do any of this shit. All of the potential evidence is being released to the defense attorneys under seal, so the public may not see it unless it makes its way into a trial. That's the only reason I wanted to cover the Brian Walsh case. I wanted to see what could potentially make its way into the trial. Similar to what happened in the Reed case. Now, where is his... But on Monday, the Civil Service Commission confirmed that the hearing is canceled because Proctor has withdrawn his appeal. Michael Proctor, disgraced lead investigator, boom, boom, boom. The I-team has learned those disclosures involve thousands of text messages discovered on Proctor's cell phone that contained racial slurs and offensive and inappropriate language. The information could be made available to defense attorneys in other cases Proctor was investigating. Great, I don't care about that. In August, Proctor's attorneys argued before the Civil Service Commission, an independent body that reviews any disciplinary action against state and local government. They claimed Proctor was the victim of a witch hunt. This is why. And should get his job back. So they go from saying, hey, he is the victim of a witch hunt. He should get his job back. Michael Proctor drops appeal. After 2 days of hearings, the proceedings were paused until the next round of testimony that was scheduled to take place on Tuesday. But on Monday, the Civil Service Commission confirmed that the hearing is canceled because Proctor has withdrawn his appeal. This is in quotes. His attorneys claimed that Proctor was the victim of a witch hunt and should get his job back. In quotes. This notice confirms my withdrawal of my appeal in the above referenced matter. I exercise my right to sign this form of my own free will, end quote, Proctor said in a letter dated Saturday. Daniel Moynihan, an attorney for Proctor, alleged in August that Proctor's firing was predetermined and rushed. Moynihan said Monday, quote unquote, based upon disclosures made available to our office. Boom. This is what Karen Reed is saying. We want right here. Moynihan said Monday, in quotes, based upon disclosures made available to our office on Friday, October 17th, 2025, the appeal of Michael Proctor was withdrawn today. Boom. Right here. Now go back to this new document request. Karen Reed's team comes back and says, all communications with or concerning the Norfolk District Attorney's Office or any employee, agent, attorney, or other representative of that office from July 1st, 2025 to the present. All documents received from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office or any employee, agent, attorney, or other representative of that office from July 1st, 2025 to the present. This is all communications. So we're handling the communications part. Now we're handling all the documents received. And now this is where lawyers like to fuck around. Well, if something was sent to me in a Dropbox and I hadn't opened it yet, I didn't receive it. If something was sent to me as an attachment in an email, I don't open links. I don't open, if there was a link sent to me, if if we seriously start getting into this type of fucking bullshit, then stuff's going to have to start changing. Language is going to have to start changing with the law, because this is absolute bullshit. Number 3, all non-privileged documents and communications relating to the recent disclosure, right? Recent disclosure. Brian Moynihan referenced in media reports about why you withdrew your appeal of your termination from the Massachusetts State Police. Stephen Carley, representing Massachusetts State Police, used Proctor's own words to make the case that the veteran trooper deserved to be fired. They said distasteful, unprofessional, inappropriate, in poor taste, juvenile, sexist, disgusting, dehumanizing. This selection of words does not come from a public comment section on a website. Nope. These words are Michael Proctor's accounting of his own conduct in this case. Distasteful, unprofessional, inappropriate, in poor taste, juvenile, sexist, disgusting, dehumanizing. Why was Michael Proctor fired? Proctor was fired in part due to crude text messages he sent about Reed that surfaced during her first trial. He wrote in one message, "Hopefully she kills herself." Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think that words hurt more or actions hurt more? When you guys were taught when you were little and your parents were like, listen, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Words versus actions. For me, actions. You know, you want to call me any fucking name you want. I don't give a shit. You guys think words hurt more than actions? Well, you physically had to go do something to then use your words. Take action. Well, then actually this is going to go up. This is going to hit even harder with what I'm about to say. Okay. So Michael Proctor writes in a text message. What is it? In quotes. Hopefully she kills herself. Sends that in a text, right? But then Michael Proctor is doing things that could potentially make somebody do that, right? So I have to ask you guys a question. How are people condoning going after people on social media, and in the same breath that they're going after somebody, they're saying that this person has mental health issues? If somebody has mental health issues and you know that because you're saying that and you believe that they need help and blah, blah, blah. And your thought is to do things, actions and words to fucking try. Like, what would be the purpose? What could you be potentially pushing somebody to do? The entire Karen Reed movement is outraged of what Michael Proctor did, as we should be. How can you ever, in the same breath, say that you are so outraged by what Michael Proctor did to Karen Reed, and the fact that he wrote his friends and coworkers and supervisors the most unprofessional shit ever? Okay. Karen Reed didn't know that was happening. Had no idea. But in concert with that, he was actually physically doing things with other people to frame her for murder, right? We were all outraged. Outraged. How in the world are the same people that were so outraged by this behavior okay with Turtle Boy's behavior? Well, in defense of people saying words, the only thing that I'll say with that, just Paula, is that they're saying words because let's say that you take the stand and you testify, your words could literally, like, so I think that was what it was about. You know, if somebody testifies against you in court, they're using their words to pin it on the girl. Okay. I am literally, I'm not outraged at all. I can't look away. I can't stop looking at a complete train wreck where, I mean, I am watching people weaponize their platforms for the purpose to cause harm upon other people. The same harm that was inflicted upon Karen Reed, that all of these people were so against. And that was what the whole movement was about. That literally you are now participating in. What the fuck are you doing? We read these documents, right? Karen Reed is battling. Karen Reed is battling and taking on that area of corruption for all of us. When I heard that Turtle Boy is like basically cheering on the fact that the McAlberts have raised over $50,000 and that Karen Reed has raised like 5 or something like that, and that's like getting his rocks off. These are the same people that are going to put you in prison, that are rallying troops to make hefty donations. Go and look. These are like $1,000 donations, $500, $1,000 donations. When I saw that Turtle Boy said that Karen Reed turned down doing at $150,000 per person, her gets $150,000, and then he gets $150,000, and to do like shows, to go tour or whatever, and that Karen Reed turned down $1 million basically. If that doesn't tell, I mean, he told the story, not Karen. This is his story. Karen turned down $1 million because she didn't want anything to do with him. Didn't want to be by him, didn't want to be associated with him. Does he not understand that? But his version of the twist is, hey, Karen Reed is out here begging for money. I'm sick and tired of hearing about how poor Karen Reed is. When has Karen Reed ever came out and told us that she's poor begging for money and that whatever the fuck he's talking about? Get out there and work, Karen. You can go make money. You can go make money. You can go make money. Now put yourself in the mindset of, can you imagine if you had an opportunity to make $1 million and somebody was preventing you from doing that because all they have to do is agree to go and do 6 shows? Turtle Boy has 1 million reasons to be pissed at Karen Reed because you're preventing Turtle Boy. I'm missing out on $1 million because Karen Reed won't go and do this with me. But that's not how you're hearing it. How you're hearing it is Karen Reed, think about this. $1 million. Karen Reed's like, it's not worth it. I want nothing. No. Answer is no. That should tell you, and all of us, take a step back and say to yourself, holy shit. Turtle Boy thinks that going around, hey, yeah, let's go sell at the Wilbur and like hash it all out and tell everybody what? What does he think the story is? The story is how police officers, judges, lawyers, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Massachusetts State Police, the story is corruption. And how Boston police officers who live and reside in a town, that's the story, and how Karen Reed was framed for murder. He thinks the story is to go out and tell the world and for them to air out their issues. Karen Reed's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, do you understand how demented that is? Delusional? This is absolutely delusional. The rhetoric that is coming and what's being done. And then I go and I look at Michael Proctor. Look what Michael Proctor did to Karen Reed. We're all outraged. Well, what the fuck is Turtle Boy doing right now? And why? He's over here because I didn't want to date Meredith anymore. She had to act like this. Karen Reed doesn't want to be associated with you. You won't let go. He's projecting his relationship about him and Meredith. It's like, hey, it's really about him and Karen. But that should tell you everything you need to know, that Karen Reed could have $1 million to do 6 little presentations for an hour long. And this person, would rally up people and they would go stand out there, and peacefully protest. And they were able to get the word out. Whatever their little story is, whatever this story is, right? For an hour and a half. I mean, what does Turtle Boy think that the story would be to go out and around to these 6 cities, 8 cities? Karen Reed gets $150,000 for each show. He gets $150,000 for each show. Karen Reed's like, no. Thank you, Paula. Just Paula. Man, thank you, Dal, for real, for all the hours on the journey over 3 years now. Thanks for all of it. Really cool. Y'all have a great day. Well, the ride isn't over. Karen Reed is going to hopefully get more out of this, and John O'Keefe and the killer of John O'Keefe, killer or killers or however this all played out, and that, justice then can truly prevail. So but what all I see here is, after I read all of this stuff, And it's like, here's somebody like, this is what the fight's going on. The fight is to, hold all of these people accountable with all this corruption. And that's the movement. It's always going to be the movement. Um, I guess they say when you know that your time's coming up and you need to get your 10 seconds or 10 minutes or 15 minutes of fame before it's all gone. But if somebody knows that what they're doing is hurting other people and you want them to hurt, okay? I didn't see those messages written by Proctor like that. I hope she kills herself. He didn't know Karen Read. He's never loved Karen Read. But somebody that loved people and is doing the things that they're doing, knowing that someone's struggling with mental health, all to deflect away from the real issue, which is Turtle Boy was broke up with by Karen Read. And it was a long, long time ago. Long, long time ago. If you were truly advocating for your community and its citizens to not have that area be all about and all infested with corruption, okay, and you're advocating and you come across the Karen Read case and she's your source and she's providing you with information and you're fighting this and you're fighting this, like that's your job. That's what you do for a living. When did it change that people were sharing links to fund Karen's defense so that she could have these experts and these lawyers? The corruption runs deep, and it should really show everybody that it does run deep, and that people are out there donating to the McAlberts in tons of ways, right? Financially. Should I even think there's people out there that are donating that were once donating to Karen Read? Because they think some way that it makes Turtle Boy look good that Karen Read hasn't raised any money and that the McAlberts have because Karen Read can't raise money without Turtle Boy. Do you know how delusional that is? Do you know how delusional it is to come out and tell the world that you know that people's parents are watching that on who you dated and who you loved, and I'm going to talk about fucking their kid and how we used to fuck and it was so vanilla, but then daddy this and this is absolutely, and then talking about the whole fucking Karen Read and gosh, I really apologize to Bill Read. I mean, what are you doing? Karen Read wasn't sitting in prison and an investigative journalist didn't reach out to Karen Read and hit her up in prison and say, hey, I've been doing all these FOIA requests for your case, and let me show you all this stuff that I found. We need to get you an attorney, okay? Like, you've been framed. I found it. I'm this investigative journalist, and I found all the ways that you've been framed, and I did all these FOIA requests, and I'm coming to you because you're in prison or you're waiting here in jail, and I came and I met with you, and I'm showing you all this stuff, and hey, I'm going to go out there and raise all this money so that we can get you an attorney, okay, and then we can get you these experts. That's what Turtle Boy thinks happened in this case. It did not happen. That did not happen in this case. That's what you call false memory. That didn't happen in this case. Karen Reed got David Yannetti. Somebody came to David Yannetti, who is not Turtle Boy. Okay. You need to look at people in that house closer, blah, blah, blah. However that went down. Karen Reed, they're all fine. Yep, blah, blah, blah. How it's all going. Karen's never in jail. She's always been out. She's not some sap that some journalist just came along and did all these FOIA requests and figured all of this out and blah, blah. No. Karen and her team did all of this work. Okay. Karen and her team knew that they were up against a enormous obstacle, which was the corruption within the Boston area, then these suburbs around it, and that this is so deep rooted that we need, because mainstream media is not going to cover it. Okay, they're not going to have a narrative that, I mean, Alan Jackson get out there, Yannetti can get out there, right? We need to start talking to the public. Can you imagine if somebody says, here's a golden ticket, basically? Like, you have the opportunity to do good with your platform and your following. And all I'm asking you to do is to cover the case that doesn't show the narrative that John O'Keefe was hit by a car, which is a false narrative. And to actually show the damages. We deserve better. We that have supported Karen Reed because we could all be Karen Reed, we the people in a courtroom in front of all of our eyes, we beat corruption the day that Karen Reed was acquitted. We beat corruption. How come all the turtle riders aren't out lining the streets every time that Aiden goes to court? How come there haven't been standouts for Aiden? I think that Aiden should have just as many, if not more people, because it's he does this, right? This is his thing. Well, when's the next time that he has a court date? Go out there and stand out there and support him. That's what support is. Support is not attacking other people. You don't like somebody? Great. Who gives a fuck? Great. You don't like them. You don't get along with them? Awesome. But literally having call-in shows to have fake interventions with Karen Reed and for people to call in and to say whatever it is that they're calling in to look like absolute idiots is the most delusional thing I think I've ever seen. Secretly being happy that Karen Reed has not raised any money and that the people that put you in jail and have 16, 19, however many charges, you're like, they're over here raising all of this money and they have all this protection and power in this community that you are facing criminal charges for. And you just see that citizens are backing them. That means they're going to be backing them when they're going up against in your criminal case. Sort of way. Seeing a live where somebody needs to title it part 3 of telling my side of why me and Meredith aren't together. He illegally recorded Karen Reed. He committed a crime against Karen Reed, against his source, who you were supposed to protect as a journalist. For what? He said he needed to protect himself. He needed to protect himself. Protect himself from what? Protect himself from what? That's a lie. You guys know how metadata works, right? Whoever recorded the phone call on a device that he's saying that he did on Facebook, and now he's saying that somebody else had access to that account, whatever the whole new spin on whatever, blah, 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 blah. I mean, where is this boy's attorneys to tell him to shut the fuck up? I'm sorry, but I cannot just sit and condone somebody that's going live, doing these impromptu lives, spiraling completely the fuck out of control. He does lives 2 days a week. Now he's going live every single day, like a drama channel out there that wants to just attack people, humiliate people. Everything that we were all enraged about during the Karen Reed case that happened to Karen Reed by people that have power and influence. Turtle Boy has a platform that is powerful and influential. And what he is choosing to do with his platform is this. There's a problem with what's going on right now. You said rage at the same time. Yes, Paula. Thank you, Mary. When I see something that is so wrong and egregious, and someone has to say something, this is not okay, this is not right. I'll debate anybody when it comes to any of these cases that have to do with what I've been covering. And I'll also debate anybody, not argue with them, but Charlie Kirk style debate you on what is going on with, I don't care what Turtle Boy did to Meredith. I don't care what Meredith did to Turtle Boy. Okay. That's between them and their personal relationship. But when I see that somebody's bringing to a platform and I see bullying up and people then allowing other people to come up on the platform into gang up mentality to literally humiliate and try to destroy, versus if you're trying to defend yourself and put out, hey, this is how things happen, but that's not what's happening. Okay. What I am seeing is sixth grade mentality, ganging up on an individual person and literally pounding on them until something happens. And it's the words and the actions. The moment that you hit start, that's an action on your computer. The moment that you decide to go live, the moment that you make and title the live what you want it to be about, the moment that you make a thumbnail, the moment that you are making actions, and then you are going to have words, and you combine all that. And what is for what? There's an intent. What's the intent, Turtle Boy? What was the intent? To hear people saying that you're friends with somebody that you never met with, and somebody's using an alt name to contact you. Do you know how absolutely delusional that sounds? To be okay with when somebody's picking and choosing to lie to you or tell you the truth. You can no longer get behind somebody that You know that saying, like the blind leading the blind? Turtle Boy said it yesterday, the day before. Karen Reed, let's go make money. Let's go make money. Let's go make money. That's exactly what Turtle Boy wants. He wants to go make money. Make money, 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 money. And Karen Reed said, no, like, I'm not, you go do whatever you want. Hey, you guys just sold out the Wilbur. Okay. Go do another one. Go do another one. To believe that part of the comedy line would have been that, yep, I'm over here selling out the Wilbur and Karen Reed's living in her parents' basement. To think that that line was said at the Wilbur, and anybody that was there and that heard however it went down, that is absolutely unfucking believable. Karen Reed was living with her parents, okay, because of the corruption in Norfolk County, because they took everything from a woman. And how they took it is because she chose to fight, which then depleted all of her stuff, right? And then it was people like myself and all of you guys who were just citizens that was like, yeah, I can spare a couple bucks, or here, yeah, I'll do a live stream, or here, I'll travel to Boston in the area to cover stuff. Here, I'll put out videos about this timeline on Jen McCabe's watch, because I think it's so important, the watch versus the phone and the data. And that if you attack that, you can show that Matt McCabe was 100% involved in this. Matt McCabe knew. Matt McCabe used her phone because the phone and the iWatch aren't together. We have somebody literally crying because he can't go out and make $1 million because Karen Reed won't go on tour with him for 6 shows at $150,000 a piece. If a guy had it made with, I have this documentary that they're doing for me and on me, and all this stuff is truly happening in the background, and I'm meeting with Ben Affleck, and I'm doing all these things, and if all this stuff was popping off, that's going to be somebody that's happy, okay? Happy. All I see is a man who's acting like a little boy and who's clearly not happy, and who's clearly things aren't going his way. And if all that stuff was truly happening in the background and there was stuff popping off, then it wouldn't upset you so much that Karen Reed doesn't want to go and help you make $1 million. You guys, if there was any evidence of Karen Reed telling Turtle Boy to go and advocate for her and do it the way that he did it, Karen Reed would have been indicted. They were trying to get Karen Reed on anything and everything, muddy her up, and then tip off the press, right? They tried to, you can indict a ham sandwich. They could not indict Karen Reed with anything to do with what Aiden did. Okay. Aiden went so extreme with it and was doing everything in the way that he chose to do the stuff that he did. It was for a reason. It was to he's not just covering the case, he inserted himself in the case. Karen Reed's team did all the work, figured it all out, okay? And then here, can you cover the story? But that's not how it went. According to Turtle Boy's own mouth, it was some girl that knew Karen from college and him because she followed him in his other work. Hey, would you want to cover this? I know Karen from college, blah, blah, blah. And that's how that happened. That's a very important part of the story. But I can't sit by and watch. And I would be defending Turtle Boy if people were going after him. I've defended Turtle Boy. Freedom of speech needs to stay right there. Do not mess with our First Amendment right, freedom of speech. Nobody should be silenced for their opinions. Nobody should be silenced for freedom of speech. Okay. But I spent, I don't even know how many hours because I was like, you know what? If you go back to the drawing board with how this all happened with Turtle Boy and how he wound up where he wound up, why does everybody want to go to the whole Lindsay Gaetani thing? Because that was after he was arrested. Okay. And that was done to basically he was out on bail. We're trying to get him to be sent back. So let's have let's set up this so his bail can be revoked because this way, Jen McCabe's of the world aren't being talked about. Okay. If I want to do a live broadcast about you, you can't go to the courts to say, hey, I want to get a restraining order on somebody. And so that it makes them not talk about me. Okay. That's weaponizing, I'm in fear for my life and all these things. Right. Well, if Karen Read was framed, think about this. If you're covering a story where Karen Read is framed for murder by the same people that you're covering the story on, if they did it to her, okay, they did it to her. Now you come in to cover it, and you just should be covering the fact that this is like this corruption angle, right? You would then be an idiot if you went into it thinking that they're going to be treating you. Oh, but when here it comes to Turtle Boy, whoever this guy is, we're not going to be doing anything shady. You're going up against the same people that just pinned a murder case on her. Okay. So you'd be like, we're going to do all this on the up and up, right? If I live in a town, so if I live in Ohio, I'm going to know what I can and can't do to cover this case aggressively, dogged, or whatever, Mark Better wants to say. The court held that illegal harassment was limited to fighting words or true threats and interpreted the meaning of fear to mean fear of physical harm or fear of physical damage to property. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Do you think that I would ever go and see my friend who is out on bail and they're like, hey, let's go to McCarthy's tonight. We have court tomorrow. Let's go out and drinking at McCarthy's. I'm in town to support you. Let's go out to McCarthy's. And then when we get outside, let's, I don't know, go in front of the camera of Chris Albert's pizza shop and let's engage in acting like fucking idiots. Okay. Let's look into a camera and fucking say whatever the hell we want to say. Okay. Number one. Do you know how childish that is? Is it worth it? Like, does anybody ever tell you, like, when you do something in life, like, here's the You're going to go do something. These are the risks. These are the rewards. So is something worth it? Like, would you put up $1,000 and something has to happen and all you're going to get back is $900? But you have to put up 1,000 to try to get 900. It's like, well, that's fucking stupid, right? So why in the world would Will be even entertaining, being a part of, and not a good friend to say, hey, dude, no. It's not even worth it. It's why poke the bear, right? That would just be like, it's just so stupid. Like, you guys are fucking 40. Well, when I see other people say, well, God, he didn't do anything wrong. Like, it's just like, what don't you get? Karen Reed didn't do anything wrong. What don't you get? Karen Reed did nothing wrong, right? You cannot do something that would allow them to twist what you did because that's who you're dealing with. How do you fucking not know that? That should be common sense. If you give them something, then they're going to make a deal out of it. They can twist it. They can do exactly what they did to Karen Reed. All right? So, but here, if I'm a good friend, I'm not going to let my friend, no, dude, we're not doing that. And I sure as fuck ain't going to stand next to him and do it. Ridiculous. Then, if I'm a good friend, hey, why is Karen calling me and asking me if you recorded her? Dude, what are you doing? I'm not going to lie to Karen. I don't want to lie to Karen. Why the hell would she call me and ask me that? I haven't talked to Karen in so long. Why is Karen calling me and asking me if you recorded her? Dude, what are you doing? Yeah, you played that for me yesterday. Or how did this go from like you recording Karen? Like, what the fuck's going on, right? That's what two mature people, that's at least what one mature person would say to another mature person. Like, hey, why is Karen Reed calling me? The woman that I've been fighting for because she's gotten everything that has happened and there's all this corruption and who I'm basically living off of. Why is Karen Reed, I've developed a personal relationship with her. I respect her. I respect her family. I feel for the situation that she is in. I support Karen Reed. Why is Karen Reed calling me, Aiden? You think that they had a conversation? Hey, you need to not like I don't feel comfortable. I need to call her back. I just lied to her. I have no reason to lie to her. Why would Will even think that he needed to lie to her? Hey, did you hear a recording? Hey, did Turtle Boy record me? Why couldn't Will just be like, yeah? Why is there a problem? How did Will already know that he needed to lie? Why did Will feel like he needed to lie? What was Will told prior to even hearing the recording? How would you not be enraged? Like, I mean, good friends don't do this to good friend. Like, a good friend supports you, a good friend's there for you, but also what a good friend does is they tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. They're a good friend to you to say, they wake you up. They say, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Knock it off. Or, dude, I love you to death, but what you're doing is wrong. And I have, and I wouldn't I wouldn't be your friend if I didn't tell you these things. But that's not what's happening. Why? Well, because the glare ain't shit without Turtle Boy's nut. That's why. Money. pretty ridiculous. We deserve better. Karen Reed deserves better of anybody talking about her case. People saying, I don't want to get involved. I laugh. Getting involved in something, you don't insert yourself in anything. I don't believe in that. But you most certainly, if you see something that's wrong and you don't want to speak on it because why? Oh, God, I'm going to get the wrath of this or I'm going to get the wrath of that. I thought that's why we were all fighting against corruption, so that we don't get the wrath of corruption, right? And that when people start standing up and saying, hey, this is wrong, then people join in, okay? Well, what's happening on Turtle Boy's channel with 165,000 people? Just like I say, Nancy Grace, you are so reckless with your fucking platform and that you can put out these lies, and you can do all this. Well, I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't say that Turtle Boy is 1,000,000% absolutely wrong. He is feeding all of you guys his delusions, okay? He is getting in front of every story. He spins it. He is a master manipulator. He's a liar. He lied to Karen Reed. He illegally recorded Karen Reed. He wants to use his platform to get pussy. Awesome. Great. That's his prerogative. When he doesn't get what he wants, he thinks he uses CVS receipts. Well, CVS receipts aren't chopped and skewed. They're not chopped up and sliced and diced and cherry picked. A CVS receipt, the reason it's called a CVS receipt is because it's so long. So you would just take your DMs and you would just stay in order and scroll right one after another. That's a CVS receipt. I've never seen a CVS receipt from that channel. I see a version. I see a narrative. I will debate anybody, but what's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. Karen Reed was framed. Karen Reed went up against the corruption. Her experts won that case. If Karen Reed doesn't have those experts, Karen Reed loses. If Karen Reed doesn't have those defense attorneys, Karen Reed loses. Okay? And we most certainly, the people standing out there and, being advocates of, we're not going to stand for this. Okay. I went down there for a week. Been covering this case since the spring of 2023. Did not know the case because of Turtle Boy. In fact, when me and Bella were first talking about the case, somebody came in here and was like, said something about the turtle riders, and we're like, what the fuck? A turtle rider? What are you talking about? We had no idea. Okay. Go back and look how many subscribers Turtle Boy had back in 2023 on YouTube. I don't have Rumble. I don't watch Rumble. Turtle Boy getting arrested put Turtle Boy on the map. Turtle Boy having these legal troubles set him aside and different from anybody else that was talking and advocating for Karen Reed, because none of us got arrested. None of us were subject to 19 indictments. You know what they say in life? Karen Reed made a choice when she decided that, okay, hey, yeah, this guy wants to talk about my case. Okay, yeah, talk about my case. Here you go. Yep, here you go. Karen Reed then has the opportunity at any point in time to say, okay, yeah, you can still talk about my case, but I'm not going to be your source anymore. Source is a big word. The reason everybody was tuning in to see Turtle Boy's shows is because Turtle Boy was getting material before other people were. Right? If you want the information, and hey, that's who Karen was giving it to, But then once there became a gag order, there's no more information, right? Because it can't be given out. But now, since Turtle Boy doesn't have a source, his live broadcasts have to do with making fun of people and humiliating people. And that is the definition of a bully. And I think that Turtle Boy needs to be very, very careful, because Massachusetts state statutes lay it out. And not that I agree with them at all, because I think that they are so outdated. They need to be changed. But based on the Massachusetts statutes, Turtle Boy will be found guilty based on the statutes, based on the language. Because I was going and I was reading Tim Bradle's arguments, again, for the motion to dismiss. And I want to read you guys something, what Tim Bradle says. Michael Proctor, MSP lead investigator, Karen Reed murder trial. Number 1. The evidence relating to Trooper Proctor was that Mr. Carney called a phone number which was made publicly available in a Reed case court filing, and it turned out to be the trooper's cell phone number. Mr. Carney was calling numbers from witness Jennifer McCabe's publicly filed call log and was shocked, exclaiming, "Oh my God, it's Proctor." Mr. Carney was investigating who Miss McCabe was calling. See, message aired, blah, 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 in real time. Now, I hope to God that there wasn't a time that he attempted to call that number, or there's any evidence on his phone that he actually looked up those numbers prior to calling that number live on a broadcast. Because if there is, then this is an absolute fallacy. And he already knew that it was Michael Proctor, which they have his cell phone, right? See, message aired in real time, episode 590 on Mr. Carney's live show, offered as a video within Exhibit 2 thumb drive, and read to the grand jury at December 14th transcript. So right here, Bradle is showing to me that he had the exhibits that were used at the grand jury. It was on a thumb drive. He said, here it is, episode 50 or 590 thumb drive. And it was read to the grand jury at December 14th transcript, page 38 and 39. Mr. Carney left a message seeking to ask him questions that were of public concern, stated matters of his opinion of the Reed case, employed satire and political hyperbole, but never uttered any threats or fighting words. Exactly. What ends up happening about Mr. Proctor's, his stuff gets tossed right at the end of it. Because Mr. Carney was sharing the public court documents on his screen to analyze it for journalistic purposes, Trooper Proctor's number was seen by the audience. There was never any felonious witness intimidation, only a time-honored exercise in smart investigative journalism, connecting the dots and following the evidence between witnesses calling each other in the Reed case. Well, I hope to God, like I said, that there is no messages prior to that on the phones of anybody that are signifying who those numbers belong to. The fact that the number already published in a court filing was released does not criminalize the actions. I don't think anything there is criminal. There's nothing there criminalizing to me. And that's, again, why I believe that all the Proctor stuff is gone. These are not legally. So now, Proctor also testified about the July 2023 rolling rally protest in Canton. He was not home, but he testified that he observed the MSP video recorded the rally and he viewed the footage. That the MSP video recorded, I have no idea. MSP recorded something. He noted no damage to anyone's property. Remember, no testimony about any charges arising from the video recording, and a complete absence of actionable criminal behavior from demonstrations peacefully asking witnesses to tell the truth. Again, I think that's perfectly fine. Until I found out what they think about getting and gathering people together. Mr. Carney was the only person charged arising from the rally. Okay. Again, I think that's going to help him with that. Why wasn't other people arrested? The prosecutor craftily sought to implicitly assign blame to Mr. Carney for vague alleged criminal conduct of third parties. allegedly spitting out their window and parking on his lawn. Again, thrown out, right? Because it's bullshit. Mr. Carney digitally recorded the rally and provides a clip from the rally where he warns about a no trespassing sign and a turtle crossing sign on Proctor's lawn. See rally clip. Great, awesome. Now, Blank also revealed the improper motives for effecting Mr. Carney's arrest in text messages provided in Discovery. In a September 3rd, 2023 group text message in Discovery, and then it's all, redacted because we can't know about that. Blank admits that his motivation for having Mr. Carney arrested is blank, that he is employing, political satire under the First Amendment, writing about blank, and intimidating him or trying to obstruct justice is only a false pretext used to silence him. Therefore, in a July 13th, 2023 email to blank, 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 calls Mr. Carney a blank, 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 called him and asked him blank, 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 again shows that the motivation for arresting Mr. Carney wasn't for intimidation, but for personal revenge. And guess what happens? The courts agree because Proctor's out. Aiden's not facing any charges. Number 2 here. Let's just move on to Jennifer McCabe. Fine, let's fucking talk about Elizabeth Proctor. Number 2, Elizabeth Proctor, wife of lead investigator. Miss Proctor is the wife of Trooper Proctor. Now, she wasn't a witness, though, so I have no idea how she could be a fucking witness. Okay? Her testimony epitomizes the defective nature of the presentation by the prosecutor. Her transcript is replete with complaints about the actions of others, aside from the defendant, with the implicit suggestion that Mr. Carney is legally responsible for the complained on behavior or speech. Mrs. Proctor admitted calling an online commentator's workplace, trying to get them fired for speaking about her and her husband. In the grand jury transcript dated December 14th, 2023, she admits, I acted out and targeted one of Mr. Carney's followers. So she admits this to the grand jury. So when you want to talk about like that, there's things that are being hidden. This woman admitted that she called somebody's workplace to get them fired. And it was obviously not the right thing to do, she said. Mr. Carney was investigating a matter of public concern. The wife of the lead investigator in the Karen Reed case was trying to punish people's exercising their First Amendment rights, commenting online about her husband's alleged corruption by getting them fired and or bullying them at work. Exactly. Everybody's outraged by this, right? Well, what the fuck are y'all doing on that channel right now? People are calling in. Somebody is holding basically a public assembly. Here, come on, call in. Let's have a fake intervention against Karen Reed. What are you having an intervention with for Karen Reed again? Because Karen Reed hasn't talked to anybody? Because Karen Reed wants to be left alone? Because Karen Reed doesn't want anything to do with Turtle Boy? Because Karen Reed didn't publicly come out and say, oh my God, Aiden, without you, I'd be in prison? That's not true. Without her experts, without Alan Jackson, without Yannetti, without Alessi, Karen Reed would be in prison. Turtle Boy was handed the material. I thought Turtle Boy would want to be known for doing his job and doing it well. And this is why you'd want somebody like this to advocate for you. Not because you need somebody to tell you that they owe you their life publicly. And that we need to and then we're going to go out and make millions. Where I would feel some type of way about that is if me and Karen had a conversation behind the scenes, right? And that, hey, when this is all said and done, the world's going to know everything that you've done for me. And then we're going to go on to write a book or make a movie or tell our story through a documentary. And I'm just like, okay, great. That'd be awesome. Blah, blah. Okay. But I have never, ever, ever, ever heard that said once from Turtle Boy saying that this is what we were going to do. And that Karen fucked me. And she's doing it with somebody else. That's where I believe that you would be rightfully pissed, right? Now, moving on with Proctor's wife here. In Miss Proctor's world, she may seek to inflict economic harm on whomever she wishes, but Mr. Carney must endure a felony prosecution because he is investigating corruption in matters of public concern. I would agree, right? These are good arguments, right? So this is Bradle's writing. Bradle took 44 pages to discuss, to talk about the indictment and to get a motion to dismiss. Now, next, in the grand jury, Mrs. Proctor continued her ill-advised campaign to punish her enemies by lying about Mr. Carney. She stated Mr. Carney has been threatening, and she resorts to pulling emotional strings by referencing her children. The reality, as shown in the video proffered by the Commonwealth in support, shows that Mr. Carney expresses only his protected opinion about Proctor's actions and clearly employs protected political hyperbole and satire to underscore the seriousness of police corruption by claiming, absurdly, he is going to take custody of their children when Trooper Proctor goes to jail for his misconduct. Okay. Obviously, in no rational world is this a true threat or fighting words uttered across cyberspace. Yet, with a straight face, the prosecution and the witness seek to sell the grand jury on the notion that Mr. Carney threatened to harm my children to take my children. I would just think it would cause you emotional distress. That's what I would think it would cause you. Like, is this motherfucker going to start calling like CPS on me? Like shit like that. I don't know. Just like in Watts Supra, the context and inherent absurdity of the claim, as well as the political and public concern on the content, all conclusively contribute to the conclusion that the speech is protected. Why would you even bring kids up, though? Kids are off limits. I think it's wrong that he would even say that because kids are off limits. You want your kids off limits? You think that Meredith and her fucking whatever, some protective order or some restraining order is, yeah, I can't have my kids around Meredith. What the fuck are you talking about? Then why would you ever entertain something if you could never have your kids around Meredith, who that's never going away? It's not like it didn't happen. You knew that that got her boyfriend fired from his other job. You knew all that shit. You clearly thought it was not a problem then. And that you're eventually going to be okay with having your kids around her. And that's what you did. But kids are off fucking limits. Kids are off limits. So in his, I remember watching that episode. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, I'm going to be their daddy and fucking stupid shit. Fucking ridiculous. Stupid. Okay. Any prosecution here where her fear is not of a crime being perpetuated, but again, absurdly fear that Mr. Carney would engage in a child custody proceeding and having custody of her kids while her husband does hard time. The one Elizabeth Proctor indictment here for witness intimidation must be dismissed. Number 3 here is Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe. Miss McCabe is a Karen Reed case witness who Google searched on her phone, house long to die in the cold. I don't believe that she made the Google search. I believe that her husband, Matt, made the Google search. Out of more than 4,500 searches she conducted on her phone, a defense expert found that this search was the only one ever deleted in the life of the phone. A hotly contested issue in the Reed prosecution involving a battle of experts involves the time of the search. If she performed the search at the time stamped 2:27 a.m., as is claimed by the defense, this would constitute powerful evidence of her involvement in a cover-up of the murder of John O'Keefe. Absolutely. The prosecution claims she entered the search after 6 a.m. at Miss Reed's behest when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered near death in Brian Albert's front yard. See grand jury transcripts. Mr. Carney strongly supports the defense's position of 2:27 a.m. and has extensively written and reported on the issue. Trooper Tully, Mr. Carney's interactions with Miss McCabe, page 6 through 9 of the transcript, Miss McCabe spoke out over Mr. Carney's investigation of her, texting the district attorney and the prosecutors demanding action. You can do that. She also sought a Stoughton District Court criminal harassment order against Mr. Carney, but was rebuffed. See docket, filed under separate cover. See clip of hearing, filed under separate cover. At the hearing, Ms. McCabe showed that the case was not about witness intimidation, but about her silencing Mr. Carney's reporting about her involvement in the murder of John O'Keefe. Clip of McCabe asking Judge O'Malley, "Is there anything you can do to get him to stop blogging about me?" And the judge demurring and declining to issue order of First Amendment grounds. Absolutely. Significantly, the prosecutor did not disclose this adverse decision to the grand jury, depriving them of the information that the conduct was already adjudicated to be protected speech. Finally, it is important for the court to consider that the fact that McCabe has been protected and not charged in the case does not criminalize Mr. Carney's reporting on her involvement. Reporters often are ahead of the story, anticipating that law enforcement will eventually or actually follow the evidence where it leads and act accordingly. And how are reporters often ahead of the story? Because they have sources, and Karen Reed was the source. So it will always go hand in hand to benefit Aidan Carney in every venture that Karen Reed goes for. In order to validate Mr. Carney's reporting, Karen Reed needs to succeed. Karen Reed needs to succeed. Do you understand that? You want Karen Reed to succeed. And he's over here pushing a narrative that Karen Reed can't succeed without me. Dude, you need Karen Reed motherfucking now more than motherfucking ever. Once again, the prosecution fails in establishing any criminal behavior on the part of Mr. Carney. The evidence abuse shows only dogged investigative journalism with impolite or distasteful and perhaps juvenile, but also involves matters of extreme public concern focused on the cover-up of a murder and the potentially complicit or at least shocking incompetence of the state police. Okay. Here, once again, Mr. Carney never used threats or fighting words, was asking questions about her extremely suspicious behavior, and expressing his protected opinions on the case and the culpability of various actors. Hurt feelings are legally immaterial, and using them for indictment is unconstitutional. I would agree. All of this is First Amendment protected as set forth, supra, and no state statute can criminalize such speech beyond these protections. The actors may civilly sue for, and then there was a call-in guy the other night, and he basically said that Aidan's getting sued. You guys heard that part? Aidan's getting sued. He's like, I haven't gotten anything. I've been checking the docket. Right? That's what somebody called in and said. McCabe claimed to the grand jury she made Mr. Carney aware she wanted him to stop questioning her without any supporting details. Mr. Carney denies any such communications. See affidavit of Aidan Carney, adopting factual assertions herein. Well, I'm shocked right here when I read this. Mr. Carney denies any such communications. Why aren't we then talking about the fact that Jennifer McCabe sent a half-naked man picture to him? That's what comes out in this next filing by Betterow. Aidan didn't know then. He sure did know then that Jennifer McCabe sent a half-naked picture, right? Mr. Carney denies. So it says Miss McCabe claimed to the grand jury that she made Mr. Carney aware she wanted him to stop questioning her without any supporting details. Mr. Carney denies any such communications. So I'm just shocked that I wouldn't be saying, not only did she tell me not to stop, she sent me a picture of a half-naked man. See affidavit of Aidan Carney. McCabe is on video. See Commonwealth's Grand Jury Exhibit 1. See, so they had the grand jury exhibits, guys. McCabe, Jennifer, when she is questioned at the lacrosse game, laughing and treating the episode like a joke, and never tells Mr. Carney not to question her. You see how everything can just be spun? So like that's their spin. Like this is how a lawyer is going to spin that. Look at, she's laughing. Dude, she's not laughing. She has that smile that just stays there. You guys know that Scary Movie smile? Yeah. In fact, McCabe shows she is not afraid of or intimidated by Mr. Carney, who she repeatedly taunts online. On May 10th, 2023, McCabe reaches out to Mr. Carney, sending him a bizarre half-naked photo saying, "Ha ha, it's your boy, John." Okay, so that's the date of it. Oh, I've been looking for this. Okay. On May 10th, there we go. So, it's your boy, Johnny. It's your boy, Johnny. John and then E. 20 days later, McCabe went to the Stoughton court on May 30th, 2023, seeking the restraining order. Okay, so here we go. This is even more bizarre for me now. Bradel made this. Bradel says this. Okay? Haha, it's your boy, Jon space E. John E. So 20 days later, McCabe went to the Stoughton court on May 30th, 2023, seeking the restraining order. McCabe unsuccessfully claimed she is in fear under the statute, and then only days after, on July 1st, 2023, she again engaged with Mr. Carney online saying, "Sorry to bother you. Have fun in," wherever the hell he went, indicating she apparently knew his whereabouts. Okay, if he was truly there, then he would take a really close look around his tight circle and see who the hell could possibly have provided that information of where he was located. See Jen McCabe's screenshots filed under separate cover. There is clearly no intimidation or emotional distress afflicting Miss McCabe, who initiates and enjoys wrangling online with Mr. Carney. McCabe, like the state police and the prosecution, only wants to use the system to silence him and will say anything to get her way. Perfect. Blank also enjoys unprecedented access to the blank 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 himself. She has direct text access to blank blank blank's cell phone, as shown in her impounded text messages complaining that blank 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 blank, blank, and that's about Carrie Roberts. Miss McCabe's wishes are clearly a motivating factor in the improper effort to silence Mr. Carney through these unlawful indictments. Okay. Now, how the judge saw this. I just read you guys everything about, what was that everything? About Jennifer. What else? Jesus Christ, Jennifer. Yeah, pretty much. Jennifer McCabe's husband, Matthew McCabe, is also a supposed victim of witness intimidation and picketing with unlawful intent from the same encounter with Miss McCabe and from the July rolling rally. A view of the confrontation at the lacrosse game, prosecution, and introduced within its exhibit showed no threats, fighting words. Okay, so I said that. Okay, regarding okay, here we go. On the issue of intent and motive on the part of Mr. Carney, Mr. McCabe testified that I don't know what the point was about Mr. Carney's investigative efforts at the lacrosse game and outside of court. The prosecutor asked him, do you have any sense as to why Mr. Carney is doing this? And McCabe stated that the reasons are building his profile, building his following. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly his intent. Dude, that is exactly his intent. And if I was Aiden, that's what I would say. I'm out here doing this to make a living. Right? I would hope that that's his intent. And what's wrong with that, right? He says all the time, make money, 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 money. It makes money for him. Go talk about Sheldon Jeter Jr. Go talk about a case that nobody knows about, and it's about a black boy. Let's see how many people tune in. Nobody's going to tune in, right? Now, so money. I covered this case because dollar bills, y'all. McCabe doesn't mention anything about the defendant trying to influence his testimony, even when he is led and coached by the prosecutor asking, what is his purpose directly with you? He says, we're the witnesses, but doesn't mention any perception of influence to his testimony. Again, this is how, Bradel, I think, reading over this again, I think Bradel hits a home run right here. Once again, it is clear that with respect to Mr. McCabe, Mr. Carney uttered no criminal speech and is as protected against the husband as is against the wife regarding picketing with unlawful intent for Mr. Carney's presence in the McCabe's neighborhood at the July rolling rally. The allegations surrounding that episode are equally unavailing. Mr. Carney uttered only non-criminal speech, opinion, satire, and political hyperbole. There is no criminal intent that can be found from a lawful, non-threatening speech, and any contrary interpretation of the state picketing with unlawful intent statute violates the First Amendment. And this is what you're going to have to drive home. So if I turn the page here, though, let's see. Okay. How the court saw it with Elizabeth Proctor. As to Elizabeth Proctor, the grand jury heard testimony that Mr. Carney disseminated Elizabeth's employment information and encouraged his followers to post negative comments about Elizabeth Proctor on her employer's social media pages. Did that happen? Okay. Did that happen? This is how the judge saw it. Which they did. Additionally, Carney's public sharing of Elizabeth's personal phone number along with the content of the voicemail message could reasonably find Carney's conduct to be harassing, intimidating, or threatening with the intent to impede, obstruct, or otherwise delay the Reed case, which her husband was heavily involved in. Again, he's saying C. Johnson posting victims' personal information, again, online, done to ensure that the victims were harassed by telephone and showing up at their home. When he's able to cite cases as to what he's saying, that's where you need to go and find the opposition to that. Okay. So I would be spending all of my time on my case if I was Aiden and asking all of my 165,000 people and all my connections to say, like, hey, I could just really use your help, like, with whatever it is that you need help with your case. Okay. Therefore, the grand jury heard evidence sufficient to indict under. That's how the judge saw it. Under this. Where now is, I want to go to how he saw it with, as to Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe. The grand jury heard sufficient evidence to warrant a finding of probable cause of witness intimidation. Now, Jennifer McCabe testified at the second trial. Okay. Matt McCabe did not. I have no idea what communications there could be potentially out there, but I will tell you that if they try to go the route that Matt McCabe did not testify because he felt threatened or harassed or intimidated, that's why I was like, I'm not fucking testifying. Like, you know. But I think for Jennifer, she testified, right? But this is how he sees it. As to Jennifer and Matt McCabe, Carney has unexpectedly shown up to the McCabe's residence and filmed the inside of their home. There was no intent to film inside that home. I think they're going to be able to show that he was not trying to film inside their home. I don't believe that for a second. Okay. But you guys know that clip that I'm talking about when he walks up to the door. Okay. And the door's open. All right. So you want to really truly dissect and to see what they're trying to do. And okay. So here, Carney has unexpectedly shown up to the McCabe's residence and filmed the inside of their home. Such conduct very well could have been done to intimidate or harass Jennifer and Matt. See Commonwealth v. Robinson. Defendants photographing victim's family shortly after show cause hearing was an act of sufficient hostility. I think you're going to be able to. That's not going to stand in my opinion. But next, moreover, remember I told you children are off limits. If you live by certain principles and rules within yourself, you will keep yourself out of fucking hot water. Moreover, Carney unexpectedly making an appearance at Jennifer McCabe's and Matt McCabe's two oldest daughters' lacrosse game, filming them as he calls them cop killers, and then subsequently stating that he made a scene and got kicked out of the lacrosse game. I'm going to put myself in Jennifer McCabe's shoes. And I'll tell you what, if this motherfucker came up to my kid's soccer game, okay, and I am there to watch my kid play soccer, and he wants to put a camera in my face because that's where he thinks that he should do that. If any of you guys can put yourself in that position and say that you would not be pissed and you would not say there's the word integrity in your investigative journalism. There's no integrity in that. Those kids don't deserve that. Do they? Do you think that would cause you emotional? What was the purpose of why he did it? To embarrass them, to cause emotional distress. Why else would you do it? What was the purpose of it? I was trying to get information out of him. Come on, y'all. Don't be biased. Call a spade a spade. Okay? So I would have a problem with that if somebody came up to and did this. And filming them as he calls them cop killers. Cop killers. And then subsequently saying that he made a scene and got kicked out of the lacrosse game because he kept calling Jennifer a cop killer. Grand jury transcript December 5th, 2023 at page 40 is evidence that Carney intended to harass and impede, obstruct, delay, or interfere with Jennifer and Matt's roles as witnesses in the Karen Reed case. Now, you could say, Lana, yep, you can be pissed all you want, but is it criminal? Well, guess what? We wouldn't be in this situation if Aiden lived by a good moral and ethic stance, right? So here, but he put himself in the situation. And here he knew that the same people that put Karen Reed away are coming after him in the same courts, right? And do you think that they're going to give Aiden Carney the benefit of the doubt? Fuck no, they're not. You knew this. You knew that you were going up against it. But I think it makes the story more compelling and more viable. If Aiden Carney does time in prison, you want to know how much more money his story is worth? Not because his rights are violated and he's going to go collect on, civil rights claims. Write your story for 5 years behind bars. That's what's going to make his story worth more money. You think the Mark Wahlbergs of the world, you think Mark Wahlberg would make more money if Aiden Carney goes to prison and he did a story on this, or he made a movie or a documentary? Hell yeah, he would. So can you think about, you want to talk about fucked up psyche? Is that there's people that are actually out there that would consider writing something about you, and it would make them more money if you got arrested, and you did, and now you go to prison. So while you're thinking about money, Turtle Boy, trust me, a lot of other people are thinking about money and want to see how much money your story is worth. It's going to be worth way more if you serve prison time to them. In sum, according to this court and this judge, Carney's conduct, particularly in the context of showing up to the McCabe's daughter's high school lacrosse game, is evidence of intentional conduct that is harassing, intimidating, or threatening with intent to, quote unquote, punish the McCabe's and impede a criminal proceeding. That's what a judge is saying. And now my job is to show that that was not my intent. Keyword there is intent. And Aiden better and his attorneys better spin this intent. What was your intent to go there? I wasn't trying to harass, intimidate, or threaten to punish them. I want them to testify. I make money off this case. I want this to go to trial. I want this to go on as long as it can because I make money. Right? But they're going to want to push and figure out a way to tell that jury that his intentions were not to harass and intimidate witnesses. And so I would be looking into a lot of case law or thinking about how I could possibly spin this to the jury, and that my phone records and any data that's out there aligns with it. Where is... Okay. Carney was indicted on 5 counts of unlawful picketing to influence a witness. You're going to have to say that in no way, shape, or form were we doing the Rolly Rally to influence any witnesses. For number 1, was there a witness list out there? Okay, this is really important. Aiden Carney has no idea who would be called as a witness. So you'd want to look at the timelines. Did either side had to disclose who the witnesses were? And I can tell you right now, there was no witness list yet at that point, right? So therefore, why would he ever think that they're witnesses in anything? Just like they weren't called in the second trial, okay? They were not called in trial 2, right? Why would they become witnesses? You didn't need them. What are they witnesses of? So I would be telling my attorneys, hey, can we go the route of, listen, witnesses, how are they witnesses? Just because Alan Jackson and them did not object to questions that were asked that were not relevant, I believe that, but Alan Jackson wanted them to be called to the stand, and my God, we're going to be able to cross-examine these people. Holy shit. But I think a lot of the questions that were asked, obviously we all thought, what if anything? He's calling all of these people and he's making them all witnesses, but they weren't witnesses to shit, right? But I would be saying to my attorneys, hey, There was no witness list out there. I had no idea that these people were witnesses in the first place. That's speculation on their end that I'm even thinking that they're going to be a witness. What are they a witness to? I thought the guy never came in the home. I thought they never saw John. What are they witnesses of? It's a secret grand jury, right? I have no idea that they testified to a grand jury because that's supposed to be secret. I would be trying to sit down with my fucking team. And Aiden, right now, you should be like loving the fact that I'm talking about this. I'm hopefully giving you ideas. Or, hey, maybe you're like, we already thought about that. We already thought about that. Well, then great. But this is what I would be spending all my time with. Because this is what's important. Not why you come in 1 minute because you think about other women while you're fucking Meredith. And I think that's another a narrative that he wants to get in front of is why he nuts so fast. Like, don't even get me started. So this Carney was indicted on 5 counts of unlawful picketing to influence a witness in violation of the general laws, blah, blah. As noted, this statute makes it unlawful for individuals to picket or parade in or near witnesses' residence. Well, I have no idea. Why would I think that these people are witnesses? When did this happen? They haven't been called. They've been in 0 proceedings. Okay. So I'm driving by witnesses' residences? No, I'm not. A witness for who? For what? I have no idea of any grand jury proceedings. I have no idea who testified at any grand jury proceedings because it's all secret. Okay, right? So that's number 1. The Commonwealth was required to establish, or I'm sorry, I skipped a sentence. As noted, this statute makes it unlawful for individuals to picket or parade in or near a witness's residence if, in doing so there's an if. So you cannot do it if, in doing so, they intend to interfere with, obstruct, or impede the administration of justice or influence said witness. You're allowed to do it if that is not your intent. Okay, so if you go to Rolling Rally, Turtle Boy. Canton, the Justice for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe Rolling Rally. Okay.
'09 Washington. In the Shaw's Norwood parking lot, we got a whole shitload of people. There's at least like maybe 100, 200 people here. Hard to tell. But it's going to be hard to keep everyone in line, but that's okay. We'll figure it all out. I've given all the itinerary of where we're going, so I didn't want to broadcast it beforehand. We are going to, we're starting at the...
Okay, so what was your reason for not wanting to broadcast it beforehand? So he gave the itinerary out to everybody beforehand.
Albert's new house in Norwood. And then we're going towards Canton. So after that, the first place in Canton we're going to, God damn, I got the heat seat on. Then after that, we're going to, what the hell's Washington? Is this Washington Street up there? No, probably. Okay. All right, we're going left up here. Okay. So after that, we're going to, where the hell are we going after that? Proctor household a second. So
okay, so who's the person that's with him in the vehicle? They're becoming a witness. So whoever that is will become a witness because they are physically with him for the rolling rally in his vehicle.
I don't give him too much of a heads up about the order of operations here.
Now, literally, this is all live broadcast. It's all recorded. should this rolling rally be shown just like body cam footage to the potential jury down the road? Absolutely. Here it is. Here's the rolling rally. Here's the rolling rally. Is this criminal? By the statute, right? Here it is. This is what the jury will be shown. And you want it in its entirety. Just like you watch a body cam footage. So if I'm Turtle Boy's team, I would want them to see this whole thing.
But we're going to the Proctors after that. And then all types of shit. So a lot of people in Norwood today, packed, peacefully protesting the murder and the sequel cover-up.
Okay, right there. We're peacefully protesting. Peacefully protesting. That's a great thing. Great thing. Peacefully protesting.
Of John O'Keefe and the framing of an innocent woman. So yeah, people are saying stay safe, guys. So unfortunately, the McCabe's will definitely not be here. They must have heard about the rolling rally because they took yet another vacation. Never seen a family vacation that much. I mean, I guess I would too if you might be in jail at this time next year. But they're not there because they were in Gunkwit, Maine, and we had a couple turtle riders.
Okay, right there. He cannot possibly be going to their house to intimidate them when he knows that they're not there. Okay? You guys, right there, timestamp it. Here, I'm going to do your job for you. Okay? Timestamp that right there. The timestamp is 2:29 into 2 minutes and 29 seconds. He knows that the rolling rally, these fucking people aren't even home. So he can't even possibly be doing this to intimidate them or witness intimidate because he knows that they're not home. So the intent to go to their house is not to witness intimidate, right? Right there, you have proof. I would think to a jury, and that's how you would be selling it, would you not?
Sightings up there. I don't know why they think that. I mean, we found you in Aruba. We're going to find you in Maine for crying out loud. So they saw him in Maine, and Matt's titties. I'm going to milk those things. Let me tell you, those are. Jen may wear the pants, but Matt wears the bra.
Okay. So my intent when I want these pictures and why I want people to take pictures for me is so that I can do what? Talk about Matt's titties. Talk about Matt's, what a big puss he is. Somebody would say like, well, to make fun of him. Jen may wear the pants, but Matt wears the titties. Okay.
What the fuck is going on here in this town?
But he's not being charged with taking pictures of them. I mean,
Yeah, no, holy shit. This is going to be a mess. It's like, we got like 100 cars behind us. All right.
Okay, he's saying we have like 100 cars behind us. There's clearly not 100 cars behind it. He's also entertaining. So he's entertaining.
So again, I don't know how the hell to plan this out, but we are in downtown Norwood right now.
Downtown Norwood.
All right. You should write free Karen Reed in front of the towels. It's not a 5-minute drive, but I'm like looking at, we are 0.7 miles away from there. Parking's going to be tricky at each of these places, and we're going to have people stuck in lights and stuff like that. It's going to be like a funeral procession, but like I said, if you're in a procession, just remember the order. We're going to
police right
Road,
there.
And then after, first we're going to the Alberts. And
I've never watched
first place in Canton is Wentworth, and then Country Hill, and then 31 Fairview, and then we are going to, where the hell are we going after that? Highland Street, and then we'll figure it out. Okay, so we're going through downtown right now. Okay, I think this is downtown. I assume it's downtown. Yeah, Norwood's packed. I don't know, Norwood's just like trafficy for a small town. We got some jujitsu over here. All right, so anyway, got a good audience there. A lot of people. I mean, Rich, how many people would you say were in the parking lot there?
At least maybe 200.
200. Okay, so this should be interesting. I expect an even bigger showing on Tuesday for the hearing, of course, because we're going to be protesting outside starting at 12:15. But it's a beautiful day out today for this. Beautiful day for some peaceful protesting. I'll tell you that much. There'll be no rioting, no looting, nothing like that. This is a peaceful protest, protesting the murder of father of two, an adopted father of two.
So the purpose of this was to peacefully protest. The rolling rally was a peaceful protest. There'll be no rioting, looting, anything like that. That's not what this is for. This is for a peaceful protest. We're coming in peace.
And a Boston police officer by the name of John O'Keefe. And we're also protesting on behalf of Karen Reed, the girlfriend who couldn't attend his funeral or his wake because she was immediately framed for murder by a bunch of assholes. And we are here to protest those assholes today. So that's what we're doing in Norwood and Canton.
So we're here to protest those assholes here today. We're here to protest because she was framed because of these assholes.
Today. So we're going to Norwood first because Brian Albert moved his family here after he decided he's going to put up his family home for sale. and despite the fact that they've lived there for generations, and just going to sell it on a whim, like literally like a couple weeks after. And that was kind of like the beginning of where we're at now. So they sold their home, and then they moved to this. I guess it's a home. It's like I think it's like a 4-bedroom house, but they don't own it. It's when they're renting it. And but they live there, and we're going there to peacefully protest. So.
And they sold it at a loss, isn't that right?
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, this is going to be fucking tricky. This is going to be tricky. I guess I can park right in front, but I don't know where fuck everyone else is going to park. This guy's got to move up here. Come on, New Hampshire. You got to move up. You're taking up 2 spots. Push up. Yeah, you got to push up. Don't wave. You got to push up. You're taking up 2 parking spots. There we go. There we go. So you can just push up. You don't have to leave.
I've never watched.
Okay, he's leaving. Like you can just take. Yeah, no, it's a turtle ride. It's like you can take the whole fucking spot. You don't have to take 2 spots. Okay. All right. So at the selfie stick. Fancy schmancy now. All right. Let's do it.
Okay, so here, gets out of the car.
So we're gonna go over here. All right, I don't know where people are gonna park. You got the itinerary. Oh, there's a parking lot over there? Okay, so if you're following us, there's a big parking lot over there. Yeah. Yeah. But thank you guys all for coming here today. We got some Google. We got some free Karen Reed shirts, some Hot Italian cold shirts.
You guys, there's like 10 people. I thought there were like 200 people. There's 10.
All right, we'll wait for people to catch up here. But thank you guys all for coming here today. We got some Google. We got some.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Free Karen Reed shirts, some Hot Italian cold shirts. Thank you guys for coming.
There's 9 people.
What's going on, everyone? So people are going to be driving by. Like, what the hell's going on? So we're here to.
Nobody's driving by wondering what's going on. I mean, you guys, there's 11 people. There's 11 people.
Fully protest. So this is the home somewhere here. Hey, what's happening? Yeah. So we are peacefully protesting outside of the home of Brian Albert. We don't know if he's home right now. I don't see his cars here.
Okay, right there. We don't know if he's home.
Why don't we?
Okay, you need to use that right there. We don't know if he's home or not. We can't be intimidating. We can't be witness intimidating. We have no idea if he's home. We have no idea if he's home. I'd be using that. We have no idea if he's home.
Follow me around back. We're gonna go around back real quick. Oh, look at the car.
Again, here we go. Carney was indicted on 5 counts of unlawful picketing to influence a witness in violation. As noted, the statute makes it unlawful for individuals to picket or parade in or near a witness's residence if in doing so they intend to interfere with, obstruct, or impede the administration of justice or influence said witness. These indictments pertain to Carney's involvement with the rally that took place on or about July 22nd, 2023. It is uncontested that Carney on July 22nd, 2023 did picket or parade near the residence of witnesses Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Michael Proctor, and Juliana Nagel. I'm telling you, July 22nd, 2023, they aren't, what are they witnesses though? They're not. What are they witness to? Like, why was Aiden be under the impression that Juliana Nagel is a witness? And then the argument may come in, well, Alan Jackson had already put out his affidavit in 2023 in the spring, and this was their claims. So in a public filing, he was able to see that these are the names of people that the defense was saying. So he was trying to influence defense witnesses. You get where I'm going with this? So they were in no public record report filing. When was Juliana Nagel first ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police? Was it after Proctor, or was it after Alan Jackson filed that motion with an affidavit in support? It's almost like the Commonwealth made them witnesses. You see? That's how I would be looking at this, is that witnesses of what?
Isn't that cool? So, because this is where they park usually. So we're going to walk back here.
This is where they park usually. I would have no idea where they normally park. I hope he's not asked a question about that. But again, he doesn't have to take the stand.
I do kind of feel bad for
Microdots, though, who's filming, you could potentially be asked that question. If you have personal knowledge of how did Turtle Boy know where they normally park.
the neighbors, but sorry, murderers moved in. So it's unfortunate. You didn't sign up for this back here. I do kind of feel bad for the neighbors, but sorry, murderers moved in. So it's unfortunate. You didn't sign up for this, but neither did Karen Reed and neither did John.
Again, what's the intent of saying you didn't sign up for this? You cannot just assume. I mean, that's pure speculation as to why Aiden said that, as to you didn't sign up for this. The neighbors didn't sign up to have Brian Albert as a neighbor. Basically, none of us. We rarely can we pick and choose our neighbors, right? I mean, I guess we can say I'm not going to move into that area because those neighbors' house looks sketchy. You know what I'm saying? But
O'Keefe. So neither did Karen Reed and neither did John O'Keefe. So what do we got over here? Okay. Yeah, so they're hiding. I guess this is where they fled to.
this is where they fled. Okay, so what was the intent behind the megaphone? Why do you use a megaphone? Why did you need a megaphone? I didn't want to lose my voice. It's louder, so my intent was to be louder. I'm just trying to say, like, has he ever talked about this stuff? What was the intent behind using the megaphone?
Okay. So again, they live somewhere over here. I don't see any of the cars. I know what all their cars look like. One is a Cadillac, one is a Ford. Okay. I'm here. So that's fine. So we're still going to protest and talk for a minute.
Okay, right there.
Okay. I'm here. So that's fine.
None of them are here, so that's fine. We're still going to. So right here, he knows that none of them are there, and he says that's fine. We're still going to. So my intent clearly couldn't be, like they're not home, and I stay there. And so my intent, would it be bad if I wanted the neighborhood to know who moved in? My intent is to let everybody know who lives in this area. Hey, just so you guys know, Brian Albert moved in. Do you guys know who Brian Albert is? He's the police officer who's at his home back in the date where there was John O'Keefe. There was another police officer who was found dead on his lawn.
So we're still going to protest and talk for a minute right outside of the front. So thank you guys all again for coming. We got a nice crowd here.
You guys, a nice crowd of 11 people.
So yeah, Brian Albert has fallen on hard times. He literally had to sell his home and move out here to Norwood because his house was literally a crime scene, and he knew.
I personally believe that the intent of the rolling rally was to make money. Okay. That he drove over here. Okay. And he's using the area, a public sidewalk where I'm allowed to record. And I was doing it to make money. Okay. I was doing it to get new subscribers, new followers. This was a form of entertainment for a lot of people. And I saw it as a way to make money. Let's be honest, right? Money, money, money.
Look at that. We got a Justice for John O'Keefe car. Hello, everyone. How you guys doing? Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. So, all right.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. So, I think he's the organizer of it. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
So, I'm giving everyone kind of a chance to park. It's going to be tricky around here. with all the people, and we're going through urban environments with a lot of folks. So people catching up on the parking is going to be interesting. It's like a funeral session. Look at all these cars. Everyone's got their hazards on.
It's like a funeral procession. Okay, so more people.
So anyway, this is the home of Brian Albert. Brian Albert is a Boston police sergeant who lived in Canton, comes from a very well-connected family. On the day of January 28th, 2022, Brian Albert went to New York City with his friend Brian Higgins, ironically, to go to a funeral for a New York police officer. They doing some drinking. They came back that night, and then they went out. They went to a bar called the Waterfall Bar, where they met up with another Boston police officer. What's happening? Named John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was dropped off at their house afterwards, after being invited there by a woman named Karen Reed, his girlfriend. She told him, "Text me when you get inside," but he never did. She waited about 10 minutes, figured things were fine, and left. But things were not fine while she was literally waiting outside their house. Told him, "Text me when you get inside," but he never did. She waited about 10 minutes, figured things were fine, and left. But things were not fine while she was literally waiting outside their house on Fairview Road. He was beaten to death. He was being beaten to death inside, or nearly to death, beaten unconscious. And then instead of calling 911, they plotted immediately within minutes to throw him out like he was trash. Around our estimates, around 3:30 to 4 o'clock, they decided to move his body outside. What's happening? After already putting his cell phone outside at around 12:30, they threw his body right on top of it so that he would die from exposure, and he did. He finally was pronounced dead slightly before 8 a.m., and the cover-up began. They got away with it for quite some time. He lived in Canton like nothing had happened. Hey! But things began to get not so comfortable for Brian Albert in October, when he was officially listed in court documents as a likely suspect, in an affidavit written by, I believe it was Alan Jackson, Cameron's new attorney. After that, he decided it was time to get
So he's a suspect. So he's a potential suspect.
the hell out of Canton. They did their floor for the second time in 4 years. They got rid of their floor, probably because it was covered in John's DNA and blood. And then they got rid of their family dog. We still don't know where Chloe is today, if she's dead, if she's alive. All we know is that she bit John's arm, quite obviously, and John is now deceased. So after that, he decided, I need to leave Canton. Unfortunately for him, his $950,000 house didn't sell as fast as he wanted to. So he took a $50,000 discount off, and he ended up moving to this place you can see right behind me, in close to the center of Norwood. I don't know why anyone would want to downgrade like that with their family too. Brian Albert Jr. lives
thank
here.
you so much.
It's believed that Caitlin Albert lives here, so they thought they could hide. They thought they could come to Norwood and hide, but we found them. So just understand that they can't be here today. So this is Brian Albert's involvement. So the next place we're going to go to now, we're going to be going to Wentworth Road in Canton, the home of Michael Proctor, conflicted state trooper Michael Proctor. And we're going to be protesting peacefully outside of his house as well. So onwards to Canton. Let's go.
Let's do it. I'm telling you, Colin is right in that idling in his truck.
Is it?
A great Jeep.
Yeah. Oh, how about that?
Okay, so the judge says Carney organized and led a caravan of vehicles to the residences of witnesses. Okay, of witnesses, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Trooper Proctor, and Juliana Nagel. Each witness testified that a large group of people, ranging from approximately 25 to 75 individuals, each witness testified that a large group of people, ranging from approximately 25 to 75 individuals, arrived outside their homes. How could they testify to that? They're not even home. In addition to the large, so then also what I would show is that means that you had to watch. So you want to find out when they actually. So if Brian Albert's not home, none of his family's home. So you watch something. So you watch Turtle Boy. So you watch something that you don't enjoy. Are you a subscriber, a member of the channel? So you're paying to watch. Okay. When did you become a member of the channel? In addition to the large group of people, Carney used a bullhorn to inform the witnesses, neighbors, that the witnesses were murderers or part of an alleged cover-up. Again, that's intent. But guess what? The judge is saying that, which you can't infer from this. In addition to the large group of people, Carney used a bullhorn to inform the witnesses' neighbors that the witnesses, he never said that they were witnesses. That the witnesses were murderers or part of an alleged cover-up.
Look at that. Look at that. What? They got a camera in there. Oh, they got a camera. They got a camera. Hey, hey. So they got a camera. I guess the cameras work now. Funny.
I'm the informant that was in the hair shop that told you about Kenny.
Oh, excellent. Oh, how about that? Yeah.
There was a source right there. Hey, I work at the salon. The facts and evidence submitted to the grand jury gave rise to a reasonable inference that Carney's conduct, coupled with his speech, were done with the intent. See, you're going to show that. What was the intent? I'm sorry, but the intent was to make fucking money, man. The intent was to make money. Okay. And look at. This was always my intent. This is how much money I was making before anything to do with Karen Reed. Then I saw Karen Reed. I made a business decision, and look at my fucking business decision. Why would these people? Why would I think any of them would be witnesses? They're claiming that they aren't witnesses. That they never saw the man go in the house. So what do they be a witness to?
Who's the guy with the camera rig? You see him?
What's happening?
Nice job, man. Keep
Th-
it up.
thank you.
Keep it up.
Will do. All right, here we go. We're going to Wentworth Road. Canton. All right, here we go. 15-minute drive. Let's do it. But once we're in Canton, things will be nice and smooth. Okay, no highway. That's good. We're not doing the highway.
I think that they may ask him, or they may show to the jury that things will be nice and smooth. What does that
Man,
mean?
we are like, dude, this is
How
a
was anything up to this point not nice and smooth?
posse that we have here. Holy shit. Let's go. Here we go.
Again, just
What
like
a
they did in the
production.
Kieran Reed case, they're going to use every single word that Aiden Carney has ever said against him. And they don't need Aiden Carney to testify, just like Karen Reed didn't testify.
This is wild. Let's go. Here we go.
This is wild. Let's go.
Did you see the police car rolling through?
I didn't see any cops.
There was a
Norwood cop?
blacked out SUV.
Norwood police.
I don't know who it was, but it was definitely a cop.
I'm sure the Norwood police, just like all the other police departments around here, are like, I talked to the Holden police about this, and they're like, they support this. They support what we're doing. They're disgusted by this. Most police officers,
Right here. If he truly did talk to them, the Holden police, and that they're disgusted by this, right here, why didn't the police say, hey, you're doing what? If he really talked to the Holden police and told them what they're doing, and didn't say, wait, you're going where? Dude, if your phone can prove that, I think that's a huge, that'd be huge.
I know, I've talked to, are especially disgusted by this. So the Canton Police Department, just know your brothers in blue aren't really your brothers anymore, as long as you continue to be complicit in this heinous cover-up of a murder. And yeah, so but good, man, a lot of turtle riders out here, a lot of people with How Long to Die and cold shirts. Just think, like a year ago, no one was paying attention to this case. Now we got like hundreds of people driving from Norwood to Canton right now.
Okay, there you go. That's intent. It's to get people to look at the case. My intent is not to intimidate anybody. We had nobody looking at this case. Nobody was looking at this case a year ago. Now look at, we got people driving and they're paying attention to the Karen Reed case. That was my intent, to get people to, hey, you need to watch this case. You need to look at this. You need to cover this. He was going on other people's channels. I'm trying to get the word of this case out to everybody. Okay. Right there. You're going to use that. Okay.
To protest this absolute injustice. A lot of people are coming up to me and they're like, so Richie is with me now. We got a good crowd. We got almost 1,000 people watching this on live. Some Saturday afternoon entertainment for sure. Something to do.
Right there. Entertainment. Remember what I just told you guys about 10 minutes ago? I said this is entertainment. Yes. Right there.
Afternoon entertainment for sure. Something to do.
See, I just don't think none of his attorneys that they sat down and truly watched this and pointed out that this is what this rolling rally was all about. This rolling rally was for entertainment. This rolling rally was not. This rolling rally was to make money. I saw I can make a bunch of money off this case. I needed to make money because YouTube just took all. I wasn't even monetized on YouTube anymore because of X, Y, and Z. This was all for entertainment purposes because I knew that I could make money off of this. And that's why I have Microdots with me. Okay. Microdots, they want to start making videos and they can start making money. I needed somebody to document all this because guess what? I'm going to go fucking out there and this story is going to be all about me. This story is going to be about me, 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 me. Just like it is right now. Fuck Karen Reed, man, right? Because it's always been about me, 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 me.
Man.
Like a news camera guy was there too.
Yeah, was that a news camera guy? It was a very nice camera that guy had there. So that guy, I don't know who he's working for, but I've definitely seen some media here. There are reporters here that I've spoken to in the past, and we'll see what happens. So I believe this road takes us to Canton. So
what reporters are those? I mean, gee.
we're going to Canton, Mass now.
This is going to be interesting.
Next stop, the Proctor household. So
not as good as Lana.
Got a lot to say about him, obviously.
I'm not getting paid for this
asshole.
either.
He really is. He's the most of all these people. He might be the most evil, and that includes Brian Albert and Colin.
Fuck yeah!
Like, I really think
Microdots is so talented. They're fucking
him
awesome.
more than anything. Like what? Okay, so the other people like fucked up John, right? They killed John, and that's what they did was awful, heinous. Okay. Michael Proctor's crimes are not only against John, but also against Karen. Like the almost joy he has in arresting this woman and charging her and framing her. Like he just does not give a fuck. This is a guy who has 2 kids himself, 2 little boys, who realizes he's risking everything, his job, his freedom, everything he's worked for his whole life. For what? For what? To impress a bunch of assholes, to show them like I can be corrupt too. I can help you guys when you're out in the jam too. Okay. It's one thing to look the other way. If we've all seen this before. Like cops drive drunk and then they hit a fucking pole or some shit. Like it's happened a million times. Cops do something bad and then it gets covered up. Right. But like you hit a pole. Okay. Nobody died. Nobody got hurt. And you're not like framing a pole for that. Like nobody an innocent person doesn't go to jail for that. Whereas there's a dead body, so somebody has to be accountable for that. And so I just don't understand how they can sleep at night knowing, and how soulless Proctor is knowing that he's framing this innocent woman and sending her to jail potentially for the rest of her life over something that he knows she didn't do. Like, what would be his plan if she was convicted? How are you going to sleep at night? Like, how quickly would he be forgotten about this?
I cannot believe that he's speaking like this because how little we forget, sort of way. How are you sleeping at night knowing that you claim to have loved these people like a Meredith and just going on a platform your own and then bringing people on like Jess Machado and God, and I love Auntie Deb, and literally you guys are making fun of their sex life or their past sex life or talking. I mean, absolutely just disgusting. This is disgusting. But yeah, how do people sleep at night, huh?
How quickly would he have just moved on with his life? Because that's clearly his plan. It's not like some, Edgar Allan Poe telltale heart shit here.
So right here, the way he's talking, you would think the way that he doesn't believe that Proctor's ever done something like this before. How does he sleep at night?
Like, he was not going to be bothered by this at all. It clearly doesn't bother him in the least. Like, and it just shows you how soulless this guy is. And he thinks he's badass. This guy. He beats off to like himself in the mirror. He's like, I'm so fucking hot. I do CrossFit. I'm Michael fucking Proctor. I'm a
This is just how so wrong he was.
climber in the Massachusetts State Police. I got on in 2014. Look at me now. I'm already the lead detective for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office with Michael Moore.
How do you think somebody got there, Aiden, so quickly? When you choke and swallow, right? That means that you've done this numerous times. You don't get to the top so quickly, right? You should question it, right? Why other ranking officers in front of him who have, like, why aren't they where he was? What, they're not as good? No, they're not as corrupt. Or they're just not corrupt, period.
He needs something done. He calls me. I'm Michael fucking Proctor. I'm not even 40. I'm bald. I have to shave my fucking head because I have such a horrible receding hairline, but I'm still the man. And I still got, I got a little wife there that's got my back and two strapping young boys, and I can do whatever the fuck I want. And it just doesn't bother him that Karen Reed's a human being and that she's not evil. Like, I couldn't understand, but like, it would make a little more sense if Karen Reed was like some crackhead with a long and documented criminal history where they could justify it and say, well, you know what? She was going to jail anyway, and she's a piece of shit anyway, so I'll kind of fuck her.
See, like, now, like, that's just when you know somebody just does not. You don't do whatever. You don't do whatever. There's no justification for any of this. And no, just because that'd be like saying, hey, we shouldn't care that people were raped and murders that were prostitutes by serial killers because they were doing the shit anyway. Who cares the fact that they're murdered and raped? They were pieces of shit anyways. Fucking doing drugs and like that mindset must fail.
But Karen Reed was not that person. Karen Reed was a contributing, law-abiding member of society who comes from a really nice family that would miss her a lot. I don't know if it's because she doesn't have any kids that makes it like easier for them to be like, fuck her. She's not leaving them behind, but she comes from a really good family, and her brother and her two parents are there every court hearing. They have her back for everything because they love their
And now just fuck them? This should make everybody puke.
daughter. I mean, she might be 43, but you never stop loving your daughter because that's your kid, and you're gonna I don't care how old my daughter gets. I'm always going to have her back, and I would do the same thing that Mr. Reed is doing with this and defending his daughter. And you could just tell, like, that guy. If you've ever seen Karen's dad at any of these hearings, like, he looks pissed.
Yeah,
he looks angry. Like, he's just like, fuck these people. Like, you're not going to do this to my daughter. Like, that's the kind of guy that's like, he ain't going to let this happen to his kid, period. Like, and
what should be admired and what should be like, everybody should have a dad like that. I know, I'm thankful that I have parents like that. And it breaks my heart that for people that don't. It truly does. Because I'm grateful for my family and how I was raised. And I wish that everybody had that, but there's people out there that didn't.
Story. So, and he's like, especially with some shit-brained punk like Michael Proctor. That's what he is, a punk.
And now you're being a punk.
Yeah, the Norwood police. I mean, I have no beef with them. Nicholas Guarino used to be a Norwood police officer, and obviously Nicholas Guarino is a piece of shit and a moron, and he's, I guess he's in on the cover up. I mean, he submitted extraction records from Jen McCabe's cell phone that were incomplete. He claimed that those he handed over. So Jen McCabe's a moron. She handed over a freaking phone when she didn't have to. No one asked her to hand over a phone. She just thought like, oh, I'll just delete everything and then they'll never find it. And then I'll hand over a phone. I got nothing to hide. We're entering Canton. Excellent to see here.
See, that's where your brains aren't right. You should think to yourself, why would Jen McCabe ever turn over her phone? Why did she ever turn over it? Because Jen McCabe did not know that any of that happened with Matt McCabe doing that with her phone. That's why she handed it over. Why would she hand it over? You think Proctor asked? Everybody needs to rethink some stuff. But this right here, this he shows me he doesn't know it, and that's what I would say. Like, he doesn't know.
McCabe's cell phone that were incomplete. He claimed that those he handed over. So Jen McCabe's a moron. She handed over a freaking phone.
I got to hear this right here again.
Yeah.
He looks angry. Like, he's just like, fuck these people. Like, you're not going to do this to my daughter. Like, that's the kind of guy that's like, he ain't going to let this happen to his kid, period. Like, end of story. So, and he's like, especially with some shit-brained punk like Michael Proctor. That's what he is, a punk. Yeah, the Norwood police, I mean, I have no beef with them. Nicholas Guarino used to be a Norwood police officer, and obviously Nicholas Guarino is a piece of shit and a moron, and he's, I guess he's in on the cover up. I mean, he submitted extraction records from Jen McCabe's cell phone that were incomplete. He claimed that those
he has no idea what he's talking about here. What do you mean he submitted incomplete record? Either you have the extraction, here it is. Incomplete. He doesn't even know what he's talking about here, because he doesn't. That's the law part of it. That's like the true crime case of it. He wants the drama part of it. He should know what Nicholas Guarino did or didn't do. Watch how he just ends the sentence, but really doesn't end the sentence, and then states this right here.
He handed over. So Jen McCabe's a moron. She handed over a freaking phone.
So he just goes into Jen McCabe's a moron, hand over her phone
when she didn't have to. No one asked her to hand over her phone. She just thought like, oh, I'll just delete everything and then they'll never find it. And then I'll hand over the phone and I got nothing to hide. We're entering Canton. Excellent to see here. So yeah,
that's an oxymoron right there, in my opinion, because all these people would know that even if you delete stuff, if it's going to go through a downloaded Celebrite, that it's going to, it would show deleted stuff, deleted text, deleted, like, that's just a horrible, like, he doesn't know. And so when he's saying this, he should actually go back and rethink this all and say, now it makes way more sense that Jen did not know that this was actually on there. And that if Matt McCabe was upstairs or not at home, right, and she'd already turned it over, okay, or went there or whatever, or when she did this, but
she thought that she would just delete all that shit and they'd never find her, but they did.
They probably told her just delete whatever you don't want to be found and we won't find it, right?
Yeah, well, Nicholas Guarino was in charge of I guess he's their forensic guy. He's just some cop. And he handed over to the defense, the full extraction report, but there was nothing. And so they're like, okay, well, we're going to hire, luckily she hired Alan Jackson. It's like, we're going to get our own guy. I got another guy that can do this, who like actually does this for a living, owns a company that does this, is like renowned, like people, like one of the best of the best, not some fucking Norwood cop. Like, that's what Nicholas Guarino is. He's a fucking cop. And so they hand it over and they go through her phone and they find all types of shit, like a deleted 227 Google search and a whole bunch of deleted phone calls, including 2 calls at 6:07 and 6:08 to Nicole Albert, which were answered. I believe it says answered. That means somebody answered it. It means it's not a voicemail, Adam Lally, no matter what that asshole tells you. And yeah, so we are pulling on to
okay, so all that information came from the affidavit of Alan Jackson.
Chapman now, I believe this is. Fairview Road is off of. They're not doing it. I'm going the speed limit. I got my registration. I'm ready to rock. So I'm not worried about anything like that. So
this car is mint, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Richie's liking the ride. It's a pleasure driving this car. I'm not gonna lie. It's got great fuel mileage on it. I'm very happy. Like driving a spaceship. Yeah, the screen's amazing. Like, I got in the car. I was gonna get a 2020 that had like, it was cheaper obviously, and it had like 20,000 miles on it. And I almost came in my pants. It was like, oh my god, that screen, dude.
I can see why. Sick.
Yeah. So anyway, we just went by Fairview Road. So we will be back there. And they would have been coming on that night. The fastest way would have been this way and then take a right. But she got, and they not lost, like they went away that was like 30 seconds to a minute longer. And again, Richie and I recreated this about 2 months ago. and we went very slowly because there was snowing that night. And we did all the timing. They left at 12:11, saw how many minutes it would take. It took 7 to 8 minutes to get there. So we know that John got there right around 12:20 at the latest. So any lie from Adam Lally that he's telling you that he got there at a different time is bogus. So,
And Jen's texts later were bogus, right?
yeah, so Jen's texts were all bogus. So we are outside of the temple. They love to bring up this temple. So this is the temple where it's mentioned a few times in the core records about how they picked up Karen's car, and they would have taken a left on the back of my aunt. Like, I could tell you where all these people live in town, and we're going to visit their homes today. We're going to visit some new homes today that we haven't been to, and they would have taken a left on Dedham Street up here. I know this freaking town too well by now. Like, I know my way around Canton. Like, the back of my aunt. Like, I could tell you where all these people live in town, and we're going to visit their homes today. We're going to visit some new homes today that we haven't been to. And some people might say that this is, you shouldn't be going to people's homes.
Okay, here we go. Some people say you should be going to people's homes. Let's see.
Again, we're going to be respectful. We're not going to trespass. We're not going to step on their property, but we will peacefully protest outside of their homes because you don't, like, I'm a award-winning journalist. I can come to your home and ask you questions. Like, that's what the media does. And
so right there, I'm allowed to come to your home and ask you questions. I'm an award-winning journalist. That's what award-winning journalists do. Okay. So the intent right here is now I'm coming there to ask you questions. Okay.
if you are home, I do have some questions. Now, the thing about this was you have to announce that you're doing it. And there's Dedham Street, by the way. That's where they went down to get there. But you got to let them know. So it gives them time to get the hell out of Dodge, which is fine. Because I don't really care if I see them.
Wait, what?
But you got to let them know. So it gives them time. Like, I'm a award-winning journalist. I can come to your home and ask you questions. Like, that's what the media does. And if you are home, I do have some questions. Now, the thing about this was you have to announce that you're doing it. And there's Dedham Street, by the way.
Okay, so this is weird to me. You have to announce that you're doing it. Announce that you're doing what? Coming to someone's home? Because in the beginning of the production, it was saying that somehow it got out.
That's where they went down to get there. But you got to let them know. So it gives them time to get the hell out of Dodge, which is fine. Because I don't really care if I see them or not. This is a symbolic thing that
I don't really care if I see them or not. This is a symbolic.
we're doing right now. Okay. All right. So we are about to care if I see them or not.
Dude, he's got ADD. He can't finish his thoughts. He doesn't have any intent because he doesn't have any complete thoughts. That's what I'd be saying. This motherfucker is ADD, man. You want to talk about intent? Yeah. He doesn't know himself what he's doing. He has no intent. He does. He's flying by the seat of his pants, right? Truly. But, oh, wait, there's an itinerary. Well, there's an itinerary of just what order we're going to go in. I mean, that's what I would be. I would be like,
symbolic thing that we're doing right now. Okay. All right. So we are about to pass the Canton Police Department there.
Symbolic. Symbolic of what? What's it a symbol of?
On the left.
Money. I'm doing this to make money.
We will be finishing our protest there. They have.
That's all he has to say. Let's be honest.
Park there.
This is not to intimidate anybody. I am doing this to make fucking money. All of this. Money, money, money.
On the right is 1473 Washington Street, home of Jen McCabe, because these people just sell homes to each other, which is apparently completely normal in town. Like, you just sell homes to your friends, hang out with your friends, have sex with your friends,
that's what
whatever. Okay.
Like, you hang out with your friends. I would hope so. This is hilarious.
And Bernie Albert, and formerly Brian Albert, and formerly Jen McCabe, because these people just sell homes to each other, which is apparently completely normal in town. Like, you just sell homes to your friends, hang out.
That's all people do with money. that are like you pass your houses on to each other. Like that's like it was a big thing back in the day, at least.
With your friends, have sex with your friends, whatever. Okay, marry them. Everybody wants to marry an Albert. Unfortunately, there's only 6, so you got to get them quick, ladies. You know, Jen had to settle for a McCabe, so, and we saw what those titties look like. But okay, so we are about half a mile from Wentworth Road, the street where conflicted.
The total place should just say he's gay, he's bi. I can't stop talking about Matt McCabe's titties. That's my intent. I'm fucking bisexual male. Clearly, I'm interested in Matt McCabe's titties.
Trooper Michael Proctor lives on. We will be peacefully protesting outside momentarily and talking about his involvement in the cover-up. That he was really the most pivotal one. Without Michael Proctor, like he's the MVP. If you are an Albert, like nobody is more valuable to you than him.
And he has no lawyer right now.
Because without him.
So I wonder if people are actually that money that's being raised in any way, shape, or form is to fucking go to Michael Proctor at all for him to get a lawyer so he can do his deposition with Karen Reed's attorneys with a lawyer present.
None of this happens. Maybe it does. I don't know. But without him, like, he really went out of his way to protect so many people. Hey, we got turtle riders lining the streets. Okay, here we go.
Clearly, he's that's sarcasm. There is nobody there. Okay, nobody's lining the streets. All right. He's selling that to his audience to bolster his present, like who I am.
So turning on to Wentworth. Oh, did I put this in? Oh, it's in neutral. God damn it. Okay. All right, so here we are. Everyone's going to park. They have a private property sign up. They knew, there's a fucking lemonade stand. You got to be kidding me.
They're going to sell a lot of lemonade.
Yeah, okay. All right. And we'll see what happens.
I would be using right here to see, like, behind him,
we are going
how
to
many
pull
cars
up
are like
right along the edge here.
Okay, so those are like those
right.
people, like turning around, like how
We'll
he
see
did.
what happens.
Let's see.
Let's do it.
All right. Where's he at?
Who? Proctor? Yep. You got out of Dodge? All right. There he is. All right. So we are here. Everyone's coming in. Look at all these people. Look at all these people. Look at all the cars. This is the most traffic this road has ever gotten. And the neighbors need to do something about their lawn. Holy cow.
This is the most traffic the street has ever seen. I mean, again, absolutely ridiculous statement. You know, just fucking.
Holy cow. Okay. We got, if you're over here, please hit up the lemonade stand. There's some nice children over there selling lemonade. It looks delicious. Turtle riders are helping them out. First of all, I don't know if those kids did this on purpose, but if they did, well done, kids. That is entrepreneurial right there. Like, I am going to set up a lemonade stand on the day of the Turtle Boy rolling rally. That is ingenious. God bless those children. Feel free to support them.
See, money, money, money. And then what's this woman doing?
Hello. Hey. What's happening? There we go. All right.
This broad just got, if some broad just got on my camera, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
So, all right, welcome everybody. We'll let people roll on in here. Like I said, it's going to be difficult because we're in residential areas, but this is the home of conflicted state trooper Michael Proctor. It appears as if does he still? Oh, you notice he's got a turtle crossing thing there. I keep put that up. Some people thought that a turtle rider put that up, and we're now told that he put that up, and that's kind of speaks to how arrogant he is. That he's almost like mocking us. They do have a private property sign now, which is smart because I've knocked on his door a couple weeks ago, and he's a state trooper, so he knows that if he puts that up, then we cannot step on his property, which is fine. It also appears as if they've taken down the thin blue line flag, which is good because Michael Proctor doesn't care about murdered police officers who sacrificed their lives, and because he covered one up. Now,
okay, so he was there a couple weeks prior to
He pretends
and knocked on the door to talk. Okay.
to
Again, nothing's
because he
going on with the whole Michael Proctor thing that was thrown out.
arrested and charged a woman that not only is factually innocent, but that he knows is factually innocent. And I don't understand how any person can put someone in a box for the rest of their life knowing that that person did nothing wrong. Like the amount of ways that the man who lives inside this house with his lovely family, well, except for his wife, but for the rest of half of his family's lovely at least. The man who lives
So it's his opinion that the wife is not lovely. Okay, nothing wrong.
in this house knows that Karen Reed did not kill John O'Keefe.
I don't know how his wife would even be a witness. What did she possibly witness? No idea.
And he knows that he wants to protect all sorts of Canton people who were there that night, which is why he did the unprecedented move of spelling wrong the names of at least 5 people who were in the house that night. If there was one spelling mistake, maybe that could be something. But ask any police officer who's ever filled out a report. They got to get spelling right. Spelling, date of birth. Those are 2 things that they always get right on everything. He spelled the names wrong of Sarah Levinson, who we did not even know was inside the house until 9 months after the fact. Julie Nagel. Caitlin Albert, who literally lived there. He got that one wrong. That was a tough one. He also got wrong Emily Fabiano. And, Catherine Duty. He got her first and last name wrong. So she got the 2-for-1 special. And if you're unfamiliar with Canton, the Duty name, unfortunately, is a big name around here. It's an unfortunate name. But the Duties, Charles Duty was the fire chief at the time and is now the town administrator. And they're obviously hiding things. He played dumb with me when I confronted him and I asked if his daughter was there. Oh, that's what they told me. Really? You didn't ask your daughter about that time she was at a murder scene? Okay, sure thing, Charles. But Michael Proctor planted taillight evidence. There's no real evidence in this trial. The only things they got on her is, I hit him, which the only people saying they heard that are all friends of Jen McCabe or Jen McCabe herself. And the taillight evidence, which somehow the Canton Police Department missed. Somehow they missed it when there was only an inch of snow on the ground and they brought their leaf blower out and their solo cups and they missed the taillight everywhere and the shoe. The guy is missing a shoe and they don't think to ask, gee, I wonder where his other shoe is. Maybe it's in that house where the body is laying and they didn't go inside. They didn't do any of that. How Michael Proctor became the detective on this case is still unknown, but we know.
That's gonna, I think, come out with all of his phone records and all that stuff. I think it's gonna come out.
Know that Michael Proctor is good friends, very good friends, his family, with the Chris Albert family particularly. And if you're friends with Chris Albert and you're going to weddings with Jill Daniels and Colin Albert and all these people, if you've known Colin Albert since you were
Okay, so I think watching this, if I was a juror, I would want to be reinforced these things. This man is standing out here giving a fucking history lesson in who these people are. Okay. He's over here talking about who these people are. He's giving us a family tree lesson. Okay. Whether it's relation or friends or whatever. And he's reciting the defenses. I mean, he's taking what he learned from a public filing. Okay. And I would say spreading awareness. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing that would be like, as a juror to see this.
a child, of course.
How would I be intimidated?
Well, not of course. I still wouldn't do it.
That Michael Proctor was part of a cover-up.
But it's understandable that he would want to protect Colin because he's got his whole life in front of him. And maybe he thought it was a mistake. There was an accident that Colin did this. I don't know. So he figured I'll just cover up for him. But the problem covering up for murders is not only does John O'Keefe not get justice, but somebody has to go to jail for it. and he had no problem framing an innocent woman, a woman he knew to be innocent, which is why he went to Dighton at 2:30 in the afternoon, because we know from the call logs.
In no way, shape, or form is this to what anybody could take from this. I'm letting people know that I know where you live. No, not at all. In fact, I would think that he is under the impression that they're not home. And so the intent is to what? The intent is to make motherfucking money, okay? The intent is to make money. If anybody sees it any other way, and in America, I have the right to fucking make money. I'm making money. Well, if you knew that they weren't home and you weren't planning on asking this man any questions, right? Because you already went to his house a couple of weeks beforehand, right? As he says, I was out here a couple of weeks beforehand, and so I didn't go here to question him. An award-winning journalist to question, to ask a question. Hey, Michael Proctor, are you home? It's me, Turtle Boy. I'd love to ask you some questions. I haven't heard that yet, right? So I think he's using it as a green screen, okay? Instead of putting Michael Proctor's house behind him while he's speaking in front of a computer, he's like, I'm going to go stand outside and do my news coverage from outside the house of Michael Proctor. Okay. I mean, I'm going to make more money on my 2-hour live broadcast if I drive around and plot myself down at these different areas and do everything that I would be saying on a live broadcast. I'm saying as I'm stopping off at these places. I don't know how he is in any way, shape, or form. It does not matter why. Yeah, it's the intent. It does matter why. What was his intent? It absolutely. Intent is everything. I disagree completely with Need Some Z's. 100% disagree. It doesn't matter why. It is not illegal. Well, yes, it does matter why, because here is the ruling here. The facts and evidence submitted to the grand jury gave rise to a reasonable inference that Carney's conduct, coupled with his speech, were done with the intent to obstruct, interfere with, or impede the administration of justice, or with the intent to influence the witnesses. See Commonwealth First Castle. Intent is a matter of fact, which is not susceptible of proof by direct evidence, so resort is frequently made to proof by inference from all the facts and circumstances developed at the trial. You're going to develop this at the trial. Again, remember, this is all just about probable cause. He was indicted on probable cause. Now, a grand jury may conclude that there is probable cause by inferring a person's knowledge and intent from all the facts and circumstances presented. Because Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Juliana Nagel were home during the rally. Okay, first of all, home during the rally, it says here. The court's saying that they were home during the rally. Guess what's going to have to happen in court? They're going to have to prove that each and every single person was home during this rally. Okay? How are you going to prove that? Well, I would be hopefully that you have GPS and therefore subject to Carney's conduct and speech. The court concludes that the grand jury heard sufficient evidence to indict Carney under GL 268 13A as pertaining to them. However, because Trooper Proctor was not home during the rolling rally, the court concludes that the grand jury did not hear sufficient evidence to indict Carney as pertaining to him. Well, I thought we were just at Brian Albert's house. They were all home. Well, Aiden Carney didn't think that they were home. Right? He didn't think that they were home. So how can his intent be anything? I didn't think that they were home.
Proctor called the Dighton Police Department and asked them to bring a tow, to have her car towed. He said he wasn't even there yet. He says he didn't get there until 4:30, except we have ring camera.
I'm telling you, this man's intent is, hey, If I did this live broadcast in my home, I make $100. If I do this live broadcast and drive all over, I'm going to make thousands. It's a no. I mean, right here. What would you do? I made a business decision to go out and make money. My intent was to go make money. My intent was to not in any way, shape, or form witness, intimidate anybody. Why would I even think these people were witnesses? Witnesses for who? Not the Commonwealth. Because they didn't see anything.
Footage, which they now claim didn't reset because of daylight savings 3 months after footage. He wasn't even there yet. He says he didn't get there until 4:30, except we have Ring camera footage, which they now claim didn't reset because of daylight savings 3 months after daylight savings happened. And the taillight and the alarm.com footage shows that Cameron Reed's car was towed at 4:12 p.m. 4:12 p.m.
I would ask all of these people that actually came to the rolling rally as witnesses, because you can't hear shit out of this megaphone. This megaphone is dog dick. This megaphone sucks dick. I bet you he paid $20 for this fucking megaphone. Okay. I would be calling these witnesses as witnesses, asking them, when you were at the rolling rally, were you using your phone to watch the live? And why is that? Because I couldn't hear Turtle Boy. I couldn't hear him. He was on a megaphone. Yeah. That megaphone you can't hear shit. So I was watching it actually on YouTube. As I couldn't hear anything. That thing's a piece of shit. That thing's fucking $40 at the Dollar General. Okay. And Turtle Boy, you're cheap. Talk about it. Guarantee you that megaphone's like $1.
Which left conflicted Detective Trooper Michael Proctor with 1 hour and 18 minutes unobstructed with the car. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Instead of bringing it to a state police barracks, which would be the normal thing to do since the state police were in charge of the investigation, he brought it back to Canton Police Department so they could be closer to the scene of the crime, so we could pull a little Shawshank Redemption and do a little sprinkle of the taillight right where the body was found, and somehow made a fool of the Canton Police Department, who somehow missed all that, and they're okay.
Do you think that these neighbors know? I got some guy out there not able to understand any of this.
With that, they're not upset that, oh yeah, this guy's calling you stupid and incompetent, but I guess you'll.
But does Michael Proctor or do any of these people, like, where's the Alberts? They have a camera outside, right? When he did the rolling rally. Let's see that camera. I want to hear what that camera caught.
You'll have to take that one on the chin, because you wouldn't want to upset Michael Proctor, would you? So this is Michael Proctor's house. He's a disgrace to police officers everywhere. He covers up for murderers, and he tries to send people who he knows to be innocent to jail. We need to get rid of cops like him. And
okay, out of the blue, some woman just screams and starts clapping. Okay, he didn't do that. This fucking weirdo did. Whoever this woman is.
Because you wouldn't want to upset this department, who somehow missed all that, and they're okay with that. They're not upset that, oh yeah, this guy's calling you stupid and incompetent, but I guess you'll have to take that one on the chin, because you wouldn't want to upset Michael Proctor, would you? So this is Michael Proctor's house. He's a disgrace to police officers everywhere. He covers up for murderers, and he tries to send people who he knows to be innocent to jail. We need to get rid of cops like him and have more good cops like John O'Keefe. All right, so next we're going to Gemma Caves, which is like a quarter mile away. So she's not there, but we're still going to go there anyway. All right, let's go.
She's not there, but we're still going to go there anyways. Okay, what was the intent? I'm going there because I want to have that as my background. I'm standing on a public road. I can make literally 10 times the money. Okay. I'm not going there to witness intent. I'm going there to I can make super chats. That's the truth. Just like he does now. Why do you cover the cases that you cover? Why are you covering the topics that you're covering? To make money. To make money. And it goes
Country Hill Lane. Yeah, Country Hill Lane. Yeah, you'll see us all. Yeah, it's country.
It goes back to this. To sustain an indictment, the Commonwealth need only present sufficient evidence to warrant a finding of probable cause to arrest the defendant for the charged offenses. Probable cause, that's why, hey, probable cause, right? Awesome, great. and this is in for if you go to general laws here. When Carney was indicted on 5 counts of unlawful picketing to influence a witness, 5 counts. As noted, this statute makes it unlawful for individuals to picket or parade in or near a witness's residence. Again, witness's residence. If, in doing so, they intend to interfere with, obstruct, or impede the administration of justice or influence said witness. It has everything to do with the word intend. What were your intentions for doing this? You guys, his intentions were to make money. There is nothing wrong with going and doing a live broadcast to make money. That's his intentions. Why would he ever think he is not subject to any? I had no idea who testified anywhere. There was no witness list. How would these people ever be witnesses in anything? They're claiming the guy never came into the house. They told channel ABC whatever, right?
Tree Hill Lane, right? That's the name.
What are your intentions?
Yeah, I don't remember the name. Country Lane, yeah, something like that. Oh, we're going by my car.
You said it's less than a mile?
No, it's like probably like half a mile.
Why everybody walking?
I'm jumping to my car. So what's up, cadet? How you doing? Nice to see you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Very nice of you. It's good times. Let's do it. Oh my God, this is the most traffic this street has ever. I can't believe there's no cops.
There's more people here. I know, and there's more people here than I saw at the stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot more. We've grown. We got 1,500 people watching live. This is going to be interesting. Dude, I didn't even bother with the permit. I'm like, fuck it. You can't stop me from just driving around town. That's all we're doing.
You can't stop me from just driving around town. That's all we're doing.
Huge showing today.
Yeah, quite the showing. Quite the
I
showing.
mean, there's got to be at least 100, 200 cars.
Oh
here.
my gosh, look at this shit.
Just
Look at this
traffic
shit.
everywhere.
No, this is wild. This is wild.
Okay,
Total
right
Riders
here.
have invaded Canton.
Right here. This is wild. So he never thought that this would happen. This is wild. So his intent, he's over here thinking, dude, I'm doing this to make money. Instead of me having a green screen where I put the house behind me or whatever, I am having this as my backdrop, but I'm just going to go outside. Why do you think the news sends somebody outside to talk outside of the house? Like, they're using the back. Nancy Grace, I'm just going to fly to Idaho, plop up my table, and get on the road and do a little clip, and I have the Idaho 4 house behind me. Why? To make fucking money. For viewership. For money. Okay? He did this for money. And if his defense team does not fucking say that, I think that that's a mistake, because that's exactly why he's doing this. And he's saying this is wild because he had no intentions of any of this. His intent was not to rally fucking 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. That was not the intent here.
Cars everywhere. People have painted on their cars. Everyone's wearing their Karen Reed shirts and the How Long to Die in Culture. And this is all for a woman who's literally being charged with murdering a police officer. Has this ever happened before? Where a defendant in a murder trial has had this sort of widespread community support? Like, it's never happened before. So it's happening now, though. So
your intent is to let everybody know that Karen Reed is supported. Our intent here, yeah, we're letting everybody know that Karen Reed is supported.
We're going to Gemma Caves. Look at this shit. There's fucking cars everywhere. Dude. Look at all these fucking people.
Jam.
I know. All right. So we got 1,500 people watching, man. Let's do it. We're gonna get justice for John O'Keefe and justice for Karen Reed. That's what we're here to do, folks. That is what
That's what we're here to do. For I mean, God, then he realizes we have 1,500 people here. Okay, I gotta and see. Oh my God, I just talked about how many people it is, how much money I'm gonna. No, wait, but we're here for justice for John O'Keefe and for justice for Karen Reed. After he mentions that we have 1,500 people here. Money, money, money. It's all about the money, baby. Like I said, and rightfully so, right? You have to make a living. You're not going to cover the black kid that's being framed by the white cops.
we're here to do. This is for Karen Reed. That's what we're here to do, folks. That is what we're here to do. And maybe we'll go to the waterfall bar after. Yeah, we're going to get a shot at the next place. At Jen's house, it'll be more wide open. We're going to get a shot of all the cars.
What was the reason for that? What was the intent? To put on my fucking channel, to boast about my big dick. Okay? It's all about me. If I'm Turtle Boy, that is why he did this. It's clearly why he did this. Let's get a picture of all this stuff. Look at me. Look at what I got. Look at what I did. Oh my God. Me. This is about witness intimidate. This is about money. I made so much money and I wasn't intimidating anybody. I was using these different areas while I was standing on a public street, which I'm allowed to do, to record myself because it was going to make me money.
You don't need a permit to drive. Exactly. Are we going to D&E? I don't know. I feel like we'll see. I don't like, because they're all watching. That's the thing about this is they're all watching. So like, I'm sure Chris Albert's not there. I'm sure he's not there. And I don't want to bother like some fucking pizza guy. Was this the street?
I don't want to bother some pizza guy. I don't want to bother some pizza guy. So my intent was not to bother anybody. Why isn't he saying this? Where's the defense? Right here. I'm not here to bother anybody. He says it right here. I'm not trying to bother some pizza guy. I mean, fuck. He says it right here. This is the quote. I'm not here to bother anybody.
Was it this street?
Looks like it. Yeah.
This is
McCabe's.
Yeah, this is McCabe's. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Now, some people are just walking over there.
Yeah, and a dad.
We got the news camera guy here.
He's going to get his ass.
Is this the same guy from before? That's a nice
him.
camera.
Yeah.
That's a nice camera.
If I was Meredith's
Like
brother, I would say, hey, Turtle Boy, you're so big and so bad. Let's get some gloves on. You want to make some money? Let's get into the ring. Let's go put some gloves on. If Meredith had any brothers and say, hey, let's go. You want to make some money? Go ahead. You can film this. Let's get into here. Let's put some gloves on. Let's get into the ring.
It's packed in the street. These people. Yeah, sorry, you live on the McCabe Street. Look at that woman. That woman's so confused. Poor lady. I feel bad.
Like neighbors looking out the
Yeah,
windows.
all the neighbors looking out. Yeah, they know we're coming.
Smiling.
We've temporarily invaded your town, but they know what assholes they are.
Yeah.
So here we go. Shay McCabe. Okay. We're going to park right over
Here it is.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
Clearly, they had no intentions. Listen, there was no intentions to go to D&E. There was no intentions to ever go to Waterfall Bar, okay? As anybody would be doing something, Turtle Boy is now how many minutes into this rolling rally? 41 minutes, okay? 41 minutes. And if you're a business owner, it's like, oh, wow. So if I continue doing things and it's continuing to get me subscribers and money, that's my intent, is to continue to pile on that, to make money. So D&E was never part of it.
All right. So we're going to watch everyone pull up in here. Obviously not many people here right now, but we got a whole procession behind us. And I guess we'll stand. See, she's got a no trespassing sign, two of them on the line, so they're very clear about that. We know that they are at a Gunkwit Beach right now. Oh, look, they got a Ring camera. Hey, guys. Hey.
They have a Ring camera on their. They have a Ring camera on their. Okay, so check this out. If the Ring camera was normally never there, I would think that they moved it here. So is there any way like so? When did they put a Ring camera there? That's actually a really weird place to put a Ring camera. And is it so that they can really film the street, the public street?
We are at a Gunkwood beach right now. Oh, look, they got a Ring camera. Hey guys. Hey Jen. What's going on? We're here. I know you're getting alerts on your phone in a Gunkwood, Maine. We got people up there too. So no justice, no peace. Hopefully you're not fearing still. So no justice, no peace. Hopefully you're not fearing still. And please try to lay off the sauce when you sexually harass me, Jen, with various pictures of half-naked men. That's kind of weird when you did that. So, all right. So people are starting to stream on in here. Oh, here they come. We got a crew coming up here. Okay. So, let people roll in. Some people just walk. The Proctor household is like literally a quarter mile from the McCabe household, but they don't know each other. We just got a picture.
Okay, so here, listen to this. This is really interesting because now the judge said it in his motion, in his memorandum. He says, because Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Juliana Nagel were home during the rolling rally, and therefore subject to Carney's conduct and speech, the court concludes, that is the reason, you guys, the court concludes that the grand jury heard sufficient evidence to indict Carney under GL 268-13A as pertaining to them. So in the 88 pages, or in Bradel's, are they able? Did they ever state that, hey, Jen McCabe and them, they were not home? So my question would be then is when they get to be asked these questions under oath, right? Hey, so you were home during the rolling rally? The court found that these people were home. Well, look at how many freaking cars were in the Broad's driveway.
We got a picture of Michael Proctor in 2017 at his sister's house with his niece in the foreground, but in the background, there are the two youngest McCabe children in that picture. But according to Adam Lally, Lunchbox Lally, he actually said this with a straight face, that those are not, the girl in the front is not McCabe's kid. Now, we know that. Nobody ever said that the girl in the front was McCabe's kid, but the girls in the back are. And they were in towels too.
Carney was indicted with 8 counts of witness intimidation in violation of GL, whatever. Whoever willfully, either directly or indirectly threatens, attempts, or causes physical, emotional, or economic injury or property damage. He did not damage any property. X that out. Now, willfully. Was his intent to do anything to them economically? No. His intent was to make money himself. Okay? So he was willfully, I'm trying to make money. So here, whoever willfully, either directly or indirectly threatens, attempts, or uses physical, emotional, or economic injury or property damage, or misleads, threatens, intimidates, or harasses another person who is a witness or a potential witness. Again, these statutes, or police officers or investigators or family members or family member of a person described in this section at any stage of a criminal investigation, grand jury proceeding, trial, or other criminal proceeding of any type with the intent. Again, it's all about intent. With the intent. It's like prongs, okay? I'm sorry, but if I was Aiden, my intent here is to make motherfucking money. My intent is not to witness intimidate. I don't make any money if there is no trial.
Normally, children don't just walk around in towels, like free-range feral children. They appear to be, school age, probably like, 7 or 8 years old. I don't think they just wandered into the background and photobombed Michael Proctor at a family event obviously involves some sort of pool because, you know, they're in towels. And so Jen McCabe, here we are at the home of Jen and Matthew McCabe and all of their 4 daughters, who I do feel bad for. You know, when I first heard this story and I read about it, I'm like, and I found out that Jen McCabe had kids, I'm like, you know, that's kind of sad. Like, the mother's obviously going to go to jail for this. And it's sad whenever kids are separated from their parents like that. But the more I've learned about Jen McCabe, she doesn't really give a shit about her kids very much. And honestly, her kids need to see mom in jail because the cycle will repeat itself. If they think that they can just live life like this and cover up murders and be involved in stuff like this, then what kind of values are they learning? So if you're unfamiliar with the case, I mean, look at all these fucking... Here we go. Okay. You ever go to a keg party in high school, like in a suburban area, and like way too many people come up and you see this, you're like, oh man, cops are coming. Cops are going to be here real soon over something like this. Like, they're breaking this one up. There's no way. This is too good to be true. That's like what we got here. It's like a road where nobody lives, and it's just packed. Like somebody's calling the cops. So anyway, we got...
Why would they call the cops? They call cops because of like, you know, hey, these kids are being really loud and it's 11 or 12 at night. You know what I mean? Nobody called the cops, right? I would be using that. My fucking PP megaphone here. Nobody called the cops. Nobody could hear anything. I'm just sitting and spinning and talking to myself and my 1,500 subscribers. Okay, I did this live because this was what I'm reporting to my subscribers. Again, that's how I'm making my money. None of these people that are here at the Rolling Rally are coming up to me, handing me $5, $10, $15, $20. Nobody's super chatting me from this fucking event. The people who are paying and how I'm making money is I'm getting super chats or turtle chats or whatever the fuck they're called for him. So, yeah.
Rush hour traffic here on a dead end road in Canton. And so Jennifer McCabe pretended to be Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's friend. Her daughter was friends with John O'Keefe's niece. Sorry. Hi, John McCabe's neighbor. You're free Karen Reed. Are you team Karen Reed? Team Karen Reed. All right. So, anyway, so John McCabe pretended to be friends with John because their kids were friends together and whatever. And then she invited him over, possibly premeditated, knowing what John was going to find in that house. And she invited him over to 34 Fairview Road for an after party and was pretty insistent that they come there. John, within seconds of getting inside...
Again, he's just telling the story. So instead of the narrative that's out there for the police, what they've been pumping in the prosecution and their narrative, here, I'm going to make money off of my narrative. Okay, this is all about to make money. And
the house was confronted by...
That's my intent.
An 18-year-old...
I'm here to spread my narrative so that I can make money.
Meathead, a psychopath who obviously had issues.
I mean, that's clearly what the intent is. He's not trying to ask any questions. His intent is to make money. I just don't see it any other way. Why is he talking into a megaphone, but he's talking into his camera? He's talking to the 1,500 people that aren't there.
With them when they were formerly neighbors, because he would throw beer cans on his lawn.
In a live broadcast to explain what's going on. It's nothing different. This is a background. Nancy Grace will get way more views, clicks, money if she stands outside of the murdered house in Idaho. That's the intent.
Whatnot. And he was immediately beaten in the basement. We know that because his phone pinged inside the house. Something went terribly wrong by 12:29, within minutes. Jennifer McCabe was not even thinking about calling 911. Her first instinct was to cover this up. She called his phone and answered it, knowing that he was unconscious, to make it look like he was still alive. She then texted and called him 6 times between 12:40 and 12:50 a.m. to make it seem like, "Are you coming, John? I'm really worried about you." But she knew exactly where John was John was bleeding out in the basement. His life could have been saved. She made a conscious choice not to save it. She made a conscious choice not to save his life when she could have. And then she left, gave 2 people a ride home, including one person who lives close to John, that so she could go by his house and see if Karen Reed was still awake. And then she got home, and instead of going to bed after a night full of drinking, she decided to Google how long to die in cold, which is a really freaking weird thing
This is
to
how, yeah.
Google at 2:27
Cali
if
girl.
you're not worried about somebody dying in the cold. And
Yeah, I want to see Aiden beat these charges because I think it's bullshit. Okay? I could want that for him, and I could also want him to stop being a complete punk, which he has problems with. I see him doing nothing different than what Proctor was doing. So absolutely, I'm so glad that you mentioned that, Cali girl, Placerville. The Kearney attorney should listen to what Lana is saying. I really love that Lana can be critical about one topic and help him on another topic. It's because that's about what an independent is all about. It is what it is. Like it doesn't change. That's what bias. That's like it is what it is.
if you believe, as you told police, that you thought that
Thank
John
you,
went
Lana.
home. So why would you have to worry? Like, why would that cross your mind at 2:27 a.m.? She then stayed up all night, despite being drunk all day. She was up at 4:53 a.m. when Karen Reed finally called her. And literally, she was watching the minutes tick by. Every minute that went by, she felt more and more confident that she was going to get away with it, because it was more and more likely that John would die and not wake up and tell the world what they did to him. Then she filled Karen Reed's mind with poison and lies on the way over, pretending to be her friend, and then told Michael Proctor a bunch of lies. When she spoke with police at Brian Albert's house, she told them something, but apparently it wasn't enough, because she had to call back her good friend Michael Lake at 9 o'clock because she remembered something. She suddenly recalled that Karen Reed said a whole bunch of incriminating stuff in the car. She just remembered it at 9 a.m. He comes back, takes a statement. They hang out there for a couple more hours and then decide to get in the cars during the middle of a blizzard and come over here for the friends and family meeting with Michael Proctor, where they're all interviewed together. No protocols were followed. No tough questions were asked. And as a result, Karen Reed was charged with the murder of John O'Keefe shortly after that. So I just want all of Jim McCabe's neighbors to know, in case they don't already know, the people that live right here at 12.
Okay, so here it is. I just want all the neighbors to know. Okay. I just want all the neighbors to know.
They're cop killers that live. McCabe's neighbors to know, in case they don't already know, the people that live right here at 12. They're cop killers. These are cop killers, folks. These are cop killers that live here. They could have saved John O'Keefe's life. They're not. Your neighbors are cop killers. They're going to try to live life like nothing has happened, but we're not going to let them do that, because you don't get to kill police officers and fathers and get away with it. And you certainly don't get to frame innocent people who did nothing wrong to you and send them to jail for the rest of their life, simply because you don't want to take responsibility for what your brother-in-law / side piece did. So again, we got a long line here, so we're going to go on to the next house now. We are going to 78 Highland Street.
I don't see how the intent for that, in my personal opinion, how I would be, if you want to use the word spin, but if he was to say that and not be outside of their, on that road. So him doing a live broadcast, if it was anywhere other than on that street, does his intent change the fact that I'm doing this live because my intent is to let Jennifer McCabe's neighbors know? I'm informing citizens. I'm informing Jennifer McCabe's neighbors that, hey, Jennifer McCabe and her, they're cop killers. Now, reading this. As to the intimidation of, let's go here. Okay. The statute defines harass as an act directed at a specific person or group of persons that seriously harms or annoys such person or group of persons and would cause a reasonable person or group of persons to suffer substantial emotional distress. Under the statute, to intimidate means acts or words that would instill fear in a reasonable person. To communicate indirectly requires evidence that defendant intended such threat to be communicated to the targeted individuals. Well, I think his communication was to the neighbors who aren't witnesses. So my communication is to the neighbors who aren't witnesses. So I'm letting the neighbors know, who are not witnesses in this case, know that Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, I believe, are killers. So my intent and my target is to the neighbors. That's the intent. The target of my speech is to the neighbors. My intent with this sentence here is to let the neighbors know, so to the neighbors, that, hey, you live next to Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe, and in case you did not know, and they are cop killers. Said another way, for the Commonwealth to sustain an indictment under GL whatever 13B, it had to present evidence that Carney had, 1, willfully, directly, or indirectly, 2, threatened, attempted, or caused physical, emotional, or economic injury, or threatened, intimidated, or harassed a witness, a potential witness, or family member of a witness or potential witness in a criminal proceeding of any type. Well, I believe that those neighbors are who my target speech was towards, and therefore they are not witnesses in this proceeding, okay? Or they were not witnesses to the John O'Keefe case, right? And so therefore, what the fuck? I didn't see in reading any of the 88 pages that the targets of his speech were the neighbors of Jennifer McCabe. If you guys can tell me where in 88 pages of writing for Betterow or writing for Bradle, where the intended speech here is the neighbors. Again, to communicate indirectly requires evidence that the defendant intended such threat to be communicated to the targeted individuals or individual. Said another way, and I just said that, as to the intimidation of Chris Albert, so I want to go to the intimidation of, okay, here it is. As to Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe, the grand jury heard sufficient evidence to warrant a finding of probable cause of witness intimidation as to both of them. Carney has unexpectedly shown up to the McCabe's residence and filmed the inside of their home. That's not on this rolling rally one. That's on something else. So that wasn't this. Such conduct very well could have been done to intimidate or harass Jennifer and Matt. I already told you guys that I thought that was bullshit because his intent, I don't think, was to film the inside of their home. Next. Moreover, Carney unexpectedly making an appearance at Jennifer McCabe's and Matt McCabe's 2 oldest daughters' lacrosse game, filming them as he calls them cop killers, and then subsequently stating that he made a scene, blah, blah, blah. Okay. In sum, Carney's conduct, particularly in the context of showing up to the McCabe's daughter's high school lacrosse game, is evident of intentional. Okay, boom. So do you guys see how the judge here did not say that going to the McCabe's house for this rolling rally, he doesn't even mention it? You want to know why? Because the target was the fucking neighbors. This rolling rally, so the judge doesn't use that, and because he doesn't have blinders on when he's watching this or whatever was presented, that here this rolling rally. So the rolling rally didn't have anything to do with that, but
78.
so now they're going to go to where are they going next?
Thank you. Okay. Highland Street. Parked illegally? What is that guy doing? All right, so we're getting the four now. We're on a South Canton now. We're in North Canton. No sign of the police. Oh my goodness gracious. Albert's are best. Now, I'm told there was a state trooper there, so people are saying it's blurry. Let me see what this says. Little blurry. Okay. Jamming device. You guys can hear me okay? People say Kate Peters stalking the rally, violating the HPL. It's true, Kate. There's someone here that you're not allowed to come within 100 feet of, so might want to stay away.
Okay, so okay, so then this is where this goes on a wild thing. You guys, Kate Peter is like, I'm going to get this bastard. I fucking hate him. Whatever. They have this mutual hatred to each other. They're both, fucking hate each other. And so Kate Peter is documenting everything that Aiden is doing through his public YouTube channel.
Or just get a life, just live your own life. Like do whatever you want to do. Be happy, hang out with your kids, just be a person instead of like obsessing over me. It's kind of weird. Okay, so here we go. We're off to Highland Street, going south now. Let's go. Okay. So we're going to be passing by the police station again. This is great. We're going all through this town today, in and out. We're penetrating the shit out of it. There's Blue Hill Country Club. I believe the McCabe's golf there. It's a very nice town. It is a very, very nice town. So I have nothing against the town of Canton itself and the fine people that live here. I'm sure most of them are equally as disgusted as we are. Some people say that, everyone in Canton thinks Karen Reed did it. Newsflash, nobody thinks Karen Reed did it. Like, at least no one that has actually paid attention for more than 5 minutes. The only people that think Karen Reed did it are the people that just don't know anything about the case. And you're like, yeah, she did it, sure, because they told me she did it, and that's it. But nobody who's actually looked into it, besides Carl Dougal, he's the one dumbass who's actually looked into it and is still believes this, and Paul O'Keefe too. But even, I don't even know if they think that Karen Reed did it. Like, nobody believes that, and it's just wild. Like, Judge Cannoni knows that Karen Reed didn't do this. The district attorney's office knows that Karen Reed didn't do this, and they're all just cool with it. They're all just cool with, like, yeah, we're just gonna push forward anyway. I thought for sure when I first wrote this story, I'm like, oh well, they have to drop the charges now. I mean, it's with the Google search, it's like, how can you continue? And they're like, no, we're just gonna make up some shit. We're just gonna throw shit against the wall and see if it sticks. And just maybe people will believe our lie. And nobody really believes it, but they go along with it because of self-preservation. And because they don't want to see the bad guys go to jail, and so they have to paint Karen Reed as this crazy person, this crazy psycho bitch, which clearly she's not. Clearly, if Karen...
Clearly she's not. Karen is not a psycho crazy bitch. Well, 2023. Now Karen is a psycho crazy bitch. Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
Karen Reed was a crazy psycho bitch. Then clearly she's not. Clearly, if Karen Reed was a crazy psycho bitch, then I'll tell you one thing about crazy psycho bitches is they leave a long trail of destruction behind them. It ain't hard. It ain't hard to find the ex-boyfriend who was like, oh, that bitch is crazy. She keyed up my car. I
cannot believe this right now. Your defense team, when they tell you about the crazy psycho bitches?
Was nuts. She stopped she said she was going to get pregnant and then was lying about being pregnant. There's always some story behind the crazy psycho ex, but Karen Reed doesn't have anything like that. There are no ex-boyfriends coming forward and saying this. Every single person who comes forward about Karen Reed is like, this is out of character. This doesn't make any sense. Karen Reed is well respected and well liked, and also very generous and kind and caring, and they just find it impossible to believe that she did this. So we know, and I didn't know who she was before this. I feel like I've gotten to learn who she is as a person. Look at people are literally lining the roads right now,
Unbelievable.
cheering us on, drinking beers on their front lawn. You guys got to see this. Check this out.
It's Karen Reed Day.
Beers on their front lawns. Like, this is wild, man. This is wild. I don't know if we lost the stream there, but we are going to Highland Street right now in Canton. We are on Washington Street, the main thoroughway in town. This will bring us by the waterfall bar and all that fun shit. So, man, it's a nice town. It's a nice town. It's like, it's a shame.
A lot of ring cameras.
Definitely a lot of ring cameras, a lot of security, and I don't blame them because you got nice property here. You don't want people fucking with it or killing people and dumping bodies on the front. I mean, that's the craziest part about this is that, like, they didn't do anything. We know that because we went and knocked on doors. Is that Canton High School? Or no, this is like some administrative building. The high school's right around here somewhere. Yes, it is the high school.
It looks like it.
I thought the high school would be nicer.
I think the only thing he has to worry about with the rolling rally is that the intent was clearly not to knock on any of these people's doors, because you can't have that intent if you know that people aren't home. Your intent, that's why I think, hey, then once I knew that people weren't home, obviously I said I was going to go, I made a promise to my fucking people that watch my channel that I'm going to go do this. So my intent was to keep my promise to these people, and in turn, I'm going to make money because I'm keeping my promise to the turtle riders.
Yeah.
They needed no school. You deserve the taxes. Talk to Chris Albert. He's on the board of selectmen. Get him to buy you a new school. That thing looks dumpy. You need a better high school than that. I went by Westwood. It looked a lot nicer. Approaching this town hall where we audited recently. Wrong house. So there's like 1 million apartments there. It's pretty impressive when your brother is Chris Albert. I mean, that's not an easy task. I'm just saying. Like, the most successful two are Brian and Kevin, by far. By Brian and then Kevin. And Brian's a killer. And Kevin's an asshole. Everybody tells me Kevin Albert's like a huge asshole.
He's a cop, right?
He's a cop in Canton. And that, come on.
These are
Like,
just
it's like
opinions.
like they weren't going to cover this up. Like Kevin Albert. I'd like to see his calls that morning. Like, he didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Yep.
Like, he didn't tell Lank, like, don't go in the fucking house. Don't search that house. Just it was the girl. It was the girl. They're just gonna blame the girl from the beginning because somebody they know, at least, like, they were smart enough to know that, like, they couldn't get rid of the body. Like, that's what the mafia would have done. They chopped it up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Brian Albert's like, well, no, we can't get rid of him because we have to explain where he fucking went. So we're just gonna throw him on the front lawn and be like, ooh, I don't know how that happened. Oh, how'd that get there? Like, that was literally the plan. How'd that get there? And it worked out perfectly for them for a while. So there's Maple Street. That's where Chris Albert lives, down there. And we are now approaching the waterfall bar. I believe we'll be up here on the left. CF McCarthy's, I think, is on the right. Went by it like 4 times.
Right there.
Yeah. There we go.
More
we got
fans.
D&E Pizza up here. There it is in all its glory. Is it open?
Closed.
It's open, it says.
It is.
Yeah.
Shades are down.
We got turtle riders everywhere,
Riders
taping
everywhere.
us, dude. It's like a freaking presidential, like when the president comes to town,
And you're
like
the
that kind of
president.
shit. Like, people are lining the streets right now, cheering for this, loving this, drinking beers, partying.
He's just living in his glory, you guys. Like, his intent is to literally feed his ego, and that's all he has to testify to, because there's nobody on the streets. Now the president's going, I mean, my intent is to feed my ego. Like, you're gonna put me in jail because I'm choosing to feed my ego and lie about how many people are on the streets. That's what I would be saying. Like, you guys, I'm fucking saying there's all these people out here. There ain't nobody out here. The intent is for me to pump and make money. Clearly, do you see anybody?
We're coming.
Look at this.
There it is in all its glory. Is it open?
Closed.
It's open, it says.
It is.
Yeah.
Shades are down.
We got turtle riders everywhere,
Riders
taping
everywhere.
us, dude. It's like a freaking presidential, like when the president comes to town,
And you're
like
the
that kind of
president.
shit. Like, people are lining the streets right now, cheering for this, loving this, drinking beers, partying. We're coming to
This is
Canton. We're going
insanity.
all up and in your town. We're gonna go in and out everywhere, the whole 9 yards.
It's scary though how if Karen didn't get her lawyers, we would never know about any of this, and it would have she just would have gotten.
Yeah, like if they didn't hire Rick Green, we never would have found out how long to die in cold, and that's scary because
Everybody hires a phone expert.
person should have access to a guy like Rick Green. Like everyone, if you're gonna do a cell phone extraction, should get the full extraction. It should not just be up to some former Norwood cop like Nicholas Guarino, who doesn't know the first shit about technology. It's like, oh, here's an extraction. Here's everything I found. I pressed the button, and here's all the files, and blah blah blah. Like, no, we need actual nerdy tech people, not former Norwood cops to come on here and.
Jesus Christ. We need nerdy people. Jeez.
Show us exactly what's in the file. Okay, so we're taking a right on High Street, 600 feet. Oh, I've never been to this part of Canton. So this is the part that goes towards Island Street is up here on the left.
I'd be showing how he has clearly no idea where he's going. He's using a fucking, what do you call it? A GPS. He just has no idea where he's going.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting a bigger crowd on the 25th because that's, this was I gave people 1 day's notice with this.
Yeah,
like that's it. So we're going to 78 Highland. Okay, man, I don't know if this is a through road. No, it's kind of. I mean, I guess it's kind of a through road. So I don't know where people are going to park in there, but we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. So I'm going to let people. I'm going to give like 5 minutes for people to show up. This is not. I mean, it's my first rolling rally, so I don't really know how the fuck this works.
Exactly. This is my first rolling rally. I don't even know how this works. I think there's my intent right there. This is my first rolling rally. I don't even know how this works. There's your intent. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. It's because I'm really not having a rolling rally. I'm having a green backdrop. Okay. And I promised my people that I would do this. So here I'm coming out and doing this, and I'm making money. I'm not here to intimidate anybody. I'm here to make money.
That's 58. We're going to 78.
So
we got some people here already.
Which helps right there. I clearly didn't. I mean, how those people are there before him, Or he just thinks
64
for him. I don't know. Who knows? There's
66.
There's nobody on these streets. A couple cars right there, but that looks like there's neighbors talking.
The neighbors on these streets, like, what is going on here? I cannot believe we haven't seen a single Canton cop since they want no part of this, huh?
No,
none. So I guess we'll just park right here.
Sure.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it.
I'd be using that to my advantage too. If people were calling up to the police department about this and they didn't come out and do anything, okay. Why didn't they? Because they didn't believe he was breaking any laws. Okay. And that's a huge part. And that would be really good for Turtle Boy.
What was that? Oh, nice to meet you, Liz. How are you? All right. So here we are, 78. What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So 74. Is this 78? Okay. The brick one? It's a nice house. Oh, looks like people home too. Okay. Oh, I forgot my megaphone. Give me 1 sec. Hold on. We got to get the megaphone. That's fine. We got to let people stroll in here anyway. So we got people rolling in.
I got to get the megaphone. I also would show that I'm not saying hi to people. I don't know who these people are. They're not saying hi to me. I don't even know who these people are. These aren't crisis actors.
Reed and the cover up. You love to look at all these cars. Free Karen Reed.
Put it on their car.
Okay. Looks like
There's one car with
stickers. Love to see it. A lot of gear.
Okay, here we go. Megaphone.
Look at all these shirts. All right. So we'll let people roll in here. I guess I feel bad. People keep missing. People are getting here late for other ones. So I'll wait a couple minutes. Let people stroll in here. I understand the parking's a bitch around here. It's an I think this is the first rolling rally they've ever had in history of Canton. So they're not.
See his intended target here. He's waiting for the people because his intended target is actually the people that are there. His intended target. I'm waiting for these people. Because I want to talk to these people. I'm basically doing a live broadcast, and I'm using public streets in Canton, Norwalk, wherever the fuck he went. Jesus. Looks like that's his intended target.
Up for it. It's kind of weird. I'm kind of creeped out that there's no police. We haven't seen a single Canton police officer. Did you? Okay. Are they in regular cop cars? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I thought for sure that they would be like following us, making sure things fine. I think that. Oh, they are.
Oh yeah, we just started. We're working.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is 76. Okay, we're going to 78. Sorry, 76.
He doesn't even know where
Oh, okay.
he's at.
So we're going to 78. There are. Do they have cameras here? So they covered up a number. Ooh, I wonder why they did that. Okay, that's fine. No, this is Julie Nagel's house. This is Julie Nagel's house. Okay. Yes, he could. All right. So we'll let people stroll on in here.
None of these people got
We
charged.
are approaching the home right now. This is a really densely populated area. I guess they're home because we didn't tip them off that we were coming, or else they would have pulled a McCabe and gone to a gunquit. But we are outside the home of Julie Nagel. Julie Nagel, at first I thought that, maybe she's not that much of a part of it. Maybe she was just there. Obviously, she didn't do it. Outside the home, the populated area. I guess they're home because we didn't tip them off that we were coming, or else they would have pulled a McCabe and gone to a gunquit. But we are outside the home of Julie Nagel. Julie Nagel, at first I thought that, maybe she's not that much of a part of it. Maybe she was just there. Obviously, she didn't do it. I mean, she's not going to beat and kill John O'Keefe. That doesn't make any sense. But she is the girlfriend.
So, again, he's just telling the story to these people that are just standing outside. He's telling a story. Who is he intimidating? He's telling a story right now, right? To his 1,500 people watching to make money. And he waited to the people that wanted to do a live audience, like, hey, I had a live audience, like my
Brian
intended
Albert's
target, my
oldest
audience.
son, Brian Albert Jr. And by the way, what is up with the Alberts? Like, does everyone have to name their oldest son after themselves? Is that like a requirement in the Albert family? Apparently, you get the crest. It's literally a cult. So we are. Look at all the people here. Holy cow! People are still walking in here. So we're letting people catch up. That was a request. So we're going to wait a couple minutes before talking about what happened there. But thank everybody for coming out today. We really appreciate this. I'm sure Karen, if she's watching right now, appreciates seeing all the support here, because like a year or so ago, she was kind of all by herself, and she was being charged with murder. And she knew that these powerful institutions had framed her, had killed her boyfriend of 2 years, had turned his 2 children against her, had lied to them. And, the mental, we can't underestimate what that woman has been through mentally, not only being charged. I mean, I think
This is so sick to listen to right now. Well, he's now calling her a cunt.
she motivates me.
You guys want to talk about flip-floppers? I mean, Jesus Christ. But he says, no, I'm not a flip-flopper because she's innocent. Oh, okay. Because she doesn't want to be friends with you or hang out with you. She's a cunt. That's unbelievable. That just shows character of this human,
I mean, I've been through some tough times myself, but sometimes I'm like, well, at least I'm not being framed for murder. So I got that going for me. And I don't know how I'd wake up every day if I was her and go on with life. She's stronger than me. She's probably the strongest woman I've ever encountered.
Yep. Yep. She doesn't need to go on nobody's platform or her own. And woes me.
For her to not only to just, I mean, how she has the strength to wake up every day really is a miracle. But I think, and I'm sure, that seeing all this support all of a sudden for this has completely changed her mentality, her mental health, let her know that, you know, all these people have your back. No one's going to let you go to jail for this. No one's going to let you be, you're not going to be convicted. There's a zero.
Now his intent is to talk to Karen Reed and buy favor with Karen Reed. I mean, I don't even know what he's doing.
0.0% chance that you are going to jail for this.
Because it makes him money.
Which is really only half of the problem. Like getting the charges dropped for Karen Reed or having her acquitted is really only solving half the problem, because then
the intent is to get the charges dropped for Karen Reed.
You still have the problem that the people who killed John O'Keefe are going free. And we can't let them say, well, the person who did it got away with it. The people who did it need to be held accountable. So if you're a neighbor and you're listening right now, I apologize for all this traffic on your Saturday. But the people who live here at 78 Highland Street, the Nagels, a woman lives here by the name of Julie Nagel. Julie Nagel.
So he apologizes to the neighbors, but then because he's apologizing beforehand. Hey, I apologize, neighbors, but here I feel like it's my civic duty to let you guys know who lives here. That was my intent.
If you're a neighbor and you're listening right now, I apologize for all this traffic on your Saturday. But the people who live here at 78 Highland Street, the Nagels, a woman lives here by the name of Julie Nagel. Julie Nagel was present on the morning of January 29th.
Again, this is a great defense. My target audience of my rolling rally here, my intent was to talk to the neighbors. They are not witnesses in any motherfucking thing. Okay? All right? Like that's hello, it's right here. They're not witnesses. So the neighbors, my people that watch me, the people that are here live with me, and I'm making money. My intent.
2022 at 34 Fairview Road, when Boston police officer John O'Keefe was badly beaten, had his a huge laceration in the back of his head, was chewed up by a dog. She knew that all of this happened in the house, and she left at 1:47 a.m. with a woman by the name of Jennifer McCabe, whose house we recently went to, and she gave her a ride back home here. She is actively covering up. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So she actively, she might not have been the one that orchestrated the cover up, but at any point, Julie Nagel, you can come out. At any point, Julie, nothing is stopping you from telling the truth, from saving yourself. You know what happened that night. You know why John's body was on that lawn. You know why he has that huge laceration in the back of his head. You know that he was bleeding out. I'm sure it was traumatic to be in that house.
Oh boy, right here.
You know not have been the one that orchestrated the cover up, but at any point, Julie Nagel, you can come out. At any point, Julie, nothing is stopping you from telling the truth, from saving yourself. You know what happened that night. You know why John's body was on that lawn.
Oh my God. Now I know why her shit evolved into that she saw the blob. Otherwise, her testimony is pointless. They made her a witness, a more like a true witness to say that I saw a blob on the lawn. That is what, oh my God. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Jesus. I'd point out how Julie Nagel didn't know anything in her original interview, and that it wasn't until after this that Julie Nagel all of a sudden is now she saw a blob on the lawn. Because why would fucking Lally call her to the stand in trial 1? She's not a witness.
You know why he has that huge laceration in the back of his head. You know that he was bleeding out. I'm sure it was traumatic to be in that house. And I'm sure you are crapping your pants. Like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I understand the moral dilemma that you're in because this is your boyfriend's father. And you probably know Brian Albert Sr. and you've probably been to family events with him. And maybe he's going to be
I thought Brian Albert Jr. was gay.
your father-in-law someday. And you probably envisioned this whole life that suddenly was going to come to an end if Brian Albert and Colin Albert were held responsible for what they did. So I get it. I get the moral conundrum that you have there. It's very hard. But you can't get away with it anymore. Too many people know. They're going to go down. The question is, are you going to go down with them? Nothing is stopping you from coming forward and telling the police what happened. We know that you did not even talk to conflicted State Trooper Michael Proctor until 11 months after the murder. You talked to him in January of 2023 for the first time. You and Sarah Levinson were interviewed. And you are the only person that they spoke with who said that they saw anything on the lawn. You saw
there it is.
in the police report.
Okay, so here, now the timeline goes back to nope. Now she comes forward, and when she talks 11 months later, so this is prior to the rolling rally, and this is now available because he read the affidavit that what's his name put in, Alan Jackson put in. Okay.
That you saw something dark and shadowy on the lawn. You were very vague on purpose because you knew that if all of you said nothing was on the lawn, that wouldn't make any sense. So you had to say, oh, maybe I did see something. Maybe there was something there. We know it. And that is not just you. The second you made that statement and the second you made up that lie, and that's what it was a lie. The second you made up that lie, you became much more complicit in the cover-up of the murder because you went out of your way to make up a statement that you knew was untrue. And you were doing it to frame an innocent woman. You know, you obviously come from, you have parents, you got a brother and stuff like that. Karen Reed has a brother too. Karen Reed has parents too. Have you thought at all about what life would be?
As to Juliana Nagel, this is from the judge. The grand jury heard testimony that Aidan Carney has posted articles accusing Juliana that she is part of the cover-up of the O'Keefe's death, and that she needs to tell the truth. Grand jury transcript, December 19th, 2023, page 17. Juliana testified at the fucking hearing at the grand jury proceeding. Juliana testified that she believes Aidan Carney has posted articles making such accusations because he wants her to change her testimony. Now that right there is witness intimidation. While Carney asserts that the grand jury heard no direct evidence that he intended to impede or interfere with the Reed case or did so in reckless disregard of the impact it would have, the grand jury was permitted to draw reasonable inferences pertaining to Carney's intent from the circumstantial evidence presented. And this is not circumstantial, in my opinion. This is any reasonable person that listens to this. He knows that she's already told stuff, not testified, told stuff to Michael Proctor. So he has that knowledge.
We know it. And that is not just you. The second you made that statement and the second you made up that lie, and that's what it was a lie. The second you made up that lie, you became much more complicit in the cover-up of the murder because you went out of your way to make up a statement that you knew was untrue. And you were doing it to frame an innocent woman. You know, you obviously come from, you know, you have parents, you got a brother and stuff like that. Karen Reed has a brother too. Karen Reed has parents too. Have you thought at all about what life would be for them visiting their daughter once every 2 weeks on visitation day in Framingham? Has that ever crossed your mind about what you're doing to an innocent woman? Is Brian Albert Jr. really worth it? I understand. Oh, you got an Albert. I know the goal of every woman in this town seems to be to procreate with an Albert. I get it. I get it. But that dream is officially over. They no longer have the weight behind their name that they used to. So, I mean, I'd dump them and find somebody else. That's just me. And I would
I would dump him and find somebody else. That was just me. I think that dream was over because I don't think he's likes females.
come clean and you could be the hero to save us all. Your brother is the only person so far to tell the truth. Your brother's statements, yeah, give it up for Ryan Nagel. Give it up for him.
Now he's cheering on Ryan Nagel. I mean, again, he has to, unless he wants to testify, which I don't see him testifying. What is the intent here? Again, it goes back to they believe that this judge said to the intent. So Juliana testified that she believed Aiden Carney has posted articles making such accusations because he wants her to change her testimony. While Aiden Carney asserts that the grand jury heard no direct evidence that he intended to impede or interfere with the Reed case or did so in reckless disregard of the impact it would have, the grand jury was permitted to draw reasonable inferences pertaining to Carney's intent. So what was his intent here? From the circumstances ever presented. And as noted above, telling a witness to tell the truth, as in their version of the truth, can be done with the intent to influence a witness's testimony. See, I mean, they're citing cases here, this judges. Therefore, the grand jury heard evidence sufficient to indict. There's probable cause. So I think that this is probably like...
Your brother, Ryan.
Yeah, it's going to come down to intent. His team is going to have to show that the intent was not to witness intimidate her. Okay? What is the intent then? Again, to make money?
Up behind Karen Reed when she pulled in there and let her go first. John immediately ran into the house and he told the police the truth. He told them that there was nobody in the car with Karen Reed, that she was sitting there with her interior lights on, that her hands were at 10 and 2, that there was nobody outside the car. He confirmed that she could not have possibly done this, that he was inside the house. Now it's your turn to join your brother and be honest and tell the police why you came outside and told your brother to go home, even though you called him looking for a ride. You need to explain that. It's not too late to save yourself. You can avoid jail in doing that, but you're going to have to talk. It's not an option to remain silent. I mean, I know you guys are covered up. You didn't want us coming here. We found it. I mean, 76 is right there, so I'm guessing this is 78. It wasn't brain surgery. That didn't work. So you might as well tell the truth and let the world know what happened. So, you know,
They testified to why they covered up their number, and because we didn't want him there, we didn't want anybody over here. I don't know.
neighbors, maybe you guys can help us pressure them into this. Julie.
Oh, neighbors, maybe you guys can help them pressure them into doing this. Oh no. Oh, fucking bomb drop right there. Damn.
Was involved. It was
Little boy just wrote me, by the way, and saying that he will never go to prison. He will never go to prison. At Turtle Boy Live commented, "You seem to know very little about the facts of my case." Now he wants to write me. He's right. He's blowing me up. The facts. I don't. Facts of your case. I've been covering Karen Reed's case since like 2023.
The murder of a Boston police officer. She knows what happened, and she is actively involved in the cover work. So you might as well tell the truth and let the world know what happened. So, you know, neighbors, maybe you guys can help us pressure them into this. Julie Nagel was involved. It was at the murder of a Boston police officer. She knows what happened, and she is actively involved in the cover-up. She should not be able to walk around town like none of this happened, while an innocent woman named Karen Reed, a very nice woman named Karen Reed, suffers the consequences of her silence and her complicity.
The truth
So,
will set you free.
The truth will set you free. Absolutely, absolutely. So, the next place we're going to go to, not an op. You called them looking for a ride. You need to explain that. It's not too late to save yourself. You can avoid jail in doing that, but you're going to have to talk. It's not an option to remain silent. I mean, I know you guys have covered up. You didn't want us coming here. We found it. I mean, 76 is right there, so I'm guessing this is 78. It wasn't brain surgery. That didn't work. So you might as well tell the truth and let the world know what happened. So, neighbors, maybe you guys can help us pressure them into this. Julie Nagel was in.
Right there. Neighbors, maybe you can help us pressure them into doing this. Again, I'm just going off of the statute. And the statute says that I don't live in Massachusetts. I think that these laws are jokes or whatever. But at the end of the day, the intent here, it's all about what the intent is. And you cannot do certain things. And so Carney was indicted on 5 counts of unlawful picketing to influence a witness in violation of GL 13A. As noted, this statute makes it unlawful for individuals to picket or parade in or near a witness's residence. Well, I think the best thing to say there is, how would I ever think that this woman is a witness? Why would I think that she's a witness? She wasn't talked to until 11 months later. Okay. I think that we were trying to get her to become a witness. Okay. But it says that you cannot picket or parade in or near a witness's residence if you're allowed to do this, if in doing so, they intend to interfere with or obstruct or impede the administration of justice or influence said witness. So if you want to stand outside there and put up signs, okay, and say, Julie Nagel lied to Michael Proctor, or, I mean, I don't know, whatever you want to stand up there and hold signs and say, I don't know. But it's saying that you cannot, it's all about your intention. And so you cannot do this. They intend to, if your intention is to interfere with or obstruct or impede the administration of justice or influence a said witness. These indictments pertaining to Aidan Carney involvement with the rally that took place on or about July 22nd, 2023, Carney argues that because he did not use criminal speech while picketing the various witnesses' homes, the indictments against him cannot stand. The judge says that because Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were home, first thing I would try to prove is that Julie Nagel was not home. Go and try to get evidence that Julie Nagel was not home. Because it says right here, because Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were home during the rally, and therefore subject to Carney's conduct and speech, the court concluded that the grand jury heard sufficient evidence. Well, how did they prove that they were home? I would right now be trying to figure out a way to prove that Juliana Nagel was not home. However, Trooper Proctor was not home during the rolling rally. The court concluded that the grand jury did not hear sufficient evidence. Bye. So whoever will, then Carney was indicted with 8 counts of witness intimidation. And I think whoever willfully, either directly or indirectly, threatens, attempts, or causes physical, emotional, or economic injury or property damage, or misleads, threatens, intimidates. I think that this is intimidating. I think if anybody puts themselves in Juliana Nagel's footsteps, a reasonable person would feel intimidated. Okay, intimidates or harasses another person. Would you feel harassed? A witness or a potential witness. So then that goes out the window when I'm over here saying, well, I don't believe that Julie Nagel was a witness. she wasn't interviewed until 11 months later, and she was only interviewed after the defense did something, you know. So in that case, maybe they were did the defense contact Julie Nagel first, and then so therefore then that's why I don't know, but a potential witness it says as well. So or a police officer, investigator, or family member of a person described in the section. Then it says to communicate indirectly requires evidence that the defendant intended such threat to be communicated to the targeted individual. Well, who was the targeted individual? All right. I was trying to help out here by saying that, hey, if the neighbors were the target individuals, they were not witnesses. My target was my people that I'm talking to online. My target is the people that are standing around. My target intended audience is to the neighbors, right? Said another way, for the Commonwealth to sustain an indictment under 13B, it had to present evidence that Carney had willfully, directly, or indirectly threatened, attempted, or caused physical, emotional, or economic injury, or threatened, intimidated, or harassed. And I think you're not going to go with that there was the threatened or attempted or caused physical, emotional, or economic injury. You're going to go with the or, like they probably did in this case, or intimidated a witness or potential witness with the intent to impede, obstruct, or interfere with a criminal proceeding. And that's what I see how this meets that statute, which I think, again, so when then the judge says in its decision making, so you want to attack the judge, and here's what they're saying as far as to Juliana Nagel. What the fuck is Juliana? As to Juliana Nagel, the grand jury heard testimony that Aiden Carney had posted articles accusing Juliana that she is part of the cover-up of John O'Keefe's death, and that she needs to tell the truth. Grand jury transcripts, December 19, 2022, page 17. Juliana testified that she believes Aiden Carney has posted articles making such accusations because he wants her to change her testimony. And she believes this, you guys. She has this belief because of his own words. And that is how what was used against Karen Reed was her own words. And Turtle Boy's own words will be used against him in this proceeding.
Police the truth. He told them that there was nobody in the car with Karen Reed, that she was sitting there with her interior lights on, that her hands were at 10 and 2, that there was nobody outside the car. He confirmed that she could not have possibly done this, that he was inside the house. Now it's your turn to join your brother and be honest and tell the police why you came outside and told your brother to go home, even though you called him looking for a ride. You need to explain that. It's not too late to save yourself. You can avoid jail in doing that, but you're going to have to talk. It's not an option to remain silent. I mean, I know you guys have covered up. You didn't want us coming here. We found it. I mean, 76 is right there, so I'm guessing this is 78. It wasn't brain surgery. That didn't work. So you might as well tell the truth and let the world know what happened. So, neighbors, maybe you guys can help us pressure them into this. Julie Nagel was involved. It was at the murder of a Boston police officer. She knows what happened, and she is actively involved in the cover-up. She should not be able to walk around town like none of this happened, while an innocent woman named Karen Reed, a very nice woman named Karen Reed, suffers the consequences of her silence and her complicity.
The truth
So,
will set you free.
the truth will set you free. Absolutely, absolutely. So, the next place we're going to go to, did somebody say that, what was the next one? What was 11? Yeah, but is that like a dead end? People are saying.
I think that's his biggest
Okay.
hurdle there.
I
think right there, the whole Julie Nagel thing, I would be trying to figure out if Julie Nagel was home. I think that there's a good chance that she was not home. She seems like she's the type of person that would have got out of Dodge. Show that Julie Nagel was not home. What was the intent of this rolling rally? What was the intent of this? I mean, I'd be lying to you guys if I did not hear the words, hey, neighbors, maybe you can help us pressure her. Pressure them. I mean, he should have never used that language. Pressure her to do what? Do the right thing. We're not here to pressure you to do anything. Hey, we're here because we're hoping that, I mean, again, the intent.
So parking's probably not going to work out there, huh?
That's the worst one.
Oh, thank you. Very nice of you. Thank you.
My boyfriend and I watch you all the time, and we love you.
Oh, there you go. I would use this right here.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
She hands him money.
Road,
Use this. My intent was to make money, like I've said it's always been.
See if he's home and see if he wants to come outside. Let's go.
Okay. I mean,
Dirt road or something like that, he said.
Okay. So parking's probably not going to work out there, huh? So why don't we? All right. So next up, the next stop in our tour of Canton, we're going to be going to 31 Fairview Road. 31 Fairview Road to the home of Deputy Police Chief Thomas Kelleher to see if he's home and see if he wants to come outside. Let's go.
I just want to give this to you and thank you.
Oh, thank you. Very nice of you. Thank you.
My boyfriend and I watch you all the time, and we love you, and you are just a fucking hero.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you.
right there, I would use that. I would use.
that.
See, they're paying me. I'm being like how they pay me on my channel. Like it's like a turtle chat. Okay, I'm here to make money. I'm not here to harass anybody. I'm here to make money. That's why I'm doing this. I have no other reason to do this. That's what I do for a living. But award-winning journalists don't get paid like that, I guess. I don't know. I think it's for money.
Oh, yeah. I can't shut it off because it's streaming, but we can talk after. Oh, we wait 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. I waited for a while. Oh, yeah. We'll try to wait longer. Fairview will wait longer. Justice for Karen Reed.
So how your lives increased on the own rally, assuming that they did increase. Yeah, it's all for money.
What's happening? Thank you.
Prior after, right?
No, we're on 31 Fairview. Yeah, that's going to go after. Yeah. Yeah. 31 Fairview. 31 Fairview. Hey, how you doing? There we go.
Thanks, Turtle.
You're welcome.
I'll see you over there.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hi, puppy. Hi, honey.
That's so fucking wild.
Let's do it. This is it. This is the whip. I'm getting tips.
I know.
Oh, my.
Here's 100 for
Oh, Jesus Christ. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate that. Oh, that's pretty horrible. Thank you very much.
The people are handing Turtle Boy
I'm like a
cash.
stripper. Yeah. Like an
love you,
upscale
man.
stripper. I'm going to take my clothes off this time. All right. This time.
I've never seen such an outpouring of love. For
Oh,
someone.
it's crazy, man. So we're off to 31 Fairview. Probably should have hit that on the way here, but okay. Okay. Let's go. End 31 Fairview. All right, here we go. So it is 8 minutes away.
Nice.
People are saying, please don't turn down Sherman. Please don't turn down Sherman Street. We are on the lawn waving at you. Head to Dedham. We want to yell at you. I will say, I got to go the way. I got to go the
Easiest
fastest
way,
way.
yeah.
But we'll be going down that road later. Don't worry. We'll go that way on the way to the police station. We already went down Dedham. Oh, no, we haven't been on Dedham yet.
So the
Actually, you know what? Maybe I will do that. Maybe I'll go the Karen Reed way.
So the neighbors in the house next to her came outside. Were giving you a thumbs up.
Oh, were
They're
they? Okay.
the next door neighbor.
The house we initially went to. We
Yeah.
thought it was
They're
77.
your supporters.
Yeah.
That must be awkward for them.
I know. Dude, like every place we've been to, the neighbors have come out and supported us. So like Jen McCabe's neighbors, like I want you to know, like Jen, like you've insulated yourself in this world where you think everyone has your back.
These people.
Your neighbors hate you. Like your neighbors know what you did. You need to come clean. They're not having us. You're killing the property value. Brian Albert had to sell his home for $50,000 less than the listing price. It's not good.
In a good market.
In a good market too, you know? Could have gotten like, come on. He could have got $1 million for that. But you guys are killing the property value with your cover-ups. You can't be doing that. It's not good. Not good. Oops, sorry.
It's okay.
Fuck.
Oh man, it's packed. Look at these people.
Yeah.
They're like, what is going on? These people are so confused. Oh my gosh, this nice family is out here. This guy with his 2 daughters on the lawn, like looking at it, like, what is going on right now? Sorry, it's a rolling rally. What are you gonna do?
They're waving.
Hello, kids. Don't kill people, please. Okay. Woo. Sweaty.
Yeah.
Almost 2,000 people on the live now. You love to see it. Smash that
Wow.
like button, people.
Another
Smash.
neighbor's waving.
Hey, look at it. What's happening? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No, don't put me on.
No, you're not on.
You're
It's
not.
on me. It's on me. Neighbors are coming out of their house right now, taking pictures, thanking us for the work that we're doing in this. That's love, baby. Love it. I love to see
A lot
it.
of love.
I love to see it. When we were on the main street there and those guys were drinking on the front lawn, they were all on their phones watching the YouTube. They're all so shout out to all the people in Canton watching right now. You're probably wondering what all this traffic is. This is the Turtle Boy Army. Turtle Boy Army coming for justice. No justice, no peace. Look at this fucking rolling alley. This is wild, dude. Just look at all this shit.
Insane.
Look at all this shit.
It is insane.
This is like some side freaking road that leads to nowhere that no one goes on. It's just packed. It's packed.
Like you're leading it, but like we can't even get through.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
So many
But
cars.
we'll all be there. We'll all
Yeah.
get there, you know. Maybe I shouldn't lead it. Maybe I should let other people get there first because other
That's
people are
actually not
missing
bad.
it, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe we will go the long way.
Yeah.
People are like, you inspire me to drink more water. I do. I gotta stay hydrated. You should drink a gallon of water a day. That's what they say.
It really seems like the whole town's supporting you and Karen.
Oh,
Like,
for sure.
Everyone I've seen at every house has been.
Yeah, people have told me that, like, oh, down the beauty salon, everybody thinks Karen Reed did it. I'm not getting that vibe. I'm not getting that vibe in town. I'm getting the exact opposite vibe.
Yeah.
That people support what we do here, and I almost like want to rent an apartment in this town or something so I could like just come here more often.
Yeah.
It's a nice town.
I heard a rumor you're looking at houses in Canton. Is that true?
Uh,
Want to respond to that?
No, I mean, maybe once we get rid of the murders.
Yeah.
Maybe
there might
then
be
we'll
some
see.
properties open.
Yeah. I mean, the woman that moved into 34 Fairview, she was real nice
She's
when I talked to her.
nice.
Yeah, you talked to her too.
Yeah.
She just asked not to be filmed, and that's no problem. But she was very happy to speak to us on the record and tell us that she had no idea that the house she had moved into was such a controversial piece of property.
Oh,
A super reader lives here. Nice. Okay, cool.
nice.
Nice kid. All right. Man, look at all these freaking people. Holy shit.
Yeah.
This is wild.
See,
Okay.
that wasn't the intent then. I'd
It's
be
getting
using
hotter,
that
too.
like,
It's 82.
holy
We
shit, look
got-
at all these freaking people. He is shocked that there's these people. Absolutely shocked. You'd be using that to your advantage. I had no idea that these people would come out. Okay, like for me, I was going to be going and doing this. I never thought in a million thousand years that the amount of people that, came out. You can clearly see that he's fucking shocked. At least a reasonable person like myself, I think I'm pretty reasonable. I believe that.
It was like 70 before.
Yeah, it's getting on.
Wished I lived in the area. I'd be going nuts. Turtle, fastest way from Highland is left. Yeah, I know the fastest way is left, but I'm gonna go right because I don't want to get there first. Because me getting there first is the problem.
Yeah.
Because
Should
a
get
lot
there
of people are
fast.
missing this. I feel bad. The people came all the way out for this rolling rally. They're missing it. So, but again, At least it's something to do on a Saturday. So what are you guys going to do today? I'm going to a rolling rally, and we're going to protest a bunch of freaking people that I read about online. And they're a bunch of assholes, though. Let me tell you. The Julie Nagel's house, that was a good one. Like, because they were home. I cannot believe they covered up their freaking.
Like that's gonna work.
Like his 76 is right there. Come on.
He's saying that they were home. The Julie Nagels, they were home. I don't know why he thinks that they were home. I don't know if he saw them, but he's assuming that they're home because unless Julie was sighted.
Freaking.
Like that's gonna work.
Like his 76 is right there. Come on. Like,
You know, they're going to try to say, like, he's saying that was the best one. You know, they're going to use that to try to say, only he knows why he was saying that was the best one. And from what I'm understanding, the ones that he went to beforehand, he's saying that those people aren't home. So the best one was because they were home.
don't know the next to 78. Come on. Not.
I thought they'd be out.
Look at everyone's going right. My way was. Let me see what happens now. Now you go to go up Dedham Street. They're like, although going through the center of town would be fun right now.
Yeah.
Let's go through the center of town. Fuck it. Yeah. We got nowhere to. Let's get Sarah Levinson's house because she lives on like a dirt road and it would just be a fucking nightmare, we're told. Fairview Road, okay. What's happening?
How do you stop it?
Hold on. So if I put this, I feel like we crapped out there because the phone is up. So we're spending our Saturday. It is packed. Show them the traffic. Turn it around. There we go. Look at that. Look at that line.
Traffic jam.
It's just like this is a small town, honestly. It's probably like fall and all this. That's 31 fear there. I heard that he accidentally shot himself in the head. People have told me. I haven't really looked into that. I don't know. That he's a fucking moron. Like he's obviously corrupt. He's the deputy chief.
What?
He's like second to corrupt yourself. Sensations. And they
Yeah.
they're on our right.
Right there.
There's the waterfall.
We're going there and been living out the. Yeah. Look at me. It's kind of snobby and weird. Took out. So it must have been the way we gotta wake up, bro. John. Yeah, buddy. Okay. So they told me to go that way. I think that was them. So we're going to go. So they went this way. We're going to go left. This takes us over to Fairview Road. So Karen went that way. She went the long way. So we're going to go down here. Fairview's going to be down here on our right. All right. House. Woo!
Yeah.
So we got steeplechase. No. No, that one's got.
That says an old doorbell.
That one.
I don't see one there either.
One there.
Not there.
They're looking for ring cameras.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah. Do you guys have a ring camera? Okay, no ring. All right, thank you anyway. But they're rooting for us. The neighbors know we're coming. The new Turtle Boy's coming
They
there.
love you in this
How do they?
town. There's someone else.
Yeah, she gave us a thumbs up. 10 Fairview gave us a thumbs up.
That's
This is
one
the
I went
house
to
that has a ring doorbell.
Yeah.
That's got a ring doorbell. What else do we got here?
See, like nothing's wrong with this.
The
Nothing.
19, that's got one. Who's got one?
People are
Oh,
already
it's
here.
packed here, baby. It's packed. So I'm just going to park over here. All right. Don't want to park in front of the fire hydrant.
Sure.
Go first is probably smart. Megaphone. Not. So the good people of Fairview Road are all coming out. Nice to see them. Okay, no ring. Okay, thank you. Dude, let's do it. Here we go. I think I held this last time. Multitasking. Hello. About it. It's like out of a fairy tale when you see it. So here we are. We are outside of 31 Fairview Road, the home of Canton Deputy Police Chief Tom Kelleher. As you can see here, he lives directly across the street. Dad nearly across the street from 34 Fairview Road. He's got a Ring camera right above his doorway. 3 of them. 1, 2. Oh, there's the third. So they're all pointing, especially that one. That's pointing right at it. So this is the angle of where 34 Fairview is. Right under, right next to, between the flagpole. Let's walk over there. Hold on. Field trip. Yeah. So over here.
Josie
This is
says,
where it was.
"Takes away time to build a reputation. Only one man can lose it."
And they'll
Choices.
say, "Oh, Gemma Caves, I didn't see
My
anything.
name
I didn't see
too.
anything." Right over here,
Yeah,
right before the mulch, is where the body of a
Thank you, Josie.
6'2",
You're always supposed to love him.
217-pound man was lying motionless, illuminated by 1 inch of snow. 1 inch of snow.
Anybody 6 feet tall?
And why don't we not go on their property? So he was lying right there, and if he was hit there, and this is where the magical 3-point turn, I guess, happened. They want us to believe that instead of dropping John off over there by the driveway, that she dropped him off right here by the mulch, which makes no sense why. So we could run across the lawn. That makes no sense. Of course, she was parked right where this car is. That's where Ryan Nagel saw him.
We were out there numerous times. It is so small. Like, it's so tiny, and it doesn't do it justice until you're out there. Their lawn is so tiny. You cannot miss, okay, that a body would have been. It's just so, like.
And Ryan Nagel, of course,
You wouldn't have missed it. There just wasn't a body out there, you know? You didn't miss it. That's why they're not part of a cover-up, because there was nothing, like, they didn't need to. You think that those type of people, like the Brian Alberts and the Higgins of the world, are telling people like Sarah Livingston and Julie Nagel what the fuck is up? Absolutely not.
said that no one was in that car with her and that no one was outside of the car. Ryan Nagel would have had a perfect sight if there was a body laying right here. First of all, what time did the 3-point turn happen? How did she kill him that quickly before Ryan Nagel could see it? And how did he miss the dead body? A lot of unanswered questions here.
Again, his target audience is the people that are watching from home, okay, like his lives normally. And again, the target audience are the people that are there, you know, that are like the live audience.
A child could see through. It's disgraceful. Anyone, that house over there at 33 Fairview's got rings, but this house at 31 Fairview is owned by Deputy Police Chief Tom Kelleher. He's got 3 ring cameras. One is looking directly at me, which would have seen Karen Reed killing John O'Keefe if she had done that. Whatever happened that night, those cameras picked up. Conflicted State Trooper Michael Proctor never once asked them to provide their ring camera video. He told them that, oh, there's nothing on there. You got to trust me on that one. I'm a cop. You can believe me. I would not lie to you. You don't need to look at it. And that was all Michael Proctor saw. Karen Reed was pointed in this direction, heading south on Fairview Road. And they want us to believe her house is that way. It's that way, not that way. John O'Keefe's house, One Meadows, is that way. Yet they want us to believe that she did a 3-point turn right here. Apparently because she wanted to go the long way in the snow, the wrong way they came, and go back around and just get a tour of camp like we just did in the middle of a
Look
blitz.
at how
That's what they
bad
want us.
the service is right in that area, like right there. That whole area sits in it's horrible, the type of service. That's why, like, when you look at the Wi-Fi in the connections that are going on with Karen Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe's Waze and shit like that, and how Ian Whiffen was showing, like, oh yeah, like, look at how big the circle gets, and then look at it goes in and then out, and then in. It's because that area right there, we've been there. We had horrible reception. That's why his camera is like this, and it's going in and out because of the horrible reception there. And I think it 100% affected the data with John O'Keefe's,
to believe. Tom Kelleher knows what happened. He's not stupid. He's got ring cameras. He's seen what happens. Tom Kelleher.
Now, I cannot wait to see if when all of this, when the information comes back and we find out, it's kind of hard to believe that a police officer like Brian Albert wouldn't have surveillance of his home. It's alleged and believed that there's potentially surveillance, that they had Ring cameras over there at 34 Fairview, and that they lied and acted like they didn't, and that they buried those cameras. Like that, oh, we don't have any, and that they took them down and stuff like that. Well, guess what? These Deuce Tecum subpoenas that Karen Reed will put out to see if the Alberts at any point in time had Ring or name any third party that provides surveillance. How great would it be to come back that they actually did have a provider? How wow would that be?
Knows the exact time that John O'Keefe's
I
body.
think if I was Aiden, I'd be asking these Canton police officers, but then you don't know what they're going to say. Why didn't they ever come if what we're doing is so wrong or whatever, and we're not allowed to do it? And because I think they're going to go the route that it's not illegal to have a rolling rally. You're allowed to drive around and go places. What you just can't do is you can't do certain things when you're doing it. But I would be thinking that these people would have been calling the cops, right? So did they get any FOIA requests? Did they see if anybody made any calls that day? Or any calls like that they called the police? Because if you're in fear or you're threatened or you're intimidated, right? I know that my ass would be calling the cops. Like, hey, I have no idea what the fuck is going on, but there's like a bunch of people outside my house calling me a murderer. I have no idea if these people are armed. I need you to get the fuck out here. Not a single person. No one did that. Right? So I would be going out and getting that information. I'd be using that to my advantage. It would make sense if someone's home and you saw this. Like, wouldn't you be like, what the hell's going on? And you would just be calling to say, hey, I don't know if what they're doing is illegal. If they can't do it. They're just standing out in front of my house. But I just wanted to document this. Think about this. These are the type of people that we're dealing with. None of these people called the police.
Body was taken out of that garage
Because they weren't at home.
in a car, brought over here.
Which would help, right? Because these people are over here trying to say they were home. Well, I don't know if I was home when this was going down. I'd be calling the popo. Because I'd be like, I just need to document this. I don't know what to think. I don't know what's going on. These people, I mean, I got some guy with a little pee-pee megaphone out there. And there's a bunch of cameras. So I don't know if it's the news. I don't know what they're doing.
Brian Albert's car was parked right here as a shield. And
But nobody did, right?
And he saw a body being thrown on the grass and left there. And then the Ring camera would have him driving back into the driveway that nothing happened. 2 hours later, a hysterical woman named Karen Reed would arrive at the scene. She is the only one in the car with 3 people that saw the body, which somehow implicated her, even though, as we can all see, is there any obstruction here that would stop Kerry Roberts? What do you guys think? Is there any obstruction here that would stop Kerry Roberts and Jen McKay from seeing that body? No, there's none. They all would have seen it. They all would have seen it. But only Karen Reed saw it. And only Karen Reed tried to save his life and get out and perform CPR. What was Jennifer McCabe doing? She was calling inside and telling, don't come outside. Don't come, Karen's here, don't come outside. Somehow a Boston police officer, oh yeah, I don't know that. I think they would see over there. I think they would see the body over that fire hydrant. But a Boston police officer did not come outside for.
All he is this is a narrative. Again, this is, hey, I'm telling my viewers about the true narrative. You know what I mean? Who's he talking to? He's talking to his camera. He has his camera out. He's recording himself. He's talking to his camera the whole entire time. Okay, nobody was recording him while he's looking at Julie Nagel through a window and like pointing or something like that. He's talking to his camera. Again, I would be seeing if that, could be used, because obviously if I'm talking to my camera is my intended that's my target audience. Okay? It's like Nancy Grace going and putting a pop-up table out in front of the fucking shit she's covering. They're on a public area and they're recording. That's not illegal.
The half an hour when first responders were here and woman was screaming and hysterical, didn't come outside to see what the hell was going on in his property. No, so I guess that happens a lot around here. Just bodies show up in your lawn. Just go back to sleep. That's what they want us to believe. So we know that guy who lives in that house is part of the cover-up too. He's a police officer. People trust him in this community. If you're a neighbor here, please know that this guy,
again, intended target, the neighbors. Hey, just please know. The neighbors need to know.
is covering up for a cop killer. He's covering up. Your neighbor, Tom Kelleher, is complicit in the death and murder of John O'Keefe. He is complicit in the framing of an innocent woman who did nothing wrong by the name of Karen Reed. And we are here to let you know that. I'm sorry that they did this to you. I'm sorry.
We're here to let you know that. Our intent is to let the neighbors know that Tom Kelleher is involved with the police department and that his Ring camera is shit and it doesn't catch anything, and that he is complicit in knowing about what went down and saying, okay, I'll keep my mouth shut. And I'll, if there's anything on my cameras, I'll bury them.
Sorry that they brought all this attention to your otherwise lovely and peaceful neighborhood. But Tom Keller, Brian Albert got the hell out of Dodge. He got the hell out of Dodge. He's no longer your problem. Tom Keller is your problem. Tom Keller can come clean whenever he feels like it. He's just choosing not to because he's complicit in murder. And we're not going to let him get away with that. So I'm sorry that they brought down your property value like that, but it is.
I'm sorry that you brought up your property. So again, my other intent is to let these neighbors know that these people are bringing down your property, your property value. Okay. Again, so the neighbors. It's what I see the intended target. Again, the intended target is who's watching him. This is all to make money, and
what it is. All right. So the only other stop we were going to go to. Hey, what's happening? Yes. All right, Clarence. Yeah. So I've been informed that I believe Ken Berkowitz no longer lives here. So I don't want, Ken Berkowitz used to live at 8 Briar Road. I'm told that he no longer lives here. And I don't want to take the chance of going to the wrong house if he's not there and disturbing some random person. That would be awkward. So, hey! So what we're going to do now, we're going to go to the final stop. We're going to go to the Canton Police Department, and we're going to protest right on
what you're
Washington
saying and
Street,
doing.
across
The
the
corrupt
street
now have
from
it.
Tim Albert's
We didn't
house.
have
We're going to
this.
head to
I don't know
Canton
what
Police
that
Department
means.
now. Let's go.
Oh. Erica, what does this mean? Erica. What you are doing and saying the corrupt now have. Are you kidding me? They have it on, they've had this the whole time. They showed this to the grand jury. Worst megaphone ever. I agree. That megaphone, nobody could hear shit. So I'd be using that again. It was a prop. People couldn't hear shit. Okay? They were watching me online.
Oh,
They all wanted to
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Everyone wants to just take pictures. I was doing this so I fucking could also take pictures with people. I'm doing this to get laid.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, people are coming up and thanking me. Okay, why are they thanking me? You'd have to ask them what their intent was to thank me. I don't know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I think all these people should be fucking called to the stand, and that Bradel should go through all these people and say, were you at the Rolling Rally? Yes. What was your intent of being there? Only they know why they were there. And why were you thanking Aiden Carney? I'm sure you weren't there thanking him for witness intimidating, were you? I would be, and they're gonna be like, hell no, we're not there to witness intimidate. I was thanking him because he's trying to. This has been going on forever in our community, right? We've been scared of these cops for a long time. These cops have been getting away with fucking shit left and right. If your last name isn't this or your last name isn't that, they've been able to fucking do whatever. Okay, so thank you for covering the story from the angle of we the people over here that don't have that last name and aren't a police officer. We continue to get fucked. We're sick and tired of these people. So I would, every single one of these people, why are they thanking him? Let a jury hear that. Let a jury hear that these people clearly are reasonable people and they're not thanking him because what?
Too kind.
Hey, Sal Trafficante.
Oh, nice to meet you, sir. How you doing?
Put the face in there. I know you see. Good
Yes,
to
nice to meet you too, man. So there it is. Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Are we in there?
There you go.
You got it?
People coming out there to get selfies.
Okay, good.
Thanks. Good job.
No problem.
Good job. Why are you saying
Hey,
good
what's
job?
happening?
You know what I mean?
Yes. Look at this.
Turtle Boy should have invited everybody to the waterfall to go have drinks afterwards.
Oh my gosh, you guys are too kind. I feel like a stripper.
See, more people are just handing him money. I'm telling you, he's taking the money. You need to use that to your advantage. They're giving you money, just like they would with your show. Okay, they came to see a show. They got a show. Okay, there is nothing wrong with anybody going out there and making money. He's not witness intimidating, right? I'm using.
Thank you.
People came out. They're paying me, and then you can ask yourself, why did you pay him? Did you pay him to go witness intimidate? Did you pay him for what were you? Why did you give him money? I gave him money for his gas tank because only these people know their intent. Only these people know what they're supporting. And so, to a reasonable person, I would want to know that. I think the jury would want to know why is he getting money? Don't let the Commonwealth spin it, right? Only these people know why they were giving Turtle Boy money. And so he's clearly doing this for money. That's the intent. There's nothing different than The Bachelorette and The Bachelor. Reality television sells. Look at this reality TV right here. Rolling reality.
Look at this. Look at this. Free Karen Reed. How about that?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate
And guess
that.
what? And guess what? This gets him off. So he sees that this gets him off, right? Oh my God. Look at me. I'm a celebrity. Oh my God. Look at me. I'm a celebrity. Oh my God. People are paying me money. So I continue to talk about this case. Go talk about a case that's a black man who's 25 years old. Okay. Being framed by white police officers in Pennsylvania. You're not going to because you're not going to make money.
Look at all the cars are decorated for it.
So if anybody, a reasonable person would see that, yeah, he's talking about this case because he's making money. And that's the intent. The intent is to make money. I have a channel. I have this career to make money. Rolling reality. There you go. It's hard to believe that this is resulting in locking him up. It's not hard to believe because these are the same corrupt people that they're going to take the statute and do these little loopholes to say that, again, this was to indict him. He was indicted, okay? And he was indicted off of like clips and stuff like that. Just the same way that Hank Brennan used clips of Karen Reed in her criminal case. This is not a civil case that Aiden Carney is facing. He is facing criminal case, right? Awesome. Yes, he is. Well, I would just love to see the 165,000 person platform start talking and start helping him and start rallying behind him and just focusing on his criminal case and none of this other bullying mentality bullshit. And all of you people that want to act like fucking 7th graders can all piss up a tree. If you're the Commonwealth, are you going to call Karen Reed to the stand in his case? I would think, yeah.
We just got the fingerprint on. Hey, thank you very much. All right, this is next week. Like, go and get it. I'll get it for you. All right, awesome. I'll see you in a little bit. Here we go.
This is the other thing that's really weird, okay? And I would use this to my advantage if I was Turtle Boy. There's all these mass people. Mass people are there, right? And the camera is always on him 24/7. He has the opportunity to turn the camera around and to show all the people, right? Nope, the camera can't be off him. That's my intent. My intent is to have the camera on me and make this all about fucking me. My intent is about me to make money. I am the show. I am the reality. This is my reality show. This is me. And this is me. Money, money, money.
Yeah, buddy.
Let's do it.
Oh.
I see 2 things. That's about it. I think everything with Julie Nagel is illegal.
Throw it on the tip jar. All right.
Tip jar. There you go. See? I'm going to put this in my tip jar. Use that.
Throw it on the tip jar. All right.
He literally has a jar there. He was unscrewing something. He's literally putting money in it. Who the fuck would have a tip jar? You guys, he needs to use this to his advantage. He has a fucking tip jar in his car. Right? That's what he's saying. And if the Commonwealth wants to use every fucking word, he needs to use that. Yep, this is my tip jar. I'm here. I'm doing this to make money. That is my intent.
Let's do it. Don't thank me. Thank Alan Jackson. All right.
Don't thank me. Thank Alan Jackson. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I gotta go. Jesus Christ. This man. What is this? Don't thank me. Thank Alan Jackson. He means his filing.
All right. Fastest way to.
Okay. Don't thank me. Thank Alan Jackson. And I'm telling you what he means by that. Alan Jackson filed a public filing. And that's where he is claiming that, hey, this is what this lawyer said. And it's in an affidavit. He swore to it. I'm going to back this dude.
The Canton Police Department.
I'm going to use this information. I'm going to use this information to make money. That's what he did.
Not that.
I'm going to use this
Let's go
information
down
to
Dedham
make
Street
money.
just because I want to go the long way.
You still want me to hold that for?
Sure. If you don't mind, whenever you're ready.
I'm
Oh,
sure I
I
can.
put it in the wrong thing. Oh, look, a 3-point turn. Can I hit 27? Can I go to after they explain? Oh, they let me go. Okay, very nice of you.
Does this exceed your expectations of how many people are going to show
Oh,
up?
yeah, I thought there would be like 50. Like I was gonna get like 50.
Yeah.
But holy shit.
There you go. I thought we were going to get like 50. But holy shit. I would use the fact that, look at, I'm a dad. I have my kids' car seats in the back, okay? Like I'm just an average dad trying to make a buck, okay, to feed my kids. I'd be using, look at the car, got the car seats in the back. Using that to my advantage.
Holy shit. I got it.
Holy
There's
shit.
a
I
lot of
mean,
freaking people. There's 2,000 people watching like the whole freaking time.
holy shit, 2,000 people watching the whole freaking time. Like, can't believe it, 2,000. And now he's got 12,000 people watching him disparage women and calling them the cunts and fucking whatever else the fucking names he wants to call. Karen Reed. That just is so disgusting to me. Because he was so offended by Proctor doing it, you know? No, it's all about money.
And we're going to end at the Canton Police Department.
I think every stop, more and more people are.
Yeah, it looks like more and more people are joining it. This is bigger than what we had at Shaw's, for sure. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Because again, we don't want to put it up here because it's like the glare of the sun is baking it.
Yeah.
So. Be the fastest way, right or left? Let's see. Canton Police Department. 1 mile away. 4-minute drive. So they got me going left. Okay. Can't believe you got people who are tailgating. That's the wildest shit. People are tailgating. People are drinking beers on their lawn, tailgating. What a Saturday this has turned out to be. What a Saturday.
I think this also goes to intent. This was not the intent to have this many people. Again, my intent was to use these areas as backdrops, and I'm going to be talking to my audience. Those were my targeted people, or my audience is my target. People that I thought would be watching from home. And before this, I only ever had X amount of people watching, and now I got these people. And
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, I didn't expect this. I'm like, I purposely put it, I didn't announce the exact time where we were going, like the date till the day before, because I'm like, I can't have thousands of people come. That's going to be fucking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But then I did it a day before, and here they all are anyway.
Yeah.
And everyone's positive. Again,
why can't he have thousands of people coming? Why can't he? Think about that. What's the intent? I can't have thousands of people coming. Why can't you? Because it's not, I can't have thousands of people coming. I want people to watch. I want people to pay me because they're going to watch and they're going to send turtle chats. And I don't want people to really come. I want people to watch and pay me. That's what I would be saying. Yeah, if actually people show up, it's going to take away. That's why I was shocked that people were starting to hand me money and fucking right here, just handing me money. Because those are normally people that would just super chat you or whatever they call it, turtle chat. Okay? This is all about money. And that's the intent. The intent is not to witness intimidate at all. And I think that a reasonable person can see that, yeah, like,
you want to kick my ass? I'm out here in public. I mean, you can come kick my ass if you want, but nobody ever seems to ever do that. It's weird. Weird. Are they letting us go like it's a fucking funeral procession?
I think so.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is wild shit, dude. This is wild. All the cars
It's like
just stop
everybody
letting us go.
knows.
They know. They know the importance of what we're doing here. They know what's going on.
I've never seen or heard of anything like this for a case. Have you? This is like the first.
People are saying Ken is still at the prior. Whatever. We got the point here. We're going to the Canton Police Department. It's been a long day anyway. It's been a couple hours of this, so. But it's been fun. You got to see a lot of this town.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a big town. Like, it's really not a big town. Area-wise, you can get one part to the other pretty quickly. Like I said, it's not like Holden is the size of Canton population-wise, but I feel like we have more forest. This town is filled with golf courses and like residential homes and cul-de-sacs and shit. In Central Mass, we're a little more spread out. We got a little more sprawl, but different strokes for different folks, I guess. But again, if this happened in my town, it would like this would never like if a police officer in Holden was responsible or like not suppose a Worcester cop living in Holden killed another Worcester cop and the Holden police came on the scene. I feel pretty confident the Holden police would not do what the Canton police did. I just don't think this is pervasive everywhere. It makes me wonder how often it happens, but this particular town just rots the core.
Yeah.
It's not normal. It's not normal. So I think it's right past this. This is Meadows is off that where he's drinking the Kool-Aid with a fuck. Because again, it'd be one thing if you were just, misled and everything, but you're bringing another innocent person down with you, and your time period for the grief, whatever that we're giving you, like, oh, we're not going to go after you because of the grief, like that's expired. Like it's expired because you're trying to send an innocent woman to jail for the rest of her life because you didn't like her to begin with. You never liked her, so and we can't allow that to happen. So I don't really feel bad for you anymore. I did anything like I feel bad for the two kids because they are completely innocent in this. They don't know what the hell's going on. They've been lied to by everyone. Their world has been turned upside down. I already see people outside the Canton Police Department up there. So I got a fucking headache. Oh. Dude, I got a nasty bruise right here. I don't know if you can see that. Look at that shit. Dude, I have no fucking clue. I just noticed it yesterday. I pulled a hammy. I think I pulled a hammy jumping off a dock. I'm thinking like ibuprofen for it. I'm like looking down.
Show tonight?
Yeah, we're still doing a live show tonight. We're gonna have this guy from Yellow Cottage Tales come on. Kev. He's a good guy, and we're gonna discuss. He has some questions. He made a Reddit post. He's a free thinker. I like him. I've enjoyed watching his content.
But I wonder how he feels about that now.
He just made a post the other day on Reddit that I thought he asked a lot of questions. Like he's asking a lot of questions, and I have answers to those questions. He didn't have answers to them, so I want to answer those questions for him tonight on the live show. So we're gonna have a back and forth conversation. We'll talk all about this rolling rally, which has been, uneventful. Like, I've yet to see a Canton police car. Not freaking one Canton cops. Not one. So that Fairview Road was the most people we had. Though.
Yeah,
that
was a ton.
Packed. So here we are, the Canton Police Department. There it is. It looks like a Cape Cod house. It's like the siding.
Yeah, right there. I'm surprised that all the time that they would go over there, like they were like, "Did you guys get the Canton?" Like, there's footage. There's cameras all over the place.
I'm gonna park right on the street across the street, and their brand new lawn. They had a pool this time last year, letting anyone in there. We're gonna park down here. Everywhere.
Look at all these people.
Nice. Let's do it, folks.
Look at all
Final
these
stop
people.
on the destination. Oh yeah, probably the best. Yeah. I will lock it this time. This time I will lock it because I'm getting a lot of stripper money. Okay. Some donos coming in. Not on the cash app, like actual cash.
Right there.
And this time I will lock it because I'm getting a lot of stripper money. Okay. Some donos coming in. Not on the cash app, like actual cash.
See, I would use that. I think that's exactly like he was shocked to get the cash like that. He usually gets the cash in the cash app. Okay. And there's no way in how you could tell me that Turtle Boy went and did this if you didn't think that it was going to make him money. He does everything to make money. That's the intent. And if you don't go that route, I think that you're fucking dumb. I have no problem saying that. Okay. And if I was to tell my lawyer, I'm supposed to be honest with my lawyer, I'm supposed to tell them everything. And so I would tell my lawyer, you guys, of course, I wouldn't go out there and do the rolling rally. I'm not going to waste my time on shit, right? Okay, I can't go and do all of this stuff that's not going to make me money. And how am I supposed to pay my bills at the end of the month? No, I did things to make money, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the best. That's the best part. What's wrong with that? Nothing. That's what you should be saying. This is your defense. Your defense is that my intent is to make money, not witness intimidate. That's what it's been all along. That's the most important part. And that's all you have to get across to the fucking jury. Why? I mean, like, that's. Do you think that if 4 people were watching his live streams with him and Meredith's text messages that he would do another one in part 2, part 3? No. Right? Money. It's a business. Same reasons everyone goes to work. I mean, he did the rolling rally to make money. He has a guy next to him recording and doing and documenting all of this. Why? To make a documentary. Why? To make money. That is your defense. Money, recognition. That's what gets him off. That's what he needs to say, because it is the truth. The truth will set you free. Karen Reed was a meal ticket.
Oh, can't forget my megaphone. Is it in the front seat, the megaphone? It is? Oh, yeah, there it is.
And also, I would love to really know whose megaphone it was. If it's not Turtle Boy's megaphone, that's even better.
Yeah, it's in the back.
You know? He doesn't even know how to really work the megaphone. It's a prop.
Here we go. Showtime.
Showtime. There we go. Boom. Showtime. I mean, goddamn. This is the easiest walk in the park for me. I think that the hard thing here is with Julie Nagels. Again, this is me dissecting this video. The other ones I really want to look at are the ones that are quoted in. Again, all I care about is the judge's ruling. Okay, you want to take the judge's ruling, then you want to look at the stuff, and you really, this is what his defense team and his little friends should be doing and helping him to literally break this down and show the truth of it. Okay, the truth. You know, you're not asking him to go lie about it or his lawyer. No, the truth will set, I think, him free. I think that these people, 100%, you're dealing with corrupt motherfuckers. And if they are going to frame and situate things for a murder case, what do you think they're going to do to you? And
what's going on? Yeah, watch out for the fire hydrant. You don't want to get ticketed. Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys are Canton people? You guys are Canton people? Or? Oh, Charleston. Okay. No, real townies. Okay. Not like in the literal sense. Okay.
yeah.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey,
right.
guys.
Give me 1 second. Oh, the phone's over here now.
Showtime. Exactly. Showtime. Making money, baby. Showtime. Got to go put on a show. Why? Making money. Showtime. I'm an entertainer.
All right. So up here this is the Tim Albert house, the house where they filled the pool in. Okay. They had a lovely pool here, and then they decided they're going to fill it in. So I have my selfie stick. I'll give you guys a look in there.
Yep, there you go. What I'm saying.
See that? Like 5 days after being mentioned by Pool Inn, suddenly, like 5 days after being mentioned by David Yannetti in court as being involved in this murder. So they've put, there's some wrestling in there. There's some people in there. Okay, yeah, we're here, folks. But then all the cars are gone, so they got the fuck out of Dodge. They knew. That's what the Alberts do. They run. That's what innocent people do, right? They run. Are they? Hey, Timmy. So Timmy lives there with, he's a Fredo of the family. with Bernie Albert. Woo! Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, again, I would be trying to pause all these people, and I'd be going and saying, "Hey, if this was you at the Rolling Rally, would love to know what the intent was. Why did you show up? Why were you down there? What was the intent for you to come to the Rolling Rally?" I would use all these people to my advantage. My witness list would consist of all
Oh, yeah, I
these
know.
people.
All right. Here we are.
I would ask if they were ever interviewed by the police. I would ask if they were ever arrested for any of this. I would show to the entire jury that the only person that was arrested here was Turtle Boy, right? And that maybe, well, he was the only one that's talking. No. And then you can hear some people talking and chanting and cheering. I don't know. Was their presence there? Did they show up so that they could be part of the army that's intimidating? Because, numbers, when you have numbers versus not numbers, it's intimidating. Was that the purpose? No, I wasn't. I didn't go there to be intimidating. I went there to show support. I went there to be entertained. I went there. I mean, only they know their intent. Okay. But I don't think that Turtle Boy, any of those people went there because they thought that they were going to fucking throw down. Right? Like you're.
A lot of people here. A lot of people rolling
Some of the people
in.
maybe like I went there so I could fucking suck his dick afterwards. I was trying to like get him to notice me. Grab those people, interview them, put them on the stand. I mean, this is the truth, though.
All right, so this is our final stop on the Canton.
So he's for the first time he turns his camera and he was showing the people, his target audience, his people, his pockets.
Over to Canton. I'm not quite, like I said, I'm not quite sure if he lives at 8 Briar. I don't really feel like taking that chance if he does, and I don't want to bother innocent people. But here we are, hey, at the Canton Police Department. As you can see, they live directly across the street from Tim Albert. They would have a direct line into his yard if he decided to suddenly, 5 days after being mentioned as being involved in a murder cover-up, they decided that they were going to fill in their very nice family pool that they used frequently before that. They decided they were going to fill in that family pool. Yay! And they've since resodded it. You wouldn't even know what's in there. We don't know what's in that pool. Hopefully not Chloe. But something's in that pool. They decide, because you don't just decide to do that out of nowhere. We don't have any proof of that. But, if they were interested in figuring out who killed a cop, the police, the state troopers might want to get on that. That's what normal police would do in a situation like this, is they would investigate a crime. So here we are outside of the Canton Police Department, and a lot of people blame Michael Proctor because this has been a state. Hey! This has obviously been a state police-led investigation, so Michael Proctor has really spearheaded the cover-up. But let's not forget that, first of all, Brian and Chris Albert's brother is on the Canton Police Department, Kevin Albert. And on that morning, the Canton police were the first ones to arrive. Officers Saraf and Mulaney, who I believe is a rookie, young kid. And they get there, and they don't know what the hell's going on. They do their job. They see a dead body. Hey, what's happening?
Do you guys see? Like, he's talking about John O'Keefe lying on the lawn, and hey, dead body. Hey, look at my fans. Hey, like, it is all. He needs to show that it's all about him. Like, you guys, this is perfect. Hey, look at my fans. Hey, like, this is his intent. It's me, Turtle Boy. It's me. This is what I would be using. I'd be like, look at me. This is my intent. My intent. Look at all this. I am trying to make a name for myself, my brand, my image, my likeliness, like everything, my likeness, like my name.
There we go. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. So they get there, and they see a woman hysterically crying and trying to covered in his blood, and is trying to save his life. And they call for an ambulance. and they take note of the scene afterwards. And they've noticed, oh, gee, this guy only has one shoe on. That's odd. And this guy's got no jacket on in the middle of a blizzard.
That
And
is fucking
his
awesome right there, that
face-
comment.
His face is literally beaten to a pulp where his eyes are bulging out. And it's kind of weird because there's like no blood, which is why we could fit it all in 6 solo cups. With we're gonna put it with the snow. We're gonna put it in solo cups like we learned in the academy, and they're gonna bring that in there, and they're gonna hold on to it. And they're like, nobody asked, like, gee, I wonder where his other shoe is. Where'd that go? What the hell's going on? I noticed some cocktail glass, so I guess it must have been Professor Plum with the cocktail glass, on Fairview Road, because that was the only piece of evidence there. And you got this hysterical woman, and she's allegedly screaming, could I have hit him? Could I have hit him? But only one first responder. There must have been dozens of first responders there. Cops, state troopers, firefighters, etc. Only one first responder.
He told him to get out of the crosswalk. See, right there, use it. Like, I'm not even on the Canton. I'm not on the grass at the police department. I'm in the crosswalk. I'm on public property.
Responder was quoted in the police report by Michael Proctor. Hey! Hey! And that person who was quoted in the police report said something that hurt Karen Reed. She said that Karen Reed was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And what they failed to point out about Katie McLaughlin is that she is a very close friend and goes on spring break with Caitlin Albert, who conveniently, are you watching? I know. Hey! So I just want to give a shot. So I know Jen McCabe, I know you guys are watching this. You're sitting on the beach your last day at Algonquin. You're like, I got to get out of town because I know the rolling rally's coming through. But just look at all the support here for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
Okay, now right there, that's absolutely implausible. It's implausible by his own definition. Nobody could have known about the rolling rally because he didn't make it known until a day before today or whatever. It was just like one day out, okay? He's saying that he was given information that Jennifer McCabe was out on vacation and that she's at the beach or some shit like that, okay? Which is really, really important. If he can prove that, if he can prove that Jen McCabe was not home at the time that he was at the rolling rally, the reason it's important is because the judge in his findings over here is saying that because Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Juliana Nagel were home during the rolling rally and therefore subject to Carney's conduct and speech, the court concludes that the grand jury heard sufficient evidence to indict Aiden Carney. However, because Trooper Proctor was not home during the rolling rally, the court concludes that the grand jury did not hear sufficient evidence to indict Aiden Carney as pertaining to him. That's a huge point. Okay, so I would be, I'd be making them prove that Juliana Nagel was home because Juliana Nagel is the only problem I see. Everything else with this whole rolling rally, forget the whole picketing thing. Okay, so I think that he shouldn't have these. There's the only thing that I potentially see as an issue is the Juliana Nagel stuff because he uses the words pressure her, like pressure her into doing something. And I mean, I just can't. Those words are going to be said or shown to the jury, and yeah.
Everybody here knows what you did. Everyone who's honking, all of them, like literally everybody who comes by likes us. Everybody who goes by knows what you did, Jen McCabe and Brian Albert. They know. And we're not putting up with it because we trust police. We put our faith in the institutions. I mean,
so what about intent? Could part of his intent be we just want to let these people know that we know what they did? Hey, I just want to let you know, hey, my name's Turtle Boy and I cover a bunch of cases, or I cover a bunch of, I don't even want to say the word cases. I just blog about stuff, or I write articles, and I'm going to write articles on that I know, hey, me, Turtle Boy, I know And I'm going to believe an affidavit of a lawyer. Okay, I just want you to let you know that I know and that you guys are all lying about the situation. And then I'm here to cover it. I'm here to let other people know about it.
If you've read my blog over the years, I've defended the police vociferously. Thank you. The Canton Police Department has abused my trust and the trust of the entire community. We supported you during the BLM riots in 2020. We had your back. And because we said, no, you can trust the police. They're not corrupt. And then what did you do the second you were put to the test? You did exactly what they said that you were going to do. You proved them right, unfortunately. Right? So there's about 50 officers. The Canton Police Department employs about 50 officers. And most of them seem to have dads that work in the police department. I guess you go to the front of the line like Tristan Morris or Brendan Albert, who's still in college. He's like sixth in line. And you go to the front of the line because they like people in Canton that are from Canton, and their daddy was in Canton, and they know that they're going to protect people. Well, the jig is up. You guys got away with it for a while. The Canton Police Department, more than anyone, should be disgusted by this, because Michael Proctor claims that at 5:45 they found taillights and a freaking shoe, after a foot of snow had fallen. That somehow your officers missed. They are saying that you are incompetent. Canton Police Department, the state police are making a mockery of your police officers. Why isn't Police Chief Helena Rafferty standing up for Officer Sarafa Mulaney? Why isn't she saying, no, I trust my police officers, and when they say that there was no taillight there, there was no taillight there? Why did her former boss and potential Ken Berkowitz find taillight there a week afterwards when he was just driving by there on a hunch? Why didn't Tom Kelleher see any of those fragments when he went to his house every single day for an entire week? Why are we asking these questions instead of the police, who we pay taxes to answer these questions for us? All it takes is one number, just one. We're not asking for a lot. We just need one. Send me a message. Send me an email, turtleboysports@gmail.com. We can keep you anonymous, Canton police officers. You don't need.
So his intent here is to get a whistleblower. Okay. He wanted somebody from the Canton Police Department to whistleblow. And that's why he went there. If they're going to try to say, like, that's what I would be saying, I'm trying to get somebody to whistleblow, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I don't know. I don't think that we're intimidating you to, hey, shoot me an anonymous email.
To work for such a scummy, corrupt organization. This can be fixed.
But he does say it's showtime. You know, before he does this is all show. So he really doesn't want this. You get what I'm saying? Like, the fuck? All I can tell you that one thing that's not a show is that his intent is to make money. Okay?
You just got to get
and doing this will make him money.
Out the rot. You got to get rid of Helena Rafferty. She's just as guilty as the rest of them. She knows exactly what happened that day. But you know what she told us to do? Don't listen to sensationalism. That's what she called our accurate, award-winning journalism. Sensationalism. Sensationalism. Well, guess what, Helena? It's not sensationalism. It's true. It's documented. It's backed by evidence. And one of your men in blue, John O'Keefe, was murdered in your town. In your town. This is on you, Helena Rafferty. This is on you. Don't you want to fix the reputation of the Canton Police Department? Don't tell us not to ask questions. Don't tell us to stop talking about this and wait for justice. Because we're not waiting on Lunchbox Lally to lie to us more, and we're certainly not waiting on Auntie Bev to do the right thing, because clearly that ain't gonna happen.
Why did this stop? Why did this activism stop? It didn't. It didn't stop. People started going what? To the Canton what? Canton Town Select meetings on what? Tuesdays? Right? Exactly. My intent was for people to start asking questions. And what happened? Well, the Canton Town Select meetings went from having, I don't know, one person there. You want to use this part, Turtle Boy, to having fucking 100. My intent was to get Canton citizens to start asking questions and to start voicing it all through the Canton Select Board town meetings. Okay. Then I started going there. Okay. To record it so I could make videos, to make money, and to show how, look at me. Look at, I got people coming here asking these questions. Look at me. I didn't do this for witness intimidation. Then you're going to show how there was nobody at those town select meetings. And then guess what? All these YouTube creators start covering the town select board meetings a lot. Like they start putting it all out there and having like live broadcasts. Okay. And now everybody's watching these Canton Town Select Board meetings. Again, this was the intent. The intent was to expose, right? To expose the situation. To have a dueling narrative. Okay, that's the cops' narrative. Oh, well, here's this other narrative. No, exploit is a horrible word. You would never use the word exploit ever. Expose. If you want to expose something, the only way that you can expose something is by putting all eyes on it. And wow, what a great story. Hey, I can make a ton of money off of this. Fucking this woman getting framed for a cop's murder on another cop's lawn. Are you kidding me? You know how much money this is worth? If you don't think that those conversations were being had, because they were, you'd want to show that. You'd want to show that. This is all about money. Period. My intent was to make money. That's what you would do. And you would, and by making money, I need viewers. I make money by viewers. I make money by having more people become a member of my, my channel or for him, his, whatever the heck he's running. Okay. And that's what I was doing. That's not illegal. So that's all. The facts and the evidence submitted to the grand jury gave rise to a reasonable inference that Aidan Carney's conduct, coupled with his speech, were done with the intent to obstruct, interfere with, or impede the administration of justice, or with the intent to influence the witnesses. Because Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were home during the rally, you need to show that Juliana Nagel was not home during that rally. If you can do that, I think that that is marvelous for your team. Ask for Julie Nagel's, get her device. See if you can get her GPS locations. See if there's anybody out there that could testify to her whereabouts during the rolling rally. See you on the next one.